Marvel, I am a level 5 mutant, starting with Gojo Satoru. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126, New World. Reversal of the RDLV5, 1/20000, with he as the center, repulsion is generated. The minimum power is twice that of Kang, and the maximum output is positive infinity, which is similar to a small supernova. After consuming a lot of energy, it can accelerate the flow of time around it through strong repulsion. After consuming a lot of information in his mind, Sumu knew the changes of the reversal of the RD. Because the reversal of the RD is the opposite of the Art Kang, its ability after upgrading is exactly the opposite of the Art Kang. In addition to the original repulsion being greatly improved, it may also enhance the flow of time around it, or separate the two characteristics of an object. According to the information in his mind, when the reversal of the RD reaches a higher level, Sumu can even separate abstract concepts such as good and evil, similar to the ability of the tiger spell, but now he can only separate things like moisture and wood. After the reversal of the RD was upgraded, Sumu returned to his residence from the Pocket Universe, and then stepped out in front of Sarutobi Hirozen. Sarutobi Hirozen saw Sumu suddenly appear. Even though he had seen it several times, he still couldn't help but marvel. This kind of space-time ninjutsu that can be released without any external objects is something that ninjas like them can never achieve. Many thoughts flashed through his mind, and Sarutobi Hirozen immediately stood up from his seat, came to Sumu and bowed heavily. "Lord Sumu, why are you here? You only need to say hello to the Anbu, and I will go to see you." Sarutobi Hirozen is still middle-aged and at his peak. Compared with his old age, he is obviously more majestic at this time, but when Sarutobi Hirozen saw Sumu coming, he immediately turned into a little monkey and kept asking about Sumu's well-being. There is no way. Facing a fun person who can easily destroy the world, no one can remain calm, unless that person also has the power to destroy the world. Sumu patted Zio's shoulder, then sat on the Hokage throne and looked through the documents on the table in front of him. Most of the documents are about the other 4 major ninja villages. Now, with the help of the symbiote provided by Sumu, other ninja villages, as long as they are not stupid, will know that resisting Konoha will only lead to death. Now the trend of Konoha to unify the ninja world is unstoppable. Sumu casually flipped through the documents for a few times, then lost interest in these boring documents. He casually asked Sarutobi Hirozen, "Little monkey, how are you doing with the things I told you to do?" Hearing Sumu's question, Sarutobi Hirozen's eyes condensed slightly, and then he immediately organized his words and replied, "Lord Sumu, according to your instructions, when we were collecting the tailed beasts, we launched a rule against the other 4 major ninja villages and made them surrender unconditionally. Among them, the Hidden Rock Village, the Hidden Cloud Village, and the Hidden Sands Village surrendered unconditionally, while the Hidden Mist Village rejected our proposal and tried to kill our messenger. However, after Nahara-ren easily defeated the 3rd Mizukage, they also announced unconditional surrender. If nothing unexpected happens, the integration of the 5 villages will be completed within a week. In addition, the information you asked us to collect has now been collected. We have found a total of 3 pieces of information that match your description. One of them is that 5 people appeared during the Warring States period and tried to attack Uchiha Madara, but were easily killed by Uchiha Madara. The second is that 7 people suddenly appeared and suddenly tried to assassinate Killer Bee, the perfect Jinchuriki of the 8 Tails, and then were easily killed by the 8 Tails using the tailed beast ball. The last is the 10 people who suddenly appeared in our camp a few days ago. After they appeared, no one noticed their abnormality, but after our investigation, we finally discovered their abnormality, so we also counted them." Sumu crossed his hands, supported his chin, and then thought about the information provided by Zio. He had expected the first piece of information, so he didn't need to pay attention to it. As for the second piece of information, it means that this world is at least marked by a multiverse-level existence similar to the main god space. This news is of no value to him now, but when his strength reaches a certain level, he can invade the main god space through this Naruto world. After thinking for a while, looking at Zio in front of him like an employee waiting for a leader to give a lecture, Sumu nodded and praised, "Well done, keep collecting information, and when I return to this world next time, I will give you eternal life and reward you with more powerful power. Xiao Yuan was stunned, and then asked carefully, You want to leave this world? He didn't understand it very well. What does it mean to leave this world? Leaving this planet? Su Mu smiled and explained, Yes, you should have understood the concept of planets, and the universe is made up of countless planets and the void, but I am not alone in the universe. There is a multiverse outside the universe, and there are other worlds outside the universe, and I will go to other worlds. The little ape was extremely shocked. He found that he had overestimated Su Mu as much as possible, but he was still far away from his level, just like a morning fungus does not know the new moon and full moon, and a cicada does not know the spring and autumn. With their knowledge, they can't imagine the situation at a higher level. Finally, Su Mu used his power to create an energy ball that sealed one of his clones, threw it to Xiao Yuan, and then said seriously, After I leave, there may be reincarnations attacking ye. Just in case, I will leave you a backup plan. When you are no match for the invaders, throw this energy ball forward and recite a spell. A bag of rice has to support several floors, a bag of rice has to support the second floor, a bag of rice is too much, a bag of rice is washed by me, a bag of rice I washed so much mud, and that pile of black tiles. Every tile has mud. Who gave you a bag of rice? Okay, add water. Remember it. After hearing the spell, Xiao Yuan hesitated to speak, and finally swallowed the words in his mouth, nodded to show that he understood. I've got it down, Lord Su Mu. After leaving the Hokage building, Su Mu was ready to leave the Naruto world and go to other worlds. Afterwards, under the vigilant gaze of Minato Namikaze, Su Mu said goodbye to Uzumaki Kushina and the others. Before leaving, he teased Obito again, making him scratch his hair and stamp his feet. Then he smiled and nodded to Lin and Kakashi, and Su Mu opened the portal and left the Naruto world. Because the level 5 portal cannot accurately locate a certain world, Su Mu now has only two choices. Return to the Marvel or DC world, or go to another new world. Su Mu used his brain, which can perform hundreds of billions of calculations in 1 second, to think about the current situation, and then came to the conclusion to go to a new world. Although his current strength is already considered a strong man at the level of a single universe, he is just a small minion in the Marvel and DC worlds where big men gather. There are more powerful beings than him in just one universe, not to mention the entire multiverse. Considering these, he decided to be conservative and improve his strength to a level that can easily defeat a strong man at the level of a single universe, and then consider returning to the Marvel or DC world. After walking out of the portal, Su Mu found himself above an endless ocean. Sensing the energy concentration around him, it was slightly stronger than the Naruto world, but still of the same level. Observing the surrounding environment, Su Mu immediately had some guesses about the situation in this world, and then did not immediately open the domain to explore the specific situation of this world, but adopted a playful mentality and came to the strange island in front of him where colorful bubbles kept floating out. The Sabaody archipelago is composed of the world's largest mangrove, the Alchiman mangrove. Because the roots of the trees have been exposed to the sea level, the Sabaody archipelago was formed. As the endpoint of the first half of the Grand Line, the business on the Sabaody archipelago has always been very prosperous, not to mention that there are celestial dragons living on the Sabaody archipelago for a long time, which also makes the business of the Sabaody archipelago extremely prosperous. The slightly salty sea breeze blows through the Alchiman mangrove, blows into the gaps of the sticky resin, fills it up, and finally forms huge colorful bubbles. The colorful bubbles fly up with the sea breeze and float in the air, reflecting colorful light for the Tyndall effect, making the entire island have an unreal dreamlike feeling. Su Mu walked on the main road of the town. He was amazed by the many different races around him. There were giants more than 10 meters tall, dwarves less than 1 meter tall, furry fur people, etc. This was a scene that Su Mu could not experience in the first 3 worlds. Seeing new things made him restless for a long time. This was also the charm of traveling through the world of the heavens. Seeing the many people in front of him and the unique islands, Su Mu confirmed his guess that this world was undoubtedly the world of One Piece. He walked into a restaurant casually and tasted the food of the One Piece world. When he took the first bite, Su Mu was surprised to find that the food actually contained a lot of energy. No wonder every strong man in the One Piece world is a big eater, and no wonder they can exert powerful destructive power by relying solely on physical strength when there is no chakra. Walking out of the restaurant, The wanted poster on the side of the road attracted Sumyu's attention. There was a young man who was laughing, younger than him, about 17 years old. Even though the real life was quite different from the anime, Sumyu knew his identity from the straw hat and the scar on his left eye. He was Luffy, the man who dreamed of becoming the Pirate King. In the previous life, countless middle school boys were excited just because they heard the words, "I will be the Pirate King." Just when Sumyu wanted to continue walking forward, he suddenly found something. It was a group of people gathering in front of a vendor, trying the bubble car, a specialty of the Sabaody archipelago. In order to have a better time and experience more unknowns, Sumyu closed most of his perception abilities. It was only at this time that he discovered this group of people. Several of them looked almost exactly like the wanted posters he had seen before. They were actually the Straw Hat Gang. What surprised Sumyu was that in the original work, Sanji, Usopp and Zoro all stayed on the ship, but at this time, only Usopp was missing from the group. At this time, Luffy and the fishman Hachi were in a dispute. Luffy and Chopper wanted to buy a car, but Hachi refused. After the vendor said the price, Luffy shouted, "I want it, I want to buy it with my pocket money." Chopper was unwilling to be left behind, and also danced and said, "I want it too, I want it too." Knowing that the vendor in front of him was a profiteer, Hachi refused the two's request, and then persuaded, "Forget it, there is no need to buy, rent it." Just at this time, a hand stretched out from behind Hachi and handed the vendor 50,000 Baileys. A handsome man with white hair appeared at some point, came behind Hachi and said, "Give me 5. The vendor immediately showed a bright smile on his face, fearing that the white-haired man would regret it, and handed him 5 bubble cars. Seeing this, Zioba immediately advised, "Sir, do you know that the bubbles will burst immediately when they leave the climate of the Sabaody archipelago, and the bubble car will not be usable?" Hearing Zioba's kind reminder, Sumyu smiled brightly at the few people. "Of course I know, but this way they won't break." As Sumyu gently stroked the bubble car, energy penetrated into the bubbles, and the reversal technique continued to improve the molecular structure of these bubbles, making them more resilient, and they would not break even if they left the special climate of the Sabaody archipelago. Seeing this scene, the Straw Hat group, who were originally alert because of Sumyu's sudden approach, looked at this scene in shock. Although they did not awaken the observation haki, their perception ability was far beyond that of ordinary people, and they actually sensed a hint of steel from those bubbles at this time. Although they did not try, their instincts told them that these bubbles would not burst when they left the Sabaody archipelago, and could even be used as shields. And the changes in these bubbles all happened suddenly after being brushed by the man in front of them. What kind of ability is this? Is it the ability of some kind of devil fruit? While the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates were still on guard against Sumyu, they heard Sumyu say to them, "Do you want one? I can give you 3. Before everyone could react, 2 figures quickly rushed to Sumyu, each grabbed the bubble car, and then laughed. "Sir, you are such a good person, I will accept it without hesitation." As soon as Luffy finished speaking, Chopper's voice sounded, "That's right, we will accept it without hesitation." Seeing this, veins appeared on Nami's forehead. She was irritated by her stupid captain and pet. Bang! The future Pirate King, who exerted her due power on the internal treasure and could resist all blunt attacks, had a big bump on his head. This made Sumyu sigh that the internal treasure was so terrifying. Nami's suppression of the Straw Hat Pirates was regular. Nami yelled, "How can you so easily accept gifts from someone of unknown origin? This person suddenly appeared and gave us gifts for no reason. He definitely has bad intentions." Ahem. Hearing Nami slandering him for having bad intentions, Sumyu was immediately unhappy. He defended himself, "Miss, my name is Sumyu. I am a traveler who travels around different worlds. I gave you 3 bubble cars without any ill intentions." Luffy and Chopper nodded heavily together. Listen, he said he has no ill intentions." At this time, Sumyu's voice continued to sound. He looked at Robin and smiled brightly. "I'm just very curious about the fruit ability of this beautiful woman. I hope she can cooperate with me to complete some research." Luffy, Chopper, The Straw Hat Pirates became more alert. It was obvious that cooperating in research was not a good thing. Sanji stared at Sumyu with strange eyes. For some reason, he felt a breath of the same kind from Sumyu. As Sanji expected, Sumyu wanted to study Robin's ability. Her ability was too suitable for doing some unspeakable things. After writing the story of Naruto, Yang also feels a bit sloppy. So when describing the story of pirates, Yang will increase the interaction between Sumu and the original characters, and increase the fun of the story. Of course, there are also indispensable plots of pretending to be cool and slapping faces. Please rest assured to read it and give more suggestions. Finally, thank you all readers for reading this. Chapter 127 I Killed the Celestial Dragons. Seeing the Straw Hat Pirates' overreaction, Sumu thought they had misunderstood something and explained, "Don't worry, this is just research. There is no danger to life, and I can pay you some compensation. These are the products of my research." Sumu said to Robin while taking out some things from his pocket universe, "Look at this bracelet. I compressed a piece of space in it, so that there is 100 cubic meters of storage space in this bracelet." He placed a diamond-studded platinum bracelet in front of him and put the stones on the ground into it for demonstration. Sumu continued to take out a sticky black thing. "This is a symbiote from the void. I have erased their will and they are no longer dangerous. They have a wide range of applications. They can mimic various clothes and greatly enhance the user's physical fitness." Sumu did not stop and continued. He took out a small capsule, which was inspired by the Dragon Ball anime. He continued, "This is a storage capsule. Unlike a storage bracelet, it has a villa sealed inside. It can be opened anytime and anywhere, providing users with an extremely comfortable living experience." Sumu threw the capsule directly onto the lawn at his feet. A 3-story complex villa appeared in front of everyone. The water in the outdoor swimming pool on the top floor of the villa reflected on everyone's eyes, making the pupils flicker. Before Sumu took out more things, Nami couldn't help it. Her eyes were shining, staring at the villa and the diamond-studded storage capsule without blinking, and said excitedly, "Mr. Sumu, what do you think of me? I'm very good at studying." As expected of Nami, she couldn't walk when she saw the shiny jewelry, let alone such a magical treasure. Sumu looked at Nami carefully. At this time, Nami had not gone through 2 years of development. She was still a little girl with darker skin. This was because she worked hard all year round and made money continuously. In particular, her breasts were obviously not mature. At this time, she was still a little thunder, which was completely incomparable to 2 years later. However, Sumu knew her future and could only say that the future was promising. Rubbing his chin, as if thinking, Sumu spoke after a while, "Miss, I heard that your navigation skills are excellent, and you can even hand-draw detailed nautical charts. If you can become my employee, these things will be yours, and I can also provide you with more valuable and expensive things." Hearing that there are more valuable and more magical things, Nami's eyes brightened, and she subconsciously shouted, "I agree, boss." Before Sumu recovered, Sanji heard that a beautiful woman in the team was about to leave the pirate group and join another family. His eyes burned with rage, and he angrily accused, "Damn guy, you actually want to kidnap Nami and get through me." At this time, Luffy, who had a longer reaction arc, also realized that the navigator he had worked hard to recruit was about to be kidnapped. He shouted, "Bad guy, watch me punch you away." Sumu easily dodged Sanji's kick and Luffy's fist, and continued to smile. "Of course, if you are willing to become my subordinates, I am also willing to give you corresponding conditions." Sanji and Luffy roared at Sumu at the same time, "Asshole, who wants to be your subordinate? I am the man who wants to be the pirate king." Isolating the saliva sprayed at him, Sumu's smile remained unchanged. "I have thousands of beautiful warriors under my command." "What?" Sanji covered his chest. He was tempted. "And all kinds of magical barbecue that can never be eaten up." Meat, meat, meat. Hearing meat, Luffy immediately lost his mind. Zoro on the side looked at his companion with disdain. It was so stupid that he was actually confused by such a non-nutritious thing. Chopper did the same. He kept trying to dissuade the 3 people who were confused. "Everyone should calm down. Everyone should calm down." But Sumu's voice rang out again. "There are many famous swords, which are definitely not inferior to the Supreme Great Sword 12 works. And more advanced medical skills, among which there is even the secret of resurrection. Finally, there are various robots. They look almost the same as humans, and their combat power can easily destroy an island. So far, except for Robin, the Straw Hat Pirates have all fallen." Ziobai and Haizing looked at everyone in confusion. Why did the Straw Hat Pirates suddenly break up? Don't you all have your own pursuits when you venture into the sea? Could it be that those previous pursuits were all fake, and meat and beauty are your real pursuits? They looked at Robin, who was spared in the end, with concern. "Miss Robin, you must hold on." But at this moment, they saw Miss Robin said to Sumu with a complicated expression, do you really have the technology to resurrect people?" Sumu naturally knew why our Robin looked like this, because she studied taboo history, and O'Hara, where she lived since she was a child, was destroyed by the Demon Slayer Order, and she had too many relatives who wanted to be resurrected. "Of course," Sumu replied, "but the current top resurrection technology also has a condition, that is, the body of the deceased still exists and remains relatively intact. If the deceased has no bones at all, I can't do anything. But my technology is rapidly improving. If I can't do it now, it doesn't mean I can't do it in the future. Come and become my employee, I will give you everything you want." At present, Sumu has only one means of resurrection, that is, using the reversal technique to resurrect the dead while consuming a lot of energy. However, this ability has a disadvantage, that is, it is necessary to have the bones of the deceased, otherwise the dead cannot be resurrected. And if you want to resurrect the dead without the bones, you need to upgrade the reversal technique again. When the reversal technique is upgraded again, it is very likely that you can directly find the dead, and then pull him from the long river of history to resurrect him. Robin was silent. What should I do if he is so tempted? However, compared with other partners, Robin was calmer. She raised her own doubts. What you said is your own words, which cannot prove its authenticity. If you can prove that what you said is true, then I can seriously consider it. Sumu smiled mysteriously and snapped his fingers. The golden portal with sparks splashing opened behind him, revealing the Paradise Island inside, which was like a mythical scene. Sumu walked in first, and then bowed gracefully, "Welcome to my world." After a while, the portal opened again, and Nami walked out of the portal first. Her legs kept shaking, and she muttered to herself, such a big pearl actually exists. Robin's legs were also shaking, and the throbbing in her heart still did not subside. It's really incredible. It turns out that people can really come back to life. Then came the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates. It is worth mentioning that Sanji was carried out. After seeing many Amazon warriors and mermaid maids, blood kept gushing out of his mouth and nose until he fainted. When everyone came out of the pocket universe, the Straw Hat Pirates were all silent. They suddenly realized that if they joined Sumu and became his subordinates, they could meet all their needs and even stay young and immortal. It seemed that the reason for their adventure no longer existed. Luffy, who had eaten too much delicious food in the pocket universe, had a swollen belly that was bigger than a baby in 10 months of pregnancy. He patted his belly and said with satisfaction, "I'm so happy. I can't bear to give up such delicious meat." Sumu smiled and tempted, "How about becoming my subordinate? Then you can get everything you want." But to Sumu's surprise, Luffy shook his head suddenly. "No, I want to continue sailing. I want to go to the end of the Grand Line, reach Rafton Road, find the treasure of One Piece, and become the new Pirate King. This is my original dream and a dream that I can't give up." The other Straw Hat Pirates were also awakened by Luffy's words. Zoro was the first to come back to his senses from the charm of the famous sword. "Yes, I want to become the world's #1 swordsman." Sanji lit a cigarette and said deeply, "I like beautiful women very much, but I also want to help the old man see that magical sea." The others also refused. Sumu was not too surprised to see that he was rejected. After all, if they were really so easily charmed by him, then the Straw Hat Pirates would not be the Straw Hat Pirates he liked. Seeing everyone looking bitter and resentful for giving up all kinds of temptations, Sumu smiled and said, "There's no need to be like this. My invitation has no time limit. Even if you wait until you fulfill your dreams, you can still become my subordinate." Hearing this, Luffy's eyes lit up. He came to Sumu and stretched out his hands, shook hands tightly with his right hand, leaving an afterimage. "Really? Sumu, you are such a good person. Long live." Chopper said the same thing. At this moment, dozens of figures came from a distance. They surrounded Sumu and others, and then laughed wildly. "We are so lucky. In addition to Straw Hat Luffy, there is also a businessman who is in cahoots with pirates. It seems that it is time for us to enforce justice again." "That's right, Straw Hat Luffy. I can't wait to chop off the Straw Hat Boy's head. Are you all idiots? Even if the Straw Hat Boy has a bounty of 300 million, he is not as rich as that businessman. Didn't you see the mysterious island just now? As long as we catch that businessman, the wealth and beauties on the island will be ours. Children make choices, adults want everything. Charge, kill them." Seeing that many bounty hunters surrounded themselves and others, the merchant had already lay under the table, trembling, while Luffy and others protected Sumu behind them, shouting, "Sumu, don't move, we will get rid of these bounty hunters immediately." Then several people from the Straw Hat Gang rushed up. Facing these minions, even Nami, who had the worst combat effectiveness, could easily defeat one of them. However, facing dozens of bounty hunters, there are still a few who slip through the Straw Hat Pirates and others and come to Sumu, Kemi, and Papagu. Unlike the original work, because of Sumu's presence, the 2-meter-tall bounty hunter with a knife did not attack Kemi and the others, but pointed the knife at Sumu and laughed fiercely, "Ha ha ha, all your wealth is mine." Noticing this scene, the Straw Hat Pirates in the distance were shocked and said, "Sumu. Mr. Sumu." Among them, Nami, Robin, and Zoro shouted the loudest. They had someone they wanted to revive, so they definitely didn't want Sumu to get hurt. But at this time, Robin, who was closest to Sumu, was also some distance away from Sumu and could not get to him. She could only watch the bounty hunter holding the knife and about to hijack Sumu. Sumu also heard the worried screams of the crowd. He looked at the ferocious bounty hunter in front of him and laughed heartily. It has been a long time since he was treated as a weakling. This feeling is quite special. The next moment, vector operation. A finger blocked the blade's path, and the sharp blade touched the finger, but could not hurt the finger at all. Sumu smiled at the shocked Straw Hat Pirates and said, "Merchants are not powerless. At the negotiation table, they will only be willing to negotiate with you if you can defeat the negotiating party." But after Sumu's finger separated from the blade began to decompose from the point of contact with her. In the blink of an eye, the blade turned into powder and dissipated in the wind, followed by the body of the bounty hunter. Nami swallowed subconsciously and looked at Sumu with a smile. The already mysterious figure became even more mysterious. "I think our definition of businessmen seems to be somewhat different." Chopper said the same. After dealing with all the bounty hunters, the Straw Hat Pirates came to Sumu, and Luffy immediately shouted at Sumu, "Sumu, you are so strong, was that your devil fruit ability just now?" Sumu replied with a smile, "It is the ability of the devil fruit, but I used technology to remove the devil fruit's ability to be afraid of seawater, so I can still swim." What Sumu said was not without basis. The first time he saw Luffy, he knew that he could easily use the reversal technique to remove the drawback of the devil fruit's fear of seawater. Unlike the careless Luffy, the others knew better the value of the ability that Sumu mentioned. Robin said with a serious face, "This technology can undoubtedly subvert the entire world. Why haven't we heard of it before?" "Because these technologies have not been circulated, they can only be used by my employees. This is also the benefit of becoming my employee. What do you think, Robin? Since you don't want to be my subordinate, you can also cooperate with me in research, and I can also meet one of your conditions." Unlike before, after knowing that Sumu really has the ability to resurrect people, she immediately agreed, "I agree, but not now. I will cooperate with your research after we leave the Sabaody archipelago." Sumu didn't mind this, he had plenty of time. After defeating all the bounty hunters, the Straw Hat Pirates separated. Sanji returned to the Thousand Sunny to prepare lunch, while Zoro ignored his companion's dissuasion and went for a walk, saying that he would never get lost. Nami and Robin did not go to the shopping street because Sumu wanted to act with Luffy, so they acted with Luffy and others because they had something to ask of Sumu. After parting with Sanji and others, Sumu joined Luffy and Hachi's racing competition, and then successfully won the first place. At this time, everyone also came to the Yarki mangrove tree marked 31 grams. Even if he lost the game, Luffy still had no unhappy emotions. He laughed and said, "Sumu, you are so awesome. Why don't you become my crew member and let's find the final island together? Good guy, Tian Gang, right? Did I invite you to become my subordinates? Why do you want me to become your crew member now?" Facing Luffy's invitation, Sumu just smiled and didn't answer. After a while, everyone came to the town under the Yarki mangrove tree 31 grams. Like the previous town, the main buildings of the town are composed of huge bubbles. These bubbles are very strong in the Sabaody archipelago and can completely support the building and become the main body of the building. Sumu was curious about everything around him. On the Grand Navigation Island, each island will have its own different scenery. Every time you come to a new island, it is like coming to a new world. This is also the charm of the pirate world. Just after Sumu and his companions arrived at the town, they suddenly found that the crowd in front of them was very noisy. A tall man with a slave collar locked around his neck ran out from the other side of the road in a hurry, strangled a young woman by the neck, and kept asking for help. "Save me, someone come to save me, help me break the collar on my neck, hammer or saw, please save me. I want to go home, the child was just born when I left, and he doesn't know what his father looks like yet, please." But except for the young woman who was strangled by his neck and kept begging, no one offered him a helping hand. Because they all knew that the slaves in front of them belonged to the Xianlong people, and the Xianlong people were definitely not someone they could mess with. Seeing this, Zioba said to everyone around him worriedly, "Don't get involved with him. He was probably kidnapped by a kidnapping team and brought to this island by the buyer. He is a pirate who wants to escape." He emphasized to Sumu, "Mr. Sumu, we can't help him. The celestial dragons are not someone we can mess with." Seeing Zioba's worried look, Sumu was speechless. Does he look like a saint? He doesn't have extra kindness to strangers, not to mention that the man in front of him is just a pirate who deserves to die. He has his own wife and children, and the people he killed and robbed also have their own wives and children. If Sumu is in a good mood, he may send this guy to heaven directly, but he will never save him. This world is not the pirate world in the anime, and pirates are not like the Straw Hat Pirates. They are more like an adventurer team. They really kill people. Boom. As time passed, the warning sound of the pirate's necklace became more and more frequent, and finally exploded. But even if the bomb exploded directly on the neck, the pirate still did not die directly due to his strong physical fitness, but he was covered in blood and had no ability to move. Brooke covered his cheeks and said in a panic, "Should we save him?" As soon as he finished speaking, Papagu warned him, "Stupid, didn't I say not to intervene no matter what happens?" Then Zioba said, "Everyone get off the bubble car quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, a dog came over and splashed urine on the pirate's body. Zioba immediately said to everyone, "Kneel down." He forced Luffy down, and when he looked back, everyone was kneeling on the ground, except for one person, that is, the mysterious Mr. Sumu. Seeing the faint smile on Sumu's face, Zioba felt a deep fear in his heart for some reason. He knew that Sumu would never kneel down to the celestial dragon, so he immediately twisted his body and blocked Sumu with his body that was 2 meters long even when he knelt. At this time, he whispered, "Mr. Sumu, kneel down quickly, the celestial dragons are coming soon. If they find out that you don't kneel down to them, you will be killed by them." Hearing what Zioba said, Sumu looked at him, still smiling, but there was no emotion in his eyes, like a deep lake. "What celestial dragons? They are just a group of pigs protected by their ancestors." Zioba immediately didn't dare to persuade him anymore. As he expected, this seemingly kind Mr. Sumu was a more troublesome existence than Luffy. At this time, everyone on the street knelt down, and then a young female voice came over, with a contemptuous and ruthless tone, facing the dead human as if it were a dead insect. "What a shame, monkey." The sound of the earth shaking was getting closer and closer from a distance, and the amplitude of the shaking was getting bigger and bigger. 2 men and women wearing luxurious clothes and strange bubbles on their heads slowly walked over from a distance. The sound of the earth shaking was caused by the crawling of the giants, led by the male Xianlong. The female Xianlong on the right was wearing a veil, and 3 heart-shaped earrings were hanging on her earlobes. The cold voice just now was made by her. At this time, she continued, "Hate, father, another one is broken." The middle-aged Xianlong at the coordinate said helplessly, "Does the master inject him with sedatives on time every day?" The female Xianlong responded, "Yes, but it doesn't work for this kind of idiot. Please buy me a new one." While talking and laughing, it was as if they were negotiating some kind of commodity, condescending and extremely indifferent. She kept kicking the dying pirate, and then said angrily, "Family, family, a grown man is crying and shouting for his wife and children, a mere human, what a shame." Everyone around couldn't bear to watch this scene. Luffy and his crew were also gritting their teeth, only Sumu rolled his eyes when he saw everyone's reaction, not understanding why everyone had this reaction, and was determined to train them well and establish correct values for them after Nami and Robin joined the company. After a cry of really unhappy, the female celestial dragon Lulia took out her pistol and shot the pirate lying on the ground continuously, killing him. Seeing this scene, Luffy finally couldn't stand it anymore, and immediately stood up and wanted to charge forward, but was stopped by Zyoba. But because Zyoba stopped Luffy, the figure of Sumu behind him was also seen by the two celestial dragons. The middle-aged male celestial dragon Saint Roswald saw Sumu standing straight and not kneeling at all, and then he was furious. "Lowly human, you don't kneel when you see a celestial dragon." After that, he was ready to order his men to kill Sumu. At this time, Lulia Palace stopped her father. She looked at Sumu, who was tall and handsome, especially his blue eyes. Her face was slightly blushing, and she twisted her legs and said, "Father, don't do it. I just need a male favorite. I think he is very suitable." Saint Roswald heard his daughter's words, a little helpless, but still agreed and nodded. "Really? Then he is yours." Hearing the two people communicating in the distance without paying attention to others, Sumu was not angry, but the smile on his face became brighter. But on the contrary, the fear on Zyoba's face could not be eliminated. He was not worried about Sumu's safety, but worried about other things. Even if they were together for a short time, he understood that Sumu was a more troublesome person than Luffy. Sure enough, he saw Sumu behind him slowly walking towards the position of the two Shenlong people. He wanted to stop him, but found that his hand could no longer move forward when he was 1 meter away from Sumu, so he could only wait for the next development and pray that Sumu would remain calm. Seeing Sumu walking towards her, the blush on Lulia's face became more and more obvious. At the first sight of this man, she fell in love with him and vowed to extend his life and pamper him well, and never let him die immediately like the previous man. Saint Rosward ordered his men. He is quite obedient. Put a slave collar on him. Years of recklessness made him not think that Sumu came to him for anything other than surrender, but when his men came to Sumu, their bodies suddenly paused and were chopped into pieces by the invisible slash. A large amount of indescribable flesh and blood completely dyed the white clothes of the two Shenlong people red. Facing the sudden attack, their faces were frozen, and then they saw Sumu smashing Lulia Guang's hood, pinching her chin and smiling. "You like slaves, right? Then I'll let you be enough." Everyone who saw this scene fell into absolute silence, because they knew that the Sabaody archipelago was about to change. Chapter 128. The world is shocked, the worst criminal is born. The ground of the Sabaody archipelago was covered with grass. From a distance, it looked like a vast green ocean. The sunlight passed through the bubbles, refracting colorful rays of light, and finally shining on the grass, making the pool of scarlet blood spreading on it incompatible with the green grass and extremely dazzling. When Sumu instantly killed the guards of the celestial dragons and stretched out his hand to pinch Lu Liang's chin, the whole place fell into absolute silence for a short time. For who knows how many years, for how many years no one dared to challenge the majesty of the celestial dragons, for how many years no one dared to attack the celestial dragons. The celestial dragons' lofty authority seemed to be broken today. After the extreme silence, there was an explosion after repression. After someone said the first sentence, the dense whispers suddenly became noisy. The surroundings immediately became a vegetable market, and various voices kept ringing. "How dare he? That's a Shenlong. It's over, the Shenlong will be furious, and we will all be implicated. We must escape immediately and find a way to leave this island, the farther the better." These people tried to escape. They wanted to leave this vortex as soon as possible. Ordinary people like them would be torn to pieces immediately if they were involved in things related to the Shenlong. "Young man, put down the Shenlong people, don't get excited. That's right, put Lulia Palace down, and the honorable Shenlong people can still give you a lighter sentence. Quick, move your hands away from Lulia Palace, and kneel down to apologize to Lulia Palace immediately." These were people who tried to persuade Sumu, warn Sumu, and make him give up holding the Shenlong people hostage to prevent the incident from escalating again. Of course, in addition to them, there were also some people who rushed directly towards Sumu, trying to defeat Sumu to protect the Shenlong people in order to win the favor of the Shenlong people. These people dared not resist the powerless celestial dragons, and even dared not to set their sights on them. However, facing Sumu, who could easily kill the celestial dragon's guards and hold them hostage, they dared to rush forward and fight for a future that only had a glimmer of possibility. The absurdity of all things in the world is nothing more than this. The Straw Hat Pirates in the distance also looked at Sumu, who suddenly jumped up in amazement. Except for Luffy and the ignorant Chopper, everyone else understood the cost of attacking the celestial dragons. This means that at least one admiral will come quickly and annihilate all the pirates on the Sabaody archipelago, leaving no one alive. Xiaoba knelt on the ground and collapsed. It's over, the admiral is coming soon, we are done. The mermaid Kami's expression was full of fear. If the admiral came and the surroundings fell into chaos, then her identity as a mermaid would likely be exposed, and then what awaited her was the tragic fate of being caught by the celestial dragons and imprisoned for life. Xiaoba regretted, it's all my fault. I should have continued to persuade Mr. Sumu to kneel down, so that this conflict would not have broken out. Now it's too late. Mr. Sumu is destined to be killed by the Navy to calm the anger of the celestial dragons, and we will definitely be implicated by him. By the way, while the Admiral of the Navy has not arrived yet, we should leave the Sabaody archipelago immediately. This is also our only chance of survival. Luffy, who was standing aside, saw Sumu subdue the celestial dragons in an instant. He was already unhappy with the celestial dragons and shouted, so powerful. Then he noticed the anxious looks of Xiaoba and others, and asked in confusion, what's wrong? Sumu is very strong. Xiaoba had no choice but to explain the current situation to Luffy in more detail. After hearing that they were going to give up Sumu and run away, Luffy immediately refused, impossible, I won't give up my friends and run away. Even though they had just met, he already regarded Sumu, who had treated him to a big meal, as a friend, but he had more reasons than that. Luffy turned his head and looked at Nami and Robin, and Nami and Robin don't want Sumu to die. At this time, Saint Rosward also recovered from his shock and realized that all his men were killed by a pariah, and he was also offended by the pariah, and even his daughter was humiliated by the pariah. His face flushed and he angrily scolded, lowly human, put Lulia down and kneel down to ask God for forgiveness. The scepter in Saint Rosward's hand was also a modified firearm, and its power was so strong that it could easily penetrate the body of the fishman. He immediately raised the firearm in his hand and shot at Sumu frantically, but these bullets suddenly stopped and floated in the air when they came to a range of 1 meter around Sumu. Seeing this, Saint Rosward did not feel any fear. Although Sumu shot at them, he still did not think that Sumu dared to hurt them. Lulia, whose chin was pinched by Sumu, had the same idea. She tried to struggle, but she couldn't get rid of Sumu's palm at all. She could only say angrily, untouchable, move your dirty palm away and let me go. I can still spare your life, otherwise you can only be tortured to death by me and then eaten by wild dogs. Lulia still liked this slave in front of her. If he came to his senses at this time, then she would not give him a way out. If he continued to resist, then even if she liked him, she would not tolerate his more offensive behavior. Everything around was seen by Sumu. If it was the past, he would definitely kill all the people around who tried to stop him, and then for his own safety, he would exert his ability to the fullest, regardless of the casualties of the surrounding civilians. But now it is different. He has no pressure in this world, and no one can threaten his life, so he can cultivate his body and mind, just like Odin who unified the 9 realms. This is the margin for the strong. However, Sumu would not let go of these ignorant civilians. The infinite void opened for a moment and then retracted. For mortals, endless information poured into the minds of civilians who tried to stop him or kill him. This information completely destroyed their brains. They would not die, but they would only sleep forever in a coma for the rest of their lives and would never wake up. Even if someone rescued them, the moment they woke up, the remaining memories in their minds would erupt again, causing them to die brain again. Then Sumu set his sights on Lulia Palace. To be honest, if he put aside the arrogance on his face, Lulia Palace was a more outstanding beauty than Nami Robin at this time. If she was the protagonist who mastered the system of having many children and many blessings, she would most likely forgive her arrogance and take her as a member of his harem. But Sumu is not a person who sympathizes with women. Sumu took his hand away, and before he could say anything, Lulia Gong said arrogantly, lowly human, you do whatever you want by relying on your beauty. Although I am not going to kill you, I will still punish you. Slap. Suddenly, a loud slap sounded, and then everyone found that there was a slap mark on Lulia Gong's white left face, and the person who slapped it was undoubtedly Sumu. Lulia Gong was stunned by the slap. She was about to get angry, but she heard Sumu say, I say, you idiot, don't you understand the current situation? Although I am not going to kill you, I will still punish you by death. You will be my slave forever in Paradise Island. Sumu returned Lulia Gong intact. Unlike Lulia Gong, She will not be able to do anything to Sumu in the end, while Sumu can easily turn her into a slave. It may be a very correct approach to punish herself with the evil deeds of the evildoers. The celestial dragons regard all people other than the celestial dragons as slaves, and even think that they are not the same species as themselves, but they still care about their family and companions. So when he saw his daughter being bullied, Saint Rosward shot at Sumu more crazily, and ordered the civilians around him to help him kill Sumu. But when the bullets approached Sumu, they stopped and could not move. After seeing Sumu easily defeat dozens of people, those civilians dared not approach, so the arrogant celestial dragons were in an embarrassing state of isolation and helplessness. Although Sumu was not affected by the repeated attacks of Saint Rosward, he was a little annoyed, so he pointed his finger at Saint Rosward, and a black singularity formed between his index finger in an instant. Seeing this, Saint Rosward no longer dared to attack. Even though the black and red singularity did not explode, he instinctively sensed a terrifying power from it, a power comparable to that of a general. Saint Rosward was not a fool. Seeing that the white-haired man in front of him might launch an attack at any time, he immediately trembled and said, "Despicable, young man, don't be impulsive. If you kill me, you will be hunted down by the world government with all your strength, and you will not be able to survive even if you are strong. How about this, you let me and Lulia go, we will pardon your previous actions, and let the world government give up the arrest warrant for you, how about it?" Xiaobai and others in the distance also noticed the current situation. Knowing that there was room for easing, Xiaobai immediately persuaded Sumu, Mr. Sumu, this honorable celestial dragon has already given in. You should let him go. This is the best choice for you. The civilians around him also dissuaded Sumu. If only the celestial dragons were attacked, the navy would most likely only capture the pirates on the Sabaody archipelago. If there were really celestial dragons who died, the world government would most likely be furious and launch a demon-killing order against the Sabaody archipelago, erasing all life on the Sabaody archipelago. If it were for other people, it would be very likely that Saint Rosward would be let go. After all, this was their only chance to survive. But the person involved at this time was not anyone in this world. He was a traveler from outside the world, a single cosmic god who could easily destroy a world, and a reckless traverser. So, Sumu grinned at Saint Rosward. After he gradually relaxed, the black and red singularity suddenly shot out, instantly crushing Saint Rosward's body, devouring all his flesh and blood, and then continued to fly backwards at a high speed, and finally hit the Yarkuman mangrove numbered 31 grams, cutting it in half. Boom boom boom. After Kizaru used the light speed kick to break the 27-gram Alchiman mangrove, the 31-gram Alchiman mangrove was first broken in half by Sumu's greatly reduced power of the reversal technique. As for why Sumu used the greatly reduced reversal technique, it was because if he used the reversal technique with all his strength, the powerful repulsion could easily destroy the planet where the pirate world was located. In the roar that continued to sound due to the collapse of the Alchiman mangrove, everyone did not pay attention to the collapsed mangrove, but stared at the original position of the Saint of Rosward. He actually dared to kill the celestial dragons. It's over, everything is over. If a celestial dragon died in the Sabaody archipelago, this place will be surrounded by the navy, and it is likely that the Demon Slayer order will destroy everything. Run, run. Seeing this, Luffy and others immediately rushed in the direction of Sumu, even the most timid Nami was no exception. Luffy was the first to grin and say, "Sumu, you are really amazing. How about considering becoming my crew member?" Bang! Nami punched Luffy on the head, and the fist covered with the rule-based armed color immediately formed a big bump on Luffy's forehead. She said unhappily, "It's time, and you are still thinking about these things." Then she set her eyes on Sumu and said anxiously, "Mr. Sumu, let's run away quickly. Now that you have killed the celestial dragons, the admirals of the navy will arrive in a short time and surround the Sabaody archipelago. We must escape from here before they completely surround the Sabaody archipelago." Xiaoba also nodded heavily, "Yes, let's run away. Mr. Sumu, you are too impulsive. There are too many witnesses now. You will be wanted by the world government for the rest of your life." He still couldn't help but complain. Although the world government was not a threat to Sumu at all, he still followed Luffy and others and ran quickly to the port. Joining them was the fun of the game. Of course, before leaving, Sumu's mind moved slightly, and a portal was drawn, which suddenly passed through Lu Liaguang's body, teleported her to the pocket universe, and ordered Catwoman to train her well. If she said she would be a slave, she would be a slave. Sumu has always been a man who does what he says. While Sumu and his friends were running quickly towards the 1,000 Miles Sunny, the Navy headquarters had received what had just happened in the Sabaody archipelago. In the office of the Navy Admiral, Sengoku had just heard the intelligence reported by the Den Mushi. His face changed drastically, and he couldn't help but punch the desk. Facing the hammer of the Admiral-level strong man, the desk immediately shattered, scaring Garp, who was making senbei next to him. Seeing that his senbei were all scattered on the ground, Garp was immediately furious and scolded Sengoku. "Stupid Sengoku, why are you suddenly crazy? My senbei are all scattered." If it was the usual Sengoku, he would definitely have a good fight with his friends, but at this time he was in no mood at all. The world was about to change again. Garp also found out that something was wrong with his best friend, so he asked, "What happened?" Garp was always relaxed in the naval base and would not activate his observation haki. In addition, he was eating senbei while sleeping, so he did not hear the report just now. Sengoku's face was livid, and he gritted his teeth and said, "After Pirate King Roger, another vicious criminal was born." "What? Just now, a man named Sumu killed the celestial dragon Saint Rosward in the Sabaody archipelago and captured Lulia Palace, and this was done in full view of the public. The 5 elders asked me to immediately send 3 admirals to the Sabaody archipelago to capture the criminal, and then execute him in front of the people of the world to maintain the dignity of the celestial dragons." This news was so shocking that even Garp could not remain calm. After the shock, Garp laughed. "Ha ha ha, I've disliked those celestial dragons for a long time. I'm really grateful to that little brother named Sumu for helping me vent my anger." Garp. Although he always knew that Garp was unreliable, when he heard Garp say such outrageous words, Zanguo immediately scolded him. "You can say these words in front of me, but don't say them publicly, otherwise even I can't protect you." Garp waved his hand indifferently. "I know the limits. By the way, who are you going to send to capture little brother Sumu? What do you think of me?" Zanguo would certainly not send Garp, he said unhappily. We are going to send Kizaru and Aokiji to capture Sumu. We can't send you. If you go, I'm afraid Sumu will really escape." Facing the doubts of his old friend, Garp retorted loudly, "I won't do that. Although I am optimistic about brother Sumu, I still remember that I am a Navy. I will do my best to capture him. The reason why I want to go is just to see the appearance of this young man who dared to kill the celestial dragons as soon as possible." Sengoku did not question Garp's words. He knew that although his old friend was extremely unreliable, he could still distinguish between right and wrong. He was more like a Navy than himself. He was the spiritual flag of the Navy, the hero Garp. Not long after, Kizaru and Aokiji came to the marshal's office together. They also learned about the incident. Kizaru frowned and said exaggeratedly, "It's terrible. Are young people nowadays so terrible?" Looking at the picture transmitted from the Den Mushi, Aokiji looked serious. He was a young man in his 20s, but from the strength he showed in killing the Saint of Roswald, he already had some style of a general. He rubbed his head, making his messy hair even messier, and then sighed in the same way. "It seems that this is another difficult and troublesome person." In a short period of time, the news that a celestial dragon died and a celestial dragon was captured spread rapidly. All the important characters in the pirate world learned this information. The 4 emperors, Doflamingo, the 5 elders, and even the leader of the celestial dragons, were all quietly waiting for the development of time and the final fate of the young man who killed the celestial dragon. Since the Navy had troops stationed in the Sabaody archipelago, the Navy arrived quickly and continued to capture any pirates they saw. Among them, the so-called worst generation also learned what had just happened, and they couldn't help but secretly smack their lips. Kid laughed, and then said grimly, "I didn't expect that in addition to a worst generation, there are other strong people, and he actually killed a celestial dragon. Ho ha, what a crazy guy." Bonnie had just stopped Zoro from attacking Charles Saint when he heard the news that the Straw Hat Pirates' companions killed a celestial dragon. She grabbed Zoro's collar tightly and said angrily, "Who is that, Sumu? Are you also crazy? Do you know what the celestial dragons mean?" Zoro pushed Bonnie away and said with a smile, "It's Sumu as expected. If it were him, he would definitely do such a thing." Seeing that he was ignored, Bonnie was furious. "Mad, you are all crazy. The other worst generations also took action, but most of them did not escape. They were brave and fearless. Among them, Hawkins sat by the fountain, looking at the results of the divination solemnly. Sometimes the divination was 100% escape, and sometimes it was 100% death. He had never seen such a divination result, so he was very uneasy at this time. Why is it? Why does the divination result keep changing? Is there something that affects my fruitability? Sumu in the distance looked at the fountain, constantly restraining and releasing the killing intent, with a teasing look on his face. The ground shook slightly, and a large number of Navy surrounded Sumu and the Straw Hats. They raised their guns and looked at Sumu solemnly. It was this man who killed the noble celestial dragon. It is worth mentioning that St. Charles actually stood with the Navy at this time. He ignored the constant dissuasion of the Navy generals on the side, stood at the back of the Navy, looked at Sumu with a ferocious face, and scolded, "Damn pariah, hand over Lulia." Sumu withdrew his eyes from Hawkins, ignored the many Navy in front of him, and looked at the fat and big-eared St. Charles. There was one thing that made Sumu very strange. Whether it was Lulia Palace or St. Rosward, their appearance was very online, but St. Rosward in front of him was like a pig. Could it be that St. Rosward's wife put her head on him? Sumu thought maliciously. He was about to wipe out the annoying fat man, but Luffy rushed out first and shouted his signature move, "Rubber rubber, rubber whip." His right leg quickly extended, and then kicked more than a dozen Marines away. Others also used their abilities, but Sumu was free. So he walked forward slowly, and then came in front of St. Rosward, stretched his ear over, and said with malicious intent, "Dead pig, what did you just say? Say it again." Hearing the damned pariah insulting him, St. Rosward instinctively wanted to curse, but thinking that the man in front of him was different from others, he had already killed his father and definitely didn't mind killing him together. Facing the desperado in front of him, his confidence disappeared. Once a person is not afraid of death, then he is just an ordinary person facing this person. The noble celestial dragon was frightened to the point of peeing his pants, rolling his body and crawling behind him, crying and shouting, "I don't care about Lulia anymore, I don't care about Lulia anymore, let me go." Seeing this scene, the people around even stopped fighting temporarily. When had they ever seen a noble celestial dragon look like this? It was at this moment that they understood that celestial dragons were no different from ordinary people. Seeing the dead fat pig that collapsed immediately, Sumu felt bored, and then lightly tapped St. Rosward through the air. The next moment, the vectors in St. Rosward's body were completely chaotic, and his body was like dust, dissipating with a hurricane splash by the battle. Sumu sighed that he was really a kind person, and the family should be reunited. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129, A Super Electromagnetic Gun. Although Sumu thought that he was much kinder than before, the surrounding pirates did not think so. Their eyeballs flew out of their sockets, forming the strange facial expressions commonly seen in anime, and then they were shocked at the same time. He actually killed another celestial dragon. Oh my god, is he really so unscrupulous? In addition to the unfamiliar Navy, Ziobar and others were also among them. Sumu seized this opportunity and used energy to print this picture, leaving it in his mind. When he had time, he would carve it into a statue and store it in his collection room. If he could return to his original world in the future, he might even show it off to his friends. Because Sumu made such a big noise that everyone on the island received the relevant information, Zoro and Bonnie, who were going for a walk outside, came together. When they arrived, they saw Sumu killing the Saint of Charles again. Zoro did not have any opinion on this, but just a curve at the corner of his mouth, he was ready to make a big fuss. Bonnie gnashed his teeth and kept jumping up and down. "It's over, it's over, 3 celestial dragons are dead now, and there will most likely be no Sabaody archipelago in the future." Others of the worst generation also came nearby. Eustace Kid, Trafalgar Law, Ryougi, Capone Becky, Basil Hawkins, X-Drake, Skulachiman Apu, Kira and others stood in the distance and stared at Sumu's figure. At this time, in their hearts, although Sumu had no bounty, he was already the worst pirate of the worst generation. Unfortunately, this dazzling new star did not last long. After killing 2 celestial dragons, he would definitely be wanted by the world government and face endless pursuit. Everyone in the worst generation felt very sorry. Sumyu's courage and strength were recognized by them. If he survived, he might be able to add a powerful partner to his future plans, but his fate was already determined. That is, he would be executed in front of the world in the near future to maintain the dignity of the celestial dragons. Sumyu had no interest in knowing the thoughts of the so-called worst generation. What he was most concerned about at the moment was how to deal with the encirclement of the Navy after killing 3 celestial dragons, and how to act more efficiently. Oh no, it was to arrange the script. The dreamer Sumyu used his super brain to think constantly. If he defeated the 3 admirals in an instant, then he would not be able to perform next. The boss would immediately attack him and then fall to the street. This would undoubtedly lose too much fun, so he had to take it slowly. Sumyu had an idea and decided on the next plan and suppressed his perception again. High perception was not good either. Even if he tried his best to suppress it, the pirate world was just that little. He would know too many secrets if he was not careful, and he would be very unhappy if he was seriously spoiled. A footstep came from far to near, and came to Sumyu and others. Although this figure was full of white hair, he was very strong and did not look like an old man at all. In particular, his temperament was more special and he had a special personality charm. After this figure came to Sumyu and others, he smiled and said to Zyoba, "Zyoba, long time no see. Mr. Rayleigh." After Zyoba saw Rayleigh, his effective mind, which had been hit many times, was finally healed. With the help of Mr. Rayleigh, they might be able to escape from the Navy. After greeting Zyoba, Rayleigh did not continue to greet Zyoba, but instead focused his attention on Sumyu. After sensing the turmoil outside through his observation haki, he immediately left the slave auction house and rushed over. In addition to Monkey D. Luffy, whom he had always wanted to see, he also wanted to see what kind of young man dared to kill the celestial dragons. You know, even he would not dare to do so. He immediately found Sumyu's figure from the crowd. One reason was that his hair color and pupil color were special and attracted people's attention. The other was that in his observation haki, everything was clearly visible, except for one thing that was blank, which was the area where Sumyu was standing. As the deputy of the Pirate King, he naturally knew what was happening now, but he immediately did not believe that possibility at all. He could not sense Sumyu's existence. It could only be said that Sumyu's observation haki far surpassed him, forming an absolute suppression, which made his observation haki unable to sense any situation of Sumyu. But how is this possible? Even the current 4 emperors, the 3 admirals, and the hero guard Marshal Sengoku could not form an absolute suppression on him. How could this young man do it? Is this some kind of magical devil fruit ability? Rayleigh could only think so. Zyoba came to Rayleigh and asked him anxiously, "Mr. Rayleigh, is there any hidden channel to bypass the Navy's blockade and leave the Sabaody archipelago? Now that Mr. Sumyu has killed 2 celestial dragons in a row, the world government will definitely launch a demon-killing order against the Sabaody archipelago." Rayleigh shook his head. "Don't worry, Zyoba, even if there are celestial dragons who die in the Sabaody archipelago, the world government will still not launch a demon-killing order against the Sabaody archipelago." Unlike Zyoba and others, Rayleigh knew more, so he was not worried that the world government would launch a demon-killing order against the Sabaody archipelago. The Sabaody archipelago is located in a very special place, at the key point of the first half of the Grand Line. The coding business here is also the only way to bypass the Red Earth continent to reach the New World. If the Sabaody archipelago is destroyed, the pirates in the New World will not agree. The angry pirates will unite and clash with the world government, which will inevitably cause widespread chaos. This is something that the world government, which hopes for stability, does not want to see. After pacifying Hachi, Rayleigh came to Luffy and the others, and then said with a smile, "I heard that you want to code the film, how about looking for me? I am the best coder in the Sabaody archipelago." After hearing Rayleigh's words, Nami showed joy on her face. Yes, if the coding is completed, they can go to Mermaid Island, and then go to the New World through Mermaid Island. The Navy's power in the New World is extremely weak, so they can also avoid the pursuit of the Navy, and Mr. Sumyu will be saved. She pushed Luffy away and said to Rayleigh excitedly, "Sir, please." After that, Sumyu accompanied Luffy and others to a tavern, where Luffy and others knew Rayleigh's identity, and then learned about the deeper secrets of One Piece, and for the future adventure full of unknowns and passion, They refused to know the truth about One Piece and the buried history of more than 100 years from Rayleigh. This is somewhat similar to Sumyu's current practice of suppressing his perception. After all, the unknown and adventure are the most fascinating things. After that, the Straw Hat Pirates left the bar and planned to hide in the Sabaody archipelago for 3 days before starting a new adventure. When Sumyu was about to leave with the Straw Hat Pirates, he was suddenly stopped by Rayleigh. "Brother Sumyu, I don't think I've seen you before. A strong man like you shouldn't be unknown on the sea." Rayleigh took a deep puff of smoke and stared at the mysterious young man in front of him. Hearing Rayleigh's words, Sumyu knew that he had begun to doubt his identity, but he didn't care. Even if Rayleigh was one of the top people in the world, he couldn't guess the truth because the world constrained his vision. As long as he didn't disturb his game, he didn't need to care. The sun shone through the gaps between the leaves of the Yarkiman mangroves, forming golden spots around Sumyu. Sumyu smiled and replied, "I am just a traveler. I came here to witness some things, change some things, and get some things by the way. That's all." Rayleigh took another deep puff of the cheap cigarette until the red dots began to burn his fingers, and then he let go of the smoke. After a while, he laughed and said, "Interesting young people, yes, now the world no longer belongs to us, the remnants of the old times. Let the young people go on their own, and don't interfere too much." After that, he went to the 41-gram Yarkiman mangrove to prepare to transfer Luffy and others' ship to other locations to complete the coding work. After meeting up with Luffy and others, Nami curiously asked Sumyu what he had just talked about with Mr. Rayleigh, but before Sumyu could answer, a huge roar came from the distance. Boom! At this moment, accompanied by a dazzling golden light, the Yarkiman mangrove number 27 grams in the distance broke in half, and became brothers in distress with the Yarkiman mangrove number 31 grams. Seeing another red tree being kicked in half, Sumyu knew that Kizaru had arrived. At this time, Kizaru should be showing off in front of the newcomers, calling them scary and kicking them as supernovas. For these newcomers who have not yet entered the new world and have not even mastered Haki, Kizaru is almost invincible. Turning on his perception, Sumyu looked at the place where Kizaru was, and saw that he was confronting supernovas such as Basil Hawkins, Ryougi, and X-Drake. However, unlike the original work, because of the butterfly effect caused by Sumyu, the mermaid Kami was not abducted, and the place where several supernovas confronted Kizaru was very close to Luffy and others, only 2 kilometers away. This distance is almost face-to-face for the strong men on the sea. After saving the pictures of Kizaru and many supernovas making their debut, Sumyu no longer paid attention to them, but looked forward. A giant nearly 7 meters tall came in front of them, blocking their way forward. Although the giant in front of him was almost 1 meter taller than the 7 warlords of the sea Bartholomew Kuma, Sumyu still knew that he was not a real bear, but a pacifist created based on the bear's ability. In essence, he was just a cyborg. As soon as the pacifist appeared, he ignored Luffy and others and stared at Sumyu. Because of Sumyu's existence, the Straw Hat Pirates were not so important compared to him who killed 2 celestial dragons. Because the pacifist looked exactly like the bear, the Straw Hat Pirates who had been defeated by the bear looked at him solemnly and were ready for battle. When they saw that the pacifist was aiming at Sumyu, they quickly reminded him, "Mr. Sumyu, get out of the way, that attack is an extremely terrifying shockwave." They shouted anxiously. They had fought against the bear before, so they knew clearly how terrifying the bear was. It was impossible to resist that kind of attack head-on. Facing the reminder of the Straw Hat Pirates, Sumyu naturally did not listen. They were too weak at this time, far from the strength after 2 years of special training, and could not understand the meaning of the strong. What's more, Sumyu and the so-called strong in the pirate world are not at the same level. In the blink of an eye, the dazzling laser was released from the shooting hole in the palm of the pacifist's palm and flew towards Sumyu at a high speed. "Mr. Sumyu!" The Straw Hat Pirates and others screamed in fear with the characteristics of pirates. Among them, Nami and Robin even had obvious crying voices. If Sumyu was killed by the bear, then their relatives would never be resurrected. But what happened next made them stunned on the spot. Facing the laser flying towards him at a high speed, Sumyu lightly tapped his index finger, and then the laser that could have caused the devastating explosion stopped in front of him, then deformed, and finally formed a lightning spear with flashing lightning in Sumyu's palm. Sumyu held the spear, made a throwing gesture, and then threw it suddenly. The lightning spear disappeared from its original position in an instant, piercing the pacifist in front of it, forming a 1-meter wide wound in its chest. Even after piercing the pacifist, the lightning spear still did not stop, flying away at a faster speed, and for some reason, as the flight distance increased, its power became more terrifying, and finally, even passing by, it could form a gully more than 10 meters wide. In the distance, Ulki, Eustace Kid and other 2 people were fighting against 2 pacifists respectively. Just when they felt a huge pressure, they felt a flash in front of their eyes, and then the sound of sonic boom and the roar of the destruction of the Earth machinery sounded. When they came to their senses, a gully more than 10 meters wide was formed in front of them, and their enemy, Bartholomew Bear, who was suspected to be a 7 warlords of the sea, disappeared. When they looked in the direction where the lightning spear flew, they saw a huge gully all the way to the sea, and then a bigger gully formed on the sea surface until the end of their sight. Many of the worst generation first asked, what happened? Such a terrifying attack even made these ignorant worst generation feel terrified, but then they fell into rage without experiencing any setbacks, and then rushed in the direction where the thunder spear flew, shouting, which damn bastard dared to steal my prey? Luffy and others did not have the color of seeing and hearing at this time, and did not know that the other worst generation people who were in a rage in the distance were just staring blankly at Sumiu and the huge gully in front of him. What just happened? Bartholomew Big Bear was actually killed directly by Mr. Sumiu? Is he so powerful? Even though everyone knew some of Sumiu's strength and his magical qualities, it was still incredible. Everything that happened in front of them caused a huge impact on them who were ignorant at this time, especially Nami, who was actually very timid. Her pants were wet, her legs kept shaking, and she couldn't stand still. Nami pointed at Sumiu and trembled, Mr. Sumiu, you. Seeing Nami like this, Sumiu couldn't help but complain, it's not the real Bartholomew Bear, it's just a clone. Killing him with 1 blow is nothing. There are too many people in the sea who can do it. But. Nami continued to tremble. Now it was like a childhood friend next to her. We had agreed to be salted fish together, so how did you suddenly become a rich second generation with a fortune? Nami pointed at the huge ravine, stumbling, and couldn't finish her words for a long time. Seeing his future employee so disappointing, Sumiu sighed and criticized, Ms. Nami, if you become my subordinate, you will see more incredible things in the future, and everything in front of you is not even an appetizer. Your performance now is too disappointing to me. I have to consider whether to hire you again. Sensing the dissatisfaction in Sumiu's words, Nami immediately stopped stumbling. She forced herself to control herself and said fluently, Don't worry, Mr. Sumiu, I won't make a fuss anymore in the future. Robin on the side also kept this in mind. Mr. Sumiu doesn't like people who make a fuss, even if this picture is really shocking. There is no way, it's not their fault for being so attentive, they want to make progress too much, which is a good thing. Because Sumiu killed 3 pacifists in an instant and caused such a huge commotion, he undoubtedly attracted the attention of everyone in the Sabaody archipelago. Countless Navy officers rushed to his location at a high speed, and so did other supernovas of the worst generation. In addition to them, there were Admiral Kizaru, Sensei Omaru, and other numbered pacifists, as well as Pluto Rayleigh, who found Kizaru rushing towards Luffy and the others and came to support him. Among them, Admiral Kizaru, who was the fastest, came first. He was just confronting the supernovas, trying his best to fish in troubled waters and get the salary of the world government for free. Suddenly, he found that the pacifist in front of him was destroyed. After that, he immediately used his observation haki to observe the surroundings and found that the attack just now destroyed 3 pacifists, which immediately made him feel irritated. You know, the cost of a pacifist is equivalent to that of a warship. Now that 3 pacifists have been lost at once, and when he was dispatched, this major loss will undoubtedly deduct his performance. His salary was earned by slacking off bit by bit. Is it easy for him? Kizaru was a little angry, and he didn't even slack off. He came directly in front of Sumiu, with a dazzling golden light emitting from his feet, and attacked Sumiu's face. But before he could hit Sumiu, he was stopped by Rayleigh, who came later. Rayleigh said calmly, Don't pick off the tender buds. Their era has just begun. Sumiu took back the purple sphere in his hand and said it was a close call. He almost forgot to control himself. If he was hit in the face by the imaginary sphere, even if Kizaru had elementalization, he would definitely be dead. The imaginary sphere that ignores regeneration and can destroy everything does not care about the so-called elementalization. Kizaru was stopped by Rayleigh. Sumu temporarily let him go and prepared to deal with him at the end. He looked at the other people rushing towards him. Among them, the people of the worst generation attracted his attention. It happened that he was currently lacking research materials for devil fruits, so he would start with them. Sumu believed that they would actively cooperate with his research, just like those tailed beasts. The worst generation rushed towards Sumu at a high speed and soon locked onto Sumu, standing at the top of the ravine. There was no doubt that the attack just now was launched by this white-haired man. Although the attack that Sumu had just released was extremely terrifying, the worst generation, who had not experienced a beating, were not afraid at all. They believed that even if they could not defeat Sumu, they could still escape calmly, just as they had originally planned to tease Kizaru. Eustace Kid was the first to come out. He always maintained his fruit ability and used magnetism to absorb the surrounding guns and knives on his arm to form a huge mechanical arm. At this time, he stretched out his mechanical arm and pointed it at Sumu, then said unruly, "You are the one who stole my prey." Trafalgar Law, carrying a long knife, also looked at Sumu with an unhappy expression and said coldly, "This little brother, you stole the prey that we were about to defeat, which made it difficult for me." As the godfather of the gang, Capone Becky was naturally insidious and cunning. Unlike other supernovas, he was more patient and watched from the side. Joe Albani, ex-Drake, Skullachiman Apu and others also stood in the distance, ready to take action at any time. Basil Hawkins was different from the others. The moment he saw Sumu, he looked at Sumu in horror. After Sumu planned to use them as research materials, he immediately found that his divination results had changed. 100% battle defeat rate. 0% evasion success rate. 0% escape success rate. What happened? Who is this man? He recalled the strange divination results before, and then looked at Sumu in front of him. He instinctively realized that all the strangeness before was caused by Sumu, and he was a strong man who was not inferior to the general. Without saying a word, he decisively fled to a distance, and even had no time to notify his companions. The bravest figure was in sharp contrast to Basil Hawkins's fleeing figure, and it was Ulki. He mastered the fruit of karma, which could absorb damage and increase his size and strength. At this time, he decisively stimulated the karma to expand his body until it stopped at 10 meters. At this time, he was even taller than Bartholomew Bear. Ulki smiled at Sumu grimly, "Little guy, you dare to steal my prey, I will beat you to pieces." He rushed over, and he flew back. Sumu punched out, accompanied by a burst of black electricity. Ulki flew backwards quickly, colliding with houses in the distance, and finally fell into coma in the smoke, no longer moving. The other supernovas of the worst generation around saw this scene and were silent for a moment. Skullachiman looked at Sumu solemnly, no longer relaxed. "He is really strong. Who is he? Why haven't I heard of this strong man before?" Kid rushed out to his side, waving a huge steel claw to attack Sumu. "Such a strong man is challenging. Just take you as an appetizer before the 4 emperors." Reflection. Many metals deformed in his hands and turned into high-density iron block. The power accumulated before burst out instantly, and the iron block rushed towards Sumu at a very fast speed. Kid fell to the ground and panted violently, and said confidently, "Haha, no one can stand up after being hit by this move." He was about to turn around and return in the way that the strong never look back to see the explosion, but was reminded by Trafalgar Law, "Watch out behind you." He immediately looked at Sumu, and then suddenly found that the iron block he had made before did not hit Sumu at all, but stopped 1 meter away from him, suspended in the air, unable to move forward. What kind of ability is this? Then he saw the white-haired man gently wave his fingers, and the metal blocks composed of many guns and knives in front of him quickly compressed, and finally formed a coin the size of a finger. He was shocked because he sensed that the white-haired man suddenly burst out with a power that he was very familiar with. It was a magnetic force that was much stronger than his. Then he saw the white-haired man said lightly, "Magnetic force is not used like this. Let me teach you, super electromagnetic cannon." Boom. The next moment, the coin, wrapped in unstoppable kinetic energy and dazzling light, rushed towards him at dozens of times the speed of sound. Chapter 130, Mass Production of Legal Lolly? Vector operation and energy absorption control electromagnetic force together, while the 6 eyes give Sumu absolute control. All kinds of abilities work together to allow Sumiu to easily realize the ultimate move of Misaka Mikado in the magical index world, the super electromagnetic gun, and the power of the super electromagnetic gun he releases is far stronger than Misaka Mikado. Black and red electric light formed in front of Sumiu, and then formed a regular electromagnetic field, constantly accelerating the coin. When the coin flew through the electromagnetic field, the speed was already extremely amazing. These supernovas who didn't know the height of the sky and the depth of the earth couldn't detect the trajectory of the coin's movement at all. Like the lightning spear before, the lawn and land in front of him were overturned again, forming a gully. The next moment, the super electromagnetic gun hit Eustace Kid with huge kinetic energy. When Eustace Kid saw the electromagnetic force visible to the naked eye in front of Sumiu, he immediately recognized that it was magnetism. He was confused and puzzled. Did they say that there was only one of the same devil fruit? Then why can this white-haired man manipulate magnetism? And Eustace Kid soon discovered that his development and control of magnetism far exceeded his, and had reached an extremely terrifying level. Seeing that the super electromagnetic gun was gently ejected by Sumiu, he was shocked. It turned out that magnetism could be used in this way. Then his face changed drastically, because the power of the super electromagnetic gun was far beyond his imagination. If he didn't take it seriously, he would die. A large number of knives and guns were controlled by him, and then a metal shield was formed in front of him. The magnetic force acted on all the metals, magnetizing them, and they were tightly connected to each other, making them indestructible. Even so, Kid still didn't relax. Kira came behind him, pressed against his shoulders, and exerted force with him at the same time, preparing to resist the upcoming attack together. Under the gaze of everyone, the coin wrapped in a dazzling electric current hit Kid's metal shield. Facing the extremely fast electromagnetic cannon, the metal shield was completely destroyed in less than a second, and then instantly passed through the left half of Eustace Kid's body, completely destroying his left arm, and then continued to fly for hundreds of meters. The coin wrapped in electromagnetic force was melted by air friction and dissipated in the air. After that, Eustace Kid and Kira flew out because of the kinetic energy transferred, and stopped after flying dozens of meters, no longer moving. Sumiu, who deliberately destroyed Kid's left arm, said with a bad taste, "Your left arm will be cut off by red hair anyway. I saved you 2 years of detours. Remember to thank me." Many crew members of Kid's Pirates immediately rushed to their captain and vice captain. When they came to the two, they immediately checked their injuries. "It's not good. Captain Kid's left arm is broken. Come and stop the bleeding." Both captains are in a coma and have multiple fractures all over their bodies. They must be treated as soon as possible. Seeing that Eustace Kid was defeated in an instant and even lost his left arm, many supernovas looked at Sumiu with more solemn eyes, and even a touch of fear. Before entering the new world, these so-called supernovas understood the cruelty of the sea. These supernovas, were just ants in the face of real strong men. After dealing with Eustace Kid, Sumiu reached out to the direction where Basil Hawkins was fleeing, and then the powerful gravity acted precisely on Basil Hawkins without affecting the surroundings. Basil Hawkins could not resist this terrifying gravity at all and was forcibly attracted back. When Basil Hawkins approached, Sumiu punched out and hit Basil Hawkins. The next moment, all the substitute dolls on his body broke away from his straw body at the same time and fell to the ground, and he fell into coma. Opening a portal, Sumiu casually threw Basil Hawkins into the prison of Paradise Island and muttered, "This is a weak causal ability. If you study it thoroughly, you may be able to master the two abilities of divination and substitution. I really came to the right place in the pirate world. Although the power level is low, the abilities in it are really strange. It can improve my power and the rules of the pocket universe." Seeing that the 3 supernovas were killed by Sumiu in a short time, the other supernovas finally understood the current situation. Skula Chiminapu took the lead and said, "Let's attack together and kill him. Otherwise, with his strange ability to pull Basil Hawkins back, we can't escape." The supernovas who were able to reach the end of the first half of the Grand Line were not fools. They immediately agreed to Skula Chiminapu's proposal. Skula Chiminapu took the lead. He used his body organs as instruments and began to play. As the performance continued, Sumiu felt a strange energy trying to erode his body. As he slightly vibrated the energy in his body, this strange energy immediately shattered. Capone Bedge came to the front of Sumiu, and his body suddenly opened many small doors. A large number of flame tank pirates used cannons to fire wildly at Sumu through the small doors. X-Drake activated the fruit, turned himself into an ancient Allosaurus, and then bit Sumu madly. Facing the terrifying Sumu, many supernovas did not dare to hold back at all, and immediately used all their strength to attack Sumu. They attacked together, and the attack landed on Sumu almost at the same time. The powerful impact compressed the air, forming a hurricane, and rolled up the dust on the ground to bury Sumu. Everyone retreated to a distance and looked at the dust in front of them. Among them, Capone Becky took a deep puff of cigar, and then said solemnly, "If we attack together, I think even the general will be injured. We should deal with this white-haired man." No, a lazy voice came out of the smoke, which made the three supernovas change their faces. A figure slowly walked out of the smoke. He looked the same as at the beginning. His body was not injured, and even the clothes he wore were not stained with a trace of dust. When he walked out of the smoke, everyone finally understood what had just happened. An invisible barrier wrapped around the man in front of them, isolating him from the outside world and immune to any harm. How is this possible? What kind of ability is this? Why doesn't my sonic attack work? Is it the barrier fruit, so it can resist the simultaneous attack of hundreds of cannons? The three supernovas were extremely confused by the scene in front of them. Sumu naturally had no intention of explaining to the minions in front of him. He lightly snapped his fingers, and the invisible slash was released instantly, hitting the supernova in front of him. The three supernovas suddenly felt a sharp pain in their chests, and then a large amount of blood spurted out of their chests. This attack almost completely broke their chests. Such serious injuries made them lose any ability to resist. Ah! What just happened? Impossible, you can't break my defense. The ignorant supernovas looked at the man who was slowly walking towards them in despair, with confusion in their eyes. Among them, Capone Becky was the most confused. His fortress fruit gave him a powerful defense ability like a fortress. No one had ever been able to break through his defense before. Sumu looked at Capone Becky with a strange look on his face, then smiled and said, "Every new generation thinks they are very strong and dares to challenge the four emperors, but they don't know that they are just frogs in the well." The defensive ability given by the strong wall fruit is indeed very strong, but there are too many strong people on the sea who can easily break the defense of the strong wall fruit. Seeing that Capone Becky still looked unconvinced, Sumu suddenly became bored, and then opened a portal and threw the three people in. At this moment, a crisp female voice sounded behind Sumu, "I caught you." After that, Sumu felt another strange energy invading his body, but this time he did not resist, but carefully sensed this energy. Because the technique of forward rotation Kang and the technique of reverse rotation he were both upgraded to level 5, and he mastered some of the time and space attributes, so his perception of the time and space attributes was greatly improved. At this time, he actually sensed the traces of time and space from this weak energy. Because Sumu did not resist, under the influence of that energy, his body shrank rapidly, and finally became the appearance of a 5-year-old child. After that, he sensed a pair of the most evil appeared above his head, shaking constantly. It was unknown what ability they used, but it made him unable to look away for a short time. Kiao Libani saw that her ability took effect, and an uncontrollable smile appeared on her face. From Sumu's attack just now, she judged that even if Sumu's strength was not as good as that of a general, it should be almost the same. At this time, she actually defeated a general-level strong man. Her name will eventually resound throughout the sea. She stretched out her hand and wanted to touch Sumu's white hair. "Ha, kid, let your sister rub your head." But before her hand fell on Sumu's hair, she stopped, and the expression on her face instantly changed from joy to astonishment, and then to fear. What did you do? Why do you still have this power now?" Normally, people whose ages are changed by her ability will lose their ability to resist whether they become young or old, but at this time she found that the strength of the man in front of her was not lost, and there was not even a slight weakening. In addition to the previous abilities, he also used another ability. This unknown ability made her unable to move. Looking at the evil that finally stopped shaking in the sky, Sumu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Don't even think about disturbing my heart." Then he looked at Kiao Libani and smiled. "Your ability has a very high growth potential. Even if you just got it, you have unlimited lifespan. If other people were changed in age by you, they would definitely have no power to resist. But who made you meet me?" The next moment, Sumyu used the reversal technique to change his own age. Looking at Sumyu, who was gradually returning to normal in front of him, Kyoa Libani was shocked. Change age. You not only have kid's ability, but also my ability. What exactly is your fruit ability? Not only Kyoa Libani, but others also noticed Sumyu's abnormality at this time. He has shown too many abilities at this time. How can any fruit have so many abilities? Facing Kyoa Libani's questioning, Sumyu made up a random story. Devil fruits are actually such unchanging things. I ate the mimic fruit and can imitate their behavior. After the fruit awakened, my fruit awakened a new ability, which is copying. I can copy the abilities of all other devil fruits. Kyoa Libani's first reaction was to question, how can there be such a powerful fruit ability? Then, after thinking about it, she was surprised to find that what Sumyu said was probably the truth. Sumyu had previously demonstrated various abilities such as magnetism, repulsion, age modification, and barriers, all of which proved that what he said was probably the truth. In the distance, Kizaru and Rayleigh kept swinging their swords and colliding. Every time they attacked, they would produce a huge impact, destroying a large area around them. During the battle, they had been turning on their observation color, so they naturally heard Sumyu's words at this time. The two collided again, and the aftermath overturned the surrounding houses. Then they separated and tacitly stopped fighting. Because what Sumyu said was too shocking, compared with what Sumyu said, the battle between the two was not that important. The next moment, Kizaru's body turned into light and flew towards Sumyu's direction at a high speed, but was stopped by Rayleigh's flying slash again. Kizaru looked anxious, no longer as carefree as before, and said to Rayleigh with a serious face, "Rally, he is too dangerous." Whether it is the technological means he demonstrated before, or the current fruit ability, coupled with his unscrupulous character, it shows that he will overturn the sea in the future, and the whole world will fall into chaos. So, let me pass. I want to catch him and take him to the Navy headquarters. Taking off the glasses that were about to break in front of him, Rayleigh clenched the sword in his hand, and then laughed. This world has been turbid for too long, so why not let the young people stir it up again, so that the filth and darkness can settle down. The two obviously didn't agree with each other, and they fought again, but the intensity of the battle this time was more than several levels higher than before. The Straw Hat Pirates also heard what Sumyu said. Luffy's eyes widened and he said, "Sumyu is so amazing. He can have multiple devil fruit abilities at the same time through the ability of the imitation fruit. Yes, so amazing." Chopper also widened his eyes and said with shining eyes. Nami's eyes also shone, staring at Sumyu. The stronger Sumyu is, the higher the probability of her mother's resurrection. Robin is different from her companions. She is smarter and knows what kind of shock will be caused on the sea if what Sumyu said is true. The power of many devil fruit abilities superimposed together is not a one-to-one increase, but an exponential increase. Coupled with Sumyu's already powerful combat ability, perhaps he will become a strong man who surpasses the four emperors and is above the world government. If nothing unexpected happens, after this incident is exposed, Sumyu's bounty will increase significantly, and it will even far exceed the bounty amount of the four emperors. In the center of everyone's attention, Sumyu had already put his hand on Kyoa Libani's head, and then smiled and said, "Thank you for your reminder. If I hadn't seen your ability, I wouldn't have known that I could create legal Lolita in batches." The reversal technique was activated, instantly covering Kyoa Libani's fruit ability, forcibly shrinking her until she became a child of about 10 years old. However, the 10-year-old children in the pirate world are slightly different from those in the ordinary world. They have already grown up. Sumyu had a black line on his forehead, and then adjusted Kyoa Libani's age to 5 years old, which made her completely lose the power to resist. However, because of the long-term modification of her age, Kyoa Libani was not too affected by the Lolita instinct. She questioned Sumyu in a childish voice, "What did you do? Why can't I change my age? Change me back." Using energy absorption to bind the fruit energy in Kyoa Libani's body, Sumyu no longer paid attention to Kyoa Libani, but directly threw her into the pocket universe. Finally, Sumyu looked at Trafalgar Law, who had no expression on his face and held a demon sword ghost cry. Seeing Sumyu looking at him, he exhaled deeply, his face serious, and decisively admitted his weakness. "You don't have to do anything, I'll go in by myself." As he said that, he walked slowly into the portal and entered the pocket universe. Sumiu nodded and praised, well, you know the time. So far, all the supernovas except the Straw Hat Pirates have been defeated by Sumiu and locked in the Pocket Universe. After dealing with all the supernovas, Sumiu turned his head to look at the Straw Hat Pirates, but found that the Straw Hat Pirates collectively took a step back. He grinned and immediately understood their thoughts. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. The Straw Hat Pirates breathed a sigh of relief. Judging from the strength shown by Sumiu now, if Sumiu attacked them, they would not be able to escape with their current strength. It would be the most correct choice to surrender like Trafalgar Law. Nami covered her ferocity. The exciting and thrilling experience just now made them extremely nervous. Her heart was still beating fast. After hearing Sumiu's assurance, she completely relaxed and took a few deep breaths of fresh air. She panted, we should leave here. Mr. Rayleigh can't stop Kizaru for too long. If we continue to stay here, we will face attacks from a large number of Navy and Navy admirals. At this time, Sumiu suddenly said, do you want to enter my world and hide? Seeing that the Straw Hat Pirates were nervous again, Sumiu explained with a smile, it seems that another admiral is coming. We don't have time to leave. As soon as Sumiu finished speaking, a lazy voice came from a distance, Absolute Zero Ice Age. Endless ice formed from a distance and continued to spread towards the area where Sumiu and his group were. Before the Straw Hat Pirates could react, the mountain-like ice collided with the unlimited technique, making a huge roar. After a few seconds, everything around turned frosty white, and the entire Sabaody archipelago became a cold ice world. A large number of colorful bubbles floating in the sky were also frozen into ice balls, and then fell from the sky and came into contact with the ground, making continuous popping sounds. Nami looked at the ice that completely enveloped them, sneezed continuously, and asked, what just happened? Zoro slashed at the surrounding ice with all his strength, but the slash that could easily cut through steel could only form a tiny scratch on the ice. He said solemnly, this should be the ability of Admiral Aokiji. We fought with him before, and he is the user of the ice freeze fruit. He should have used his ability to freeze a large area around him. I tried to slash the surrounding ice, but the ice is too hard. We are likely trapped in it. Sanji used the devil wind kick to kick the surrounding ice wall. The high temperature wrapped around his legs could only melt the palm-sized ice, which was a drop in the bucket for the ice that was as big as a mountain. He asked Sumiu, it's worthy of the Admiral's work. The ice is almost harder than steel. Seeing that the three main combat forces of his pirate group were helpless in the current situation, Nami immediately looked at Sumiu and asked, Mr. Sumiu, do you have any solution? Sumiu nodded and said with a smile, of course. Then he slowly walked in one direction, and under the shocked gaze of the Straw Hat Pirates, the ice that made Luffy, Zoro and Sanji helpless could not hinder his steps and was immediately shattered by the powerful force. The Straw Hat Pirates and others watched all this in shock, watching the ice that Luffy and the other two were helpless being easily destroyed. It was not until this moment that they realized the gap between themselves and Sumiu. As Sumiu moved forward, the range of the unlimited technique continued to expand. When it reached 10 meters, it suddenly expanded and instantly reached a distance of hundreds of meters. Under the powerful impact of the unlimited technique, the surrounding ice broke one after another, and the ice peaks that bound Sumiu and others collapsed. Sumiu and others were also able to see the many Navy soldiers who were wrapped around them, as well as the tall and lazy man standing at the head of them. A few minutes ago, Aokiji's Navy warships finally arrived at the Sabaody archipelago. After landing on the Sabaody archipelago, he immediately used his observation haki to search the entire island, but to his surprise, in his observation haki perception, there was no worst criminal who killed the celestial dragons, but the Straw Hat Pirates in the distance were talking to the air, which puzzled him. When he got closer, he found that there was a white-haired man next to the Straw Hat Pirates, and this man looked exactly like the wanted criminal Sumiu. He was as surprised as Rayleigh, and without thinking too much, he used his strongest move, Ice Age, to freeze Sumiu and the Straw Hat Pirates at the same time. Seeing the enemy being frozen in an instant by Aokiji, a naval colonel at the side praised, "You are worthy of being Admiral Aokiji. No matter how many times I see you take action, it feels incredible." Another lieutenant colonel said similarly, "That's right, it's so easy to act with Admiral Aokiji." Before we even had a chance to take action, the worst criminal who killed the celestial dragons had already been killed. Even the Straw Hat Pirates, who have been rampant for a long time, were frozen by Admiral Aokiji. But even though he was constantly praised by many subordinates, Aokiji still looked at the iceberg with a serious face. He said seriously, "No, I didn't freeze them. There was an invisible barrier that blocked my ability and created a space in the iceberg that was not frozen." Ah! Several naval generals were shocked. Is there still a strong man in the Straw Hat Pirates who can withstand Aokiji's attack? At this moment, Kizaru in the distance finally found time to fight back Rayleigh, and then he loudly warned Aokiji and others, "Aokiji, be careful, you have to go all out. The worst criminal Sumu has the ability to copy the power of the fruit, and his strength is definitely at the level of the 4 emperors." The surrounding naval generals couldn't believe it. "Admiral? The worst criminal Sumu actually has the combat power of the 4 emperors? When did such a strong man appear on the sea?" Kuzan stared at the iceberg seriously, and was about to release his ability to attack the inside of the iceberg again. At this moment, a huge shock wave spread outward from the inside of the iceberg at a high speed, easily destroying the extremely solid iceberg. An equally lazy voice sounded from the iceberg, "Are you Aokiji?" Chapter 131 Usopp punches Aokiji. A large amount of solid ice was blown away by the huge impact, and fell with the continuously falling frozen bubbles, making a crisp cracking sound. Unlike many Marines, Sumu and his companions did not have to resist the ice that kept falling from the sky. The invisible barrier wrapped them inside and resisted all attacks. After hearing Sumu's words, the Marines were silent for a short time, and then became irritable. "You ignorant brat, how dare you talk to Admiral Aokiji like this? Show some respect to me. Even if you are strong, you are definitely not the opponent of Admiral Kuzan. That's right, you are just a newcomer, but you are too arrogant." Facing the provocation of the Marines and others, Sumu hadn't said anything yet, and Usopp behind him couldn't stand it anymore. Just Aokiji, facing Boss Sumu, can only be manipulated at will. Look at your Admiral Aokiji, he still needs to shut down the ice in the sky, but our Boss Sumu can easily resist all attacks just by standing here. Can't you tell who is stronger? Moreover, Kizaru has just said that Boss Sumu is as strong as the Admiral, but I tell you, the strength shown by Boss Sumu just now is just the tip of his iceberg, not even 1% of his peak strength. Usopp relied on one person to suppress many Navy soldiers on the opposite side. It must be said that although his combat effectiveness is not high, his mouth-to-mouth skills are full, and his luck is very good. Seeing this, Sumu suddenly had an idea to bring Usopp with him as a mouth substitute. "Okay, it's decided. Usopp, it's up to you to spray each other before the battle with the God Group." For some reason, Usopp, who was suppressing an army with his own strength, suddenly felt a severe cold. His whole body was covered with goose skin, and he shivered suddenly. Aokiji in the distance was frowning. His attention was initially on Sumu and Robin, but after being attacked by Usopp for several minutes, he was furious and could no longer bear it. He just wanted this long-nosed boy to shut up. Ice blade. A touch of ice continued to spread from Aokiji's hand, and finally formed an ice blade, and then Aokiji suddenly threw the ice blade in the direction of Usopp. Facing the attack of the Admiral, Usopp had no time to react. When he came to his senses, the ice blade came into the range of the unlimited technique, and then kept trembling and floating in the air. Usopp only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and then a sharp ice blade appeared, only 1 meter away from him. He immediately rolled and crawled behind Sumu, and then tremblingly said to Sumu, "Mr. Sumu, they are left to you." Sumu did not care about Usopp's behavior of bullying the weak and fearing the strong, but was very appreciative. Why not bully the weak? Is he really going to face the difficulties and fight across levels? When reading novels in his previous life, Sumu felt that it was cool to defeat the strong with the weak, but it was not so cool when it came to himself. Using power to suppress others was what Sumu liked to do the most. But now, for the world of pirates, Sumu, who is at the level of a single universe, is using power to suppress others. Sumu turned his head to look at Usopp, then clenched his right hand slightly, and a purple sphere formed in his palm, and then instantly changed into an exquisite long sword, which was engraved with the many dense runes. That was the indestructible rune that Sumu obtained from the Naruto world. The imaginary entity with the indestructible rune can exist longer. Handing the imaginary longsword to Usopp and putting his hand on Usopp's shoulder, Sumu smiled and said to him in Usopp's slightly dazed look, "Go ahead, you've been strengthened, go and defeat Aokiji." The Straw Hat Pirates who heard Sumu's words were shocked, and Sanji immediately said, Hey, Mr. Sumu, you know Usopp's strength, isn't it suicide to let him deal with Aokiji? Although Luffy is a big shot, he cares about his companions very much? After hearing Sumu's words, he immediately retorted with Sanji, No, Usopp is too weak, he is no match for Aokiji at all, let me go, I want to beat him away. Nami behind him punched Luffy on the head, making Luffy cry out in pain, and Nami gritted her teeth and said, Can you go ahead? If Aokiji hadn't held back last time, we would have been wiped out. We are no match for Aokiji even if we go together, let alone you. Then she looked at Sumu and asked in confusion, Mr. Sumu, why did you let Usopp go to fight Aokiji by himself? You should know that his fighting ability is not even as good as mine. Sumu did not answer the Straw Hat Pirate's questions, but said to Usopp, Usopp, do you want to be a weakling forever? Do you want to be just a support forever? Do you want to really stand up and not be looked down upon by your partners? You have been strengthened, come on, Usopp. When Sumu's palm hit Usopp's shoulder, he felt a warm current spreading from Sumu's palm to his body, and in a blink of an eye it flowed through his limbs and bones, optimizing all the cell structures in his body. Although he seemed to have no changes on the surface, his essence had undergone earth-shaking changes. The strength of his body increased at a very fast speed, surpassing Luffy today and reaching the level of Admiral in a blink of an eye. Usopp clenched his palms and felt a huge power in his body. Until then, he knew what Luffy and the others felt. It turned out that this was what it felt like to be a monster. In the past adventures, although he didn't say it, Usopp also wanted to be the main force of the team, not just a waste that Nami said she couldn't even beat. At this time, because of the effect of Sumu's reversal technique, he finally realized his dream. He lowered his head, covered his cheeks in the shadow, and said in a low voice, No, Nami, I want to defeat Aokiji. I don't want to be a squishy ADC anymore. I want to be a warrior. The Straw Hat Pirates looked at Usopp in astonishment. In just a few seconds, he seemed to have undergone earth-shaking changes. The most powerful Luffy, Zoro and Sanji looked at Usopp with serious faces. They actually felt a huge pressure from Usopp, which was not weaker than facing the Admiral. What happened just now? They looked at Sumu. It must be something Sumu did to Usopp, which made Usopp change so much? Nami was too weak to sense Usopp's changes. She continued to persuade him worriedly, Usopp, come back soon. You are no match for Aokiji. You will die. Usopp turned back, grinned, and showed a brilliant smile, then said, No, I will win. After that, he turned and walked slowly in the direction of Aokiji. Aokiji frowned. He mastered the most advanced observation haki on the sea. At this time, he could sense Usopp's changes. After the worst criminal Sumu touched Usopp, his strength increased exponentially and finally reached the level of a general. And the weapon in his hand gave him a great sense of threat. He even thought that the weapon created by the worst criminal Sumu was even sharper than the Supreme Great Sword, 12 Works. He was also in the same group. What did the worst criminal Sumu do to Usopp? After thinking for a while, he couldn't figure it out. He rubbed his messy hair and said lazily, Forget it, don't think about it. As long as you defeat them, you can know everything. As one of the strongest forces in the Navy, he is not afraid of anyone as long as he is not facing the 4 emperors. An ice blade formed in his palm again. Aokiji clenched the ice blade in his hand, and then threw it with more power than last time, rushing towards Usopp's chest at a high speed. The ice blade cut through the air, setting off a sonic boom, and even attached armed color domineering to it to enhance the strength of the ice blade. In Aokiji's perception, Usopp had already escaped from the defense range of the worst criminal Sumu at this time, and this attack could only be resisted by himself. The next moment, the ice blade hit Usopp at a very fast speed, and then everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates was silent. Even the most powerful Luffy could not capture the attack just now, but even such a powerful attack was easily caught in the palm of Usopp's hand. Maybe because Luffy is Garp's grandson, Aokiji didn't intend to kill Usopp. Although the ice blade was aimed at Usopp's chest, it was not fatal. However, as long as he was hit by the ice blade, Usopp would definitely be seriously injured or even go into shock. At this time, the attack that could easily defeat Usopp was easily resisted by him. At this time, his palm came into contact with a sharp ice blade, but there was no damage at all. It looked like flesh and blood, but it was harder than steel. Then, In the shocked eyes of the Straw Hat Pirates, the ground under Usopp's feet instantly collapsed. The next moment, his figure disappeared from the spot and appeared in front of Aokiji, and then he suddenly swung the imaginary longsword in his hand and slashed at Aokiji. Boom! Aokiji's figure disappeared from the spot, avoiding Usopp's slash, but one of his hairs was cut off by Usopp and remained there. Then a terrifying flying slash flew out from the imaginary longsword, cutting off many ices on the road, and stopped only after leaving a knife mark of hundreds of meters. Ah! The Straw Hat Pirates looked at Usopp, who was constantly fighting with Aokiji, in amazement. The speed of the two of them was too fast, and even the strongest Luffy and his 3 companions could not catch their figures. They could only see a large number of flying slashes and ices flying out continuously, almost completely destroying the surrounding environment. The battle scene was not to be compromised with the battle with Rayleigh and Kizaru. Among them, Zoro's thoughts were the most active. His dream was to become the world's strongest swordsman, and he had been working hard for this goal. However, in just a moment, Usopp, who was originally far weaker than him, became a great swordsman who could rival the Admiral and instantly surpassed him. Then what was his years of hard work? He immediately turned his head and asked Sumiu, Mr. Sumiu, what did you just do to Usopp? The other members of the Straw Hat Pirates also looked at Sumiu at the same time, waiting for his reply. They were also very curious about Usopp's changes. While maintaining the unlimited technique, Sumiu easily blocked the external sword energy and cold air. While showing a bright smile, he replied, I used my ability to strengthen Usopp's body and fully activated his potential. Now his strength is comparable to that of an admiral. By the way, I will strengthen my formal employees, and the strengthening strength will be much higher than the strengthening of Usopp at this time. If you are ready to become my employees at this time, then I will also give each of you an imaginary entity. The imaginary entity can annihilate everything, even the elemental body is not immune to the damage of the imaginary entity. Nami's eyes lit up, and she asked excitedly, if I get strengthened, then can I step on the 3 admirals and easily defeat the 4 emperors? Sumiu nodded, of course. Girl, you have to believe that you have this potential. While the few of them were chatting, the battle in the distance had gradually been decided. At this time, Usopp not only had a strong physical fitness, but also had profound combat experience implanted by Sumiu. Coupled with the imaginary longsword in his hand that could ignore elementalization, Aokiji was no match for Usopp. Another collision, the indestructible imaginary sword slashed across Aokiji's chest. Even if he transformed into an element in time, it was useless in the face of the annihilation attribute of the imaginary sword. A hideous wound was cut across his chest. The wound was so deep that one could even see the wriggling internal organs inside. Aokiji immediately lost the strength to resist such a horrible injury. After using ice to freeze the wound, he knelt on the ground and gasped. The Navy soldiers who had retreated to a distance saw the scene of Aokiji being injured, and immediately shouted in worry, Admiral Aokiji. They rushed towards Aokiji with all their strength, but even so, if Usopp wanted to kill Aokiji, they would not have time to stop him, and they were not qualified to stop him with their strength. When Kizaru saw this scene in the distance, he immediately wanted to go to help Aokiji, but he was stopped by Rayleigh. Rayleigh laughed and said, we are all remnants of the old era. It's time to end it. Kizaru couldn't help it anymore and scolded angrily, old man, who is the remnant of the old era with you? We are a generation apart. Let me go. You know how serious the impact of losing an admiral will be. The dignity of the Navy will drop significantly. All pirates will be like hungry sharks out of the net, biting everything madly. But no matter what he said, Rayleigh restrained him. He looked at Sumiu with his peripheral vision and sighed in his heart, if what Sumiu said is true, and he can really create admiral-level combat power in batches, then the world will be in chaos. Looking at Aokiji, who was kneeling on the ground and had no power to resist, Usopp only felt that he was in high spirits. The previous frustration and helplessness dissipated at this time. Usopp, was already a man who surpassed the admiral. Father, mother, Kaya, did you see that? What I said before is no longer bragging, I really have this power. To calm down the turbulent emotions in his heart, Usopp kicked Aokiji away, and kicked him into the arms of the Navy general who came quickly. Aokiji spared them once before, and he would spare Aokiji once. This is the generosity of God Usopp. After Aokiji was defeated, Usopp and Rayleigh defeated Kizaru together, and the naval forces on the Sabaody archipelago were defeated. The Straw Hat Pirates and others are more like adventurers who love adventure than pirates. They naturally did not embarrass the remaining navy. After that, all the navy immediately returned to the Sabaody archipelago and returned to the nearest naval base to recuperate. What happened in the Sabaody archipelago was gradually known to countries around the world, but strangely, they did not care too much about Usopp, who defeated Aokiji, but focused their attention on Sumu. It was still a military base, and the vice admirals and generals above the navy were in the conference room for a meeting. Sengoku was at the head, his face serious, eyes full of sorrow. What happened in the Sabaody archipelago was beyond his expectation, even beyond his imagination. What happened yesterday was too shocking. Who would dare to believe that a pirate with low combat effectiveness suddenly became a general-level figure? If it weren't for the guarantee of many soldiers and generals, and even the video recording of Denden Mushi, he would not dare to send a message. Sengoku sighed, and then said weakly, "What do you think of the worst criminals?" Many naval generals looked at each other and said nothing. There was silence in the meeting room again. Because the incident was too serious and even threatened the balance of the world, even Garp was no longer as serious as before, but regained his seriousness in middle age. When many generals were silent, he spoke. "It has been confirmed that Sumu has the ability to strengthen, and may even strengthen a weak man into a strong man who is not inferior to the admiral level, and his own strength is definitely not inferior to the admiral, or even stronger. We don't know the limit of his strengthening ability. If there is no limit to his strengthening ability, then as long as he is given enough time and accumulates enough admiral-level combat power, then even the world government will not be his opponent. I suggest that we attack directly and defeat Sumu. We cannot give him time to develop. Only in this way will we have a chance of winning." Garp immediately told his plan. As a naval hero, he not only possesses powerful military force, but also has strong wisdom. He immediately found the best solution in a short time. After Garp broke the silence, others also spoke, including Vice Admiral Churu, who was with Garp, and Sengoku, who spoke slowly. "I agree with Garp's plan, and I suggest that we send all our combat capabilities, the three admirals, Sengoku, Garp, and all the admiral candidates, and even all the evil generals above the rank of Major General. If possible, please ask the 5 elders to help us as well." Jian, the admiral candidate next to Vice Admiral Churu, looked at Vice Admiral Churu in astonishment and asked, "Sending so many forces, we can already fight the 4 emperors, is it necessary to just deal with Sumu?" "It is necessary." The person who spoke was not Churu who was being asked, but Akainu. As the only admiral who was not sent to the Sabaody archipelago, he did not have any injuries and still maintained his combat effectiveness intact. In previous meetings, he pursued complete justice and was at odds with Garp and Churu's ideas, and was repeatedly frustrated. At this time, Garp and Vice Admiral Churu's decision perfectly matched his ideas, so he immediately agreed, "We don't know the limit of Sumu's ability, so we can't be careless at all. In addition to strengthening, don't forget that Sumu also has the ability of the imitation fruit. He can copy the ability of any other fruit and keep it going. He doesn't need too much. Just the ability of Kizaru and Aokiji is enough to make him an admiral-level strong man. It is more likely that he can easily defeat the admiral. Therefore, Vice Admiral Churu's decision is very necessary, and even not enough. We need to contact the world government and let them send more forces, so that we can be foolproof. This is not making a fuss. You must know what the price of our failure is." Everyone was silent. They naturally knew what the price was. That is, all the order will be subverted by Sumu now, and even the world government will no longer exist. The 4 emperors will also be a thing of the past. There is only one name in the world, and that is Sumu. And Sumu is a pirate. The most senior people in the meeting room spoke at the same time, agreeing with Garp's plan. The matter was almost settled. Zango stood up suddenly, then glanced around to make sure there were no opponents, and then finalized, "I will contact Marshal Kong, borrow power from the world, and do my best to besiege the worst criminal Sumu." Just at this moment, a colonel suddenly rushed in and shouted, "Report to the Marshal, Blackbeard has seized Roger's bloodline and tried to surrender to the Navy and become one of the 7 warlords of the sea." Garp was shocked. "What did you say?" The colonel did not know the relationship between Garp and Ace, so he repeated it. After hearing the colonel's words, Garp's face was gloomy, but he still did it in the end. He is a grandfather, but he is also a Navy hero. Garp. He is the flag of the Navy and cannot be shaken. Sengoku looked at his old friend worriedly. He naturally knew the identities of Gark and Ace. Seeing his old friend calm down, he took a deep breath and said slowly, "We have to change the plan. The worst criminal Sumu will definitely not miss the execution of Roger's bloodline." In addition to the Navy, other forces also received news from the Sabaody archipelago. In Dressrosa, Doflamingo stared at the newspaper, then laughed grimly. "Ho ha ho ha. Interesting, interesting, another strong man who can subvert the world. Ha ho he." In Banco, Big Mom looked at the newspaper and asked her son Katakuri, Mom, Katakuri, what do you think about making him a family member of ours?" In Wano country, Kato suddenly tore up the newspaper in his hand and laughed grimly. "Ha ha ha, another strong man? The sea is really getting more and more interesting." In the Whitebird Pirates, Whitebird had a complicated expression after reading the newspaper. "This sea is getting more and more chaotic." Then he cheered up and laughed. "It's good to be chaotic. There will be people who can rival Roger or even surpass Roger, and we, the remnants of the old era, should make way for the new era. The changes in the world have nothing to do with Sumu." At this time, the coating of the Straw Hat pirate ship has been completed, and he accompanied the Straw Hat pirates to the Mermaid Island in confusion. Sumu looked down, his eyes passed through thousands of meters of seawater, and saw the island wrapped in a huge bubble at the bottom. Looking at the beautiful Mermaid Island, Sumu suddenly felt that this island could be included in the Pocket Universe. Although it was not as good as Asgard, it was also a very good material. After confirming the plan, Sumu returned to the Pocket Universe and came to the supernova. Under the service of the trained Lulia Palace, Sumu smiled to several supernovas. "Don't worry, the pain will pass after a while. Everyone has a first time." Chapter 132 Arrival at Mermaid Island, Devil Fruit Rune. After taking back the enhancement given to Usopp, Sumu did not open the portal to Mermaid Island directly. In addition to enjoying the scenery of the deep sea, he also wanted to take this opportunity to study the devil fruit of the supernova. Looking at the many supernovas who were tense all over, Sumu showed a kind smile. "Don't be afraid, the pain will pass in a moment." Sumu's comfort had no effect. On the contrary, many supernovas became more alert, which made Sumu a little helpless. Psychological factors were also a major factor affecting the success of the experiment. He couldn't let these little mice stay in a state of tension. So he used the infinite void to force the supernovas to calm down. With a violent shiver, they entered the sage time one after another. Sumu first walked slowly towards Ryougi. This big guy was the first supernova to attack him, so the experiment started with him. Seeing Sumu coming towards him, Ryougi showed a flattering look. "Lord Sumu, spare me, I can be your loyal subordinate." Sumu smiled and said, "Then I will assign you a task, and then tell me in detail how you feel. Based on your performance, I can let you go, or even give you the same treatment as the Straw Hat Pirates." Ryougi's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, "Don't worry, Lord Sumu, I will definitely tell you my feelings in detail." Then Sumu used Ryougi to do experiments. First of all, the body structure of the people in this world is different from the more cellular structure in the Naruto world. The body structure of the people in this world is tougher, with stronger strength and stronger endurance, which is somewhat similar to the Asgardians. Then he used the LV5 technique reversally to separate the fruit in Ryougi's body. Under the stunned gaze of many supernovas, Ryougi became an ordinary person and was no longer afraid of seawater. Sumu checked the fruit of karma in his hand and found that the function of this fruit is to change the DNA structure of the user. The unique DNA is like a key, which can connect the person with this unique DNA to the world and exert incredible power. Upon discovering this phenomenon, Sumu's eyes lit up and he immediately had a new idea. He reordered the genes in Urki's body to form a special genome, and then gave him some authority over the Pocket Universe, and then asked him, "How do you feel now?" Urki moved his limbs. At this time, he lamented that he had an extra ability, which was the indestructible space slash. Gaining such a powerful ability gave him other ideas. He suddenly put his fingers together to make a knife and slashed at Sumu. An invisible space slash flew towards Sumu at a high speed, but was immediately intercepted by the unlimited technique. Seeing that his attack was useless to Sumu, Urki's face froze, and then he smiled bitterly. "Lord Sumu, if I say I just missed, do you believe it?" Sumu nodded, "I believe it." The next moment, Urki's body was constantly divided by endless space slashes, and finally only a ball of blood mist was left. After dealing with Urki, Sumu continued the experiment. He forced Basil Hawkins to eat the karma fruit. When he ate the fruit, Basil Hawkins' body burst like a balloon. However, it was only a moment, which was enough for Sumu to realize why a person could not eat two fruits. That is because after eating two fruits, the DNA will be disordered, the two abilities will conflict with each other, and the energy in the body will collide violently, so the body of the person who eats two fruits will explode. This is ultimately a problem of energy. As long as Sumu wants to study, it can be easily solved. Then Capone Becky wanted to negotiate with Sumu, but he slapped him into a meat pie. The powerful defense of the fortress fruit could not protect him even for a second. Are you kidding? Prisoners, what conditions can be negotiated? X-Drake and Skula Chimanapa wanted to surrender, but were ignored by Sumu. Later, when Sumu was experimenting with the ability of a single person to fuse multiple fruits, they were unlucky and exploded, and died without a complete body. Eustace Kid and Kira were tough. They were not afraid even when they became prisoners. They wanted to attack Sumu. Sumu had no shortage of two experimental subjects. After separating Eustace Kid's ability, he satisfied their desire to die and sent them to paradise. In the end, only Joel Bonnie and Trafalgar Law were left. After seeing the miserable deaths of others, they were obviously much more honest and obediently accepted Sumu's experiments. It was also their luck that when they were experimented on, it was successful. Trafalgar Law sensed his body at this time. He found that in addition to the original ability of the surgery fruit, he also had the abilities of the karma fruit and the fortified city fruit, while Joel Bonnie found that he actually had the ability of the surgery fruit. The two of them were shocked to see Sumu constantly riding a strange cube in the air and fell into a long silence. They witnessed the whole process of Sumu going from not knowing about devil fruits to being able to make one person have multiple devil fruit abilities and copy devil fruit abilities. This process took only 1 hour. Who is he? With the demonstrations of several people before, they naturally had no thoughts that they shouldn't have. They stayed quietly in place, waiting for Sumu's decision. After completing the experiment on the devil fruit, Sumu was in a good mood. He got inspiration from the devil fruit and improved some of the rules of the pocket universe. The unique energy structure of the devil fruit was constructed by him into runes with corresponding abilities. He fused these runes into the energy fusion barrier of the pocket universe, so that the level of the energy finally fused was improved again. In addition, he can also use these runes to use the abilities of the devil fruit, or engrave these runes in other organisms to enable them to obtain corresponding abilities. Runes are a better structure than the original DNA structure. Sumu was still very satisfied with his harvest. In the end, he left Kiao Ailey and Bonnie to test them as little mice in the future, and then left the pocket universe and returned to the 1,000 miles sunshine. Walking out of the pocket space, without the illumination of the eternal fire, the surrounding sunlight was obviously dimmed. However, in the dim deep sea, a huge luminous body fell from the sky, emitting a faint fluorescence. Sumu knew the origin of this magical luminous body. It was a plant called Treasure Tree Eve, which could absorb nutrients from seawater and grow stronger. Its rhizomes had spread to the seawater 10,000 meters below during its thousands of years of growth. It could carry the sunlight and oxygen absorbed by the treetops to the bottom of the sea. It was a magical tree as famous as Treasure Tree Adam. Looking at Treasure Tree Eve, which was constantly emitting beautiful fluorescence in the sky, Sumu nodded, "It's very beautiful, it's mine." When leaving the pirate world, Sumu was ready to take Treasure Tree Eve with him and leave together. Because they did not undergo 2 years of special training, the Straw Hat Pirates did not encounter the swamp fruit ability user Wet Hair Caribou, but they still encountered the sea monster Kurikan. At this time, there were deafening roars from the bottom of the sea. When Frankie turned on the headlights on the Thousand Sunny, Chopper came to Sumu and said in panic, "Sumu, there is a huge sea monster ahead." Without 2 years of special training, the Straw Hat Pirates were not strong enough to deal with the sea monster Kurikan. Then they all looked at Sumu. They could only rely on Sumu. If Sumu couldn't do anything, they would die at the bottom of the sea. Looking at Kurikan waving many tentacles and attacking the Thousand Sunny, Sumu frowned slightly. Seeing this scene, the hearts of the Straw Hat Pirates were immediately lifted. Usopp came to Sumu, covered his head, and said in despair, "Sumu, you don't have a solution, do you?" Chopper sat directly on the ground, hugged Sumu's long legs with his 2 front hooves, and then said painfully, "No, no, no, I don't want to die. Woo woo woo. The other members of the Straw Hat Pirates also looked at Sumu with the same worry. The ocean is an area that humans have not yet conquered. Even though Sumu has many magical abilities, they are still worried that he can't solve Kurikan. Noticing the worried eyes of the Straw Hat Pirates, Sumu immediately knew what they were worried about. He smiled and explained, I just think this octopus is not good looking, but it is relatively rare, so I am considering whether to subdue it and make it my pet. After hearing Sumu's explanation, the pirates fell to the ground together. So that's it, they were scared to death. Knowing that Sumu could deal with Kurikan, the Straw Hat Pirates were relieved. They all made a cup of herbal tea and came to the side to watch Sumu subdue Kurikan. However, Sumu's actions were beyond their expectations. He did not do it himself, but opened the portal to pull Joelbani out. When Joelbani came to her senses, she found herself on a ship, and then she heard the terrible demon whispering in her ear, kill the octopus. Joelbani breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that it was just killing an octopus, as long as she was not sent to death. When she looked in the direction of Kurikan, her whole body froze there, her legs kept shaking, and she couldn't move. This is not an octopus, it's a huge sea monster. If it was on land, she could try it, but now they are in the ocean, the ability of the ability user has been greatly weakened, and she is no match for Kurikan anyway. She turned around and looked at Sumu pitifully. This look made Sanji very distressed, and he wanted to kick Sumu away immediately. But he was just thinking about it and didn't dare to do it at all. Sumu ignored Joelbani's pitiful expression. This pitiful attack that could easily break Sanji's defense could not have any effect on him. Are you kidding? There are too many beauties in the pocket universe trying to please him. Where do you rank? He used the reversal technique to strengthen Joelbani, so that her body was in the best condition, and erased the side effect of the fruit being afraid of seawater. Then he engraved the fruit rune he had mastered into Joelbani's body. After doing all this, Sumu kicked Joelbani's perky buttocks, kicked her out of the coating, and then said to her, "You have been strengthened, hurry up, don't come back if you can't beat her." Joelbani was a little scared when she was kicked into the ocean by Sumu at first, but then she found that except for being unable to breathe, her strength did not decrease at all, and judging from the information coming from her mind, she actually mastered several more fruit abilities. In addition to the fruit abilities of the supernova, she actually mastered the abilities of the frozen fruit and the sparkling fruit. She was immediately full of confidence, and used ventriloquism to say to Kurikan, who was rushing down, "Have you been kicked at the speed of light?" A laser flashed, and the next moment a large amount of blood covered the entire surrounding sea area. A moment later, everyone sat on the deck of the Thousand Sunny, making a fire and grilling skewers. It must be said that as the overlord of the ocean, the meat of Kurikan is very firm and delicious, and is an excellent material for grilling skewers. However, apart from Sumu, I am afraid that even the four emperors cannot capture Kurikan without any risk. At this time, the Thousand Sunny has entered the surface current and is moving towards the deep sea at a constant speed. Chewing the barbecue in her mouth, Nami glanced at Joelbani, who was serving on the side, and then curiously asked Sumu, "Sumu, how did you let Joelbani master the power of the sparkle fruit?" For Sumu, something very simple is too incredible for everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates. At this time, Nami asked this question, and everyone turned their heads to look at Sumu, waiting for his answer. Even Joelbani, who was promoted to a maid, was no exception. Sumu smiled and replied, "I already know the principle of devil fruit, and I have observed the performance of Aokiji and Kizaru's abilities before, so I can easily create fruits with the same abilities. Of course, if you are willing to become my subordinates, these are all basic treatments." Except for the big Luffy and Chopper, everyone else swallowed their saliva, and they suddenly didn't want to continue the adventure. Isn't it better to lie down? In the subsequent voyage, many problems were encountered, but these problems did not need Sumu to take action, and Joelbani consciously solved them all. When they arrived at 8,000 meters under the sea, they saw a kind of highly poisonous jellyfish. Although these jellyfish are highly poisonous, they look very beautiful. Sumu put them and a large area of seawater into the pocket universe, preparing to make them a part of the food chain of the pocket universe. Finally, after Joelbani used the ability of the ice fruit to freeze a large area of undersea volcanoes, everyone finally arrived at Mermaid Island. Many sturdy roots of the treasure tree evaporated several huge bubbles, transmitting the sunlight and air from the sea surface to the Mermaid Island, forming a beautiful and vibrant country under the sea. When everyone was about to enter the Fishman Island, several huge sea beasts wrapped them. These sea beasts included gorillas, giraffes, lions, etc. Each of them was dozens of times the size of the 1,000 Miles Sunshine. At this time, many sea beasts surrounded the 1,000 Miles Sunshine, but the Straw Hat group was not panicked at all, because they encountered more exciting things during the previous voyage. For example, not long ago, they came to the habitat of many sea kings. Instead of running away, Sumu rushed towards many sea kings, wanting to catch all sea kings as pets. Some of the sea kings were amazingly powerful. Even Kiao Alibani, who was strengthened by Sumu, was not their opponent. However, Sumu took action and easily subdued these sea kings. At this time, some of the sea kings selected by Sumu entered the pocket universe and became a link in the food chain of the pocket universe, while the other part was skinned and pulled out, and made into barbecue and other foods. This incident also made the Straw Hat Pirates and others understand Sumu's strength better. They summed up a truth that no matter what happens, as long as Sumu is willing to take action, it will be solved quickly, without any chances. Several figures stood up from the sea beasts and asked Sumu and others, "You are the Straw Hat Pirates and the worst criminal Sumu, right?" Luffy immediately asked, "How do you know us?" The fishman with shit yellow skin said, "As a matter of course I know, the pirates who once crushed the ambitions of Arlong and his gang. If that's the case, things would be simple. Just 2 days ago, one of you actually killed 2 celestial dragons and captured a female celestial dragon. This is an even more amazing move than our beloved Fishman Island hero Fellsure Tiger, but how can such a feat be obtained by other races outside Fishman Island? So choose, join us, hand over the female celestial dragon, or be buried in the sea." In the original work, Nami, who knew that Luffy and others would never surrender, told Frankie to use up all the air in the coating and use the wind cannon to escape. But she didn't do that at this time. Instead, she looked at the fishmen in front of her with pity together with the Straw Hat Pirates. This was a disaster. They had offended Sumu and they probably wouldn't survive. Sure enough, as Nami expected, Sumu kicked Joel Bonnie on the buttocks again. "Go ahead, Beneman." After being kicked away, Joel Bonnie gently stroked her buttocks. Although Sumu could control his strength, Joel Bonnie was still not weak in strength. After many kicks, her buttocks were already red and swollen. Joel Bonnie felt her buttocks were more than a circle bigger. Sad tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. However, facing the powerful Sumu, the poor girl didn't dare to resist and could only vent her anger on the new Fishman Pirates in front of her. Turning around, all the dissatisfaction and tears on Joel Bonnie's face disappeared, and she smiled and said in ventriloquism, "Dear Lord Sumu, how do we deal with them?" Sumu looked at the many fishmen with disdain. "Too ugly, like bean paste." "Yes." The new pirates looked at Joel Bonnie, who was kicked out of the coating by Sumu. Although they were surprised that she was not crushed into meat pie by the seawater, they still did not take her seriously. In the ocean, humans are naturally weaker than fishmen, not to mention the deep sea below 10,000 meters. At this time, even if the generals were in front of them, they would dare to provoke them, not to mention the woman in front of them who is not famous. They ignored Joel Bonnie and laughed at Sumu. "What do you mean? Do you want to rely on this woman to defeat us? Ha ha ha, what an idiot, too whimsical. Don't make meaningless resistance, just die in the sea, death is your best destination." With Sumu's support, Chopper Usopp had the confidence, and immediately started scolding with the new Fishman Pirates. Facing Don Usopp, many fishmen were no match for him at all. They were immediately angry and cursed with a ferocious face, "Damn it, I will tear you apart. You must die here today." Seeing that the two sides were still arguing, Sumu couldn't stand it anymore. He said to Joel Bonnie with a little impatience, "Don't waste time, kill them quickly." Hearing Sumu's words, the fishmen of the new Fishman Pirates were very disdainful. Among them, the yellow-skinned fishman Hyman sneered, Harmon, they are just land people, yet they dare to speak so arrogantly in the ocean. Brothers, go ahead and kill them." Many sea beasts tens of meters tall and the new Fishman Pirates rushed towards Joel Bonnie. They planned to tear this woman to pieces first, and then tear the worst criminal Sumu and the Straw Hat Pirates to pieces. But when they were getting closer and closer to Joel Bonnie, they suddenly felt that the temperature of the surrounding seawater suddenly dropped a lot. When they came to their senses, they found that the surrounding seawater was frozen. What shocked them even more was that the source of the frozen seawater was the woman who was kicked out of the coating by the worst criminal Sumu. She is now releasing the power of the devil fruit. How is it possible? Why can you release the power of the devil fruit in the seawater? Many members of the new Fishman pirates stopped suddenly and looked at Joel Bonnie with gloomy faces. At this time, a fishman behind Hammond said unsurely, "Hammond, she seems to be using the power of the ice fruit, but isn't that the power of Admiral Aokiji?" Hearing the words of another fishman, Hammond immediately turned his head and looked at Joel Bonnie. Seeing her half-ice elemental body, he immediately confirmed that this was the power of Admiral Aokiji. Why does she have the power of the ice fruit? Could it be that Admiral Aokiji is dead? However, according to the news obtained by the new Fishman pirates, Admiral Aokiji was only seriously injured and not dead at all. Seeing the fishmen behind him gradually losing their fighting spirit, Hammond knew that he couldn't go on like this, and gritted his teeth and said, "Go ahead, even if she doesn't know how to use the power of the devil fruit in the seawater, her strength will be greatly reduced, and she is not your opponent at all." Hammond's words convinced the fishmen, and they all drove the sea beasts to rush towards Joel Bonnie, but the next moment, they immediately stopped, only to see Joel Bonnie looking down on them with disdainful eyes, and said in a cold tone, "Ice Age." Crack! Under the strong cold, the surrounding seawater was immediately frozen, and a mountain of hundreds of meters quickly formed, standing on the side of the Mermaid Island, and the people of the new Fishman pirates were frozen in it, no longer having any hope of survival. The Straw Hat pirates behind them swallowed their saliva when they saw this scene. Even though they saw Kiao Eli Bonnie take action many times, they were shocked every time. What shocked them even more was that people who were previously almost as strong as them or even weaker than them suddenly became far stronger than them after being strengthened by Sumu. This made them want to become Sumu's subordinates even more and gain this kind of power. Chapter 133 The worst criminal shocks the world again. An iceberg suddenly appeared outside the Mermaid Island, which immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the Mermaid Island. Both the fishmen and the mermaids were nervously watching the iceberg in the distance. They all knew what this power represented. Admiral Aokiji had arrived. Upon hearing this news, all the residents of the Fishman Island fell into panic. Among them, Mrs. Xiaoli, the female owner of the Mermaid Cafe, saw the sudden appearance of the iceberg and was very worried about the future of the Mermaid Island. So Mrs. Xiaoli, who was still fortune-telling at this time, immediately took out a crystal ball for fortune-telling. But unlike before, she didn't get any information from the fortune-telling this time. Only the golden light shining outward from the crystal ball filled the entire room. Mrs. Xiaoli looked at the golden light with an uncertain expression. What happened? Why did her fortune-telling ability fail? You know, she can predict the death of a strong man like Whitebird, who is at the top of the sea. She even predicted the arrival of the great pirate era when she was 4 years old. There are almost no secrets in this world for her, but now, she can't predict anything. She can only vaguely see the golden spark splashing from the crystal ball. King Neptune is in the Dragon Palace, standing at the gate of the palace and looking into the distance. Even though they are far apart, the huge iceberg is still clearly visible. As the king of the Dragon Palace Kingdom of Fishman Island, he has always known that the friction between Fishman Island and humans is becoming more and more intense, and the contradictions are gradually becoming too large. Most of the fishmen in Fishman Street hate humans very much, and even try to start a war against humans. But he knows that the strength of humans is far beyond that of Fishman Island, and starting a war can only lead to self-destruction. But now that Aokiji suddenly came to Fishman Island, it would undoubtedly touch the nerves of those fishmen who hate humans, and they might even attack Aokiji and promote the war between Fishman Island and humans. Thinking of this, King Neptune immediately swam to Fishman Island. He wanted to meet Aokiji, ask him why he came to Fishman Island, and stop the fishmen who hate humans from attacking Aokiji and provoking a war between Fishman Island and humans. He casually threw the crew of the new Fishman pirates into the Pocket Universe and fed them to the Sea Kings that Sumu had collected into the Pocket Universe. Then Sumu and others went through normal procedures and entered Fishman Island. Although the Straw Hat pirates were wanted, they could still enter Fishman Island. As the hub of the New World and the first half of the Grand Line, Fishman Island receives a large number of pirates every year. If these pirates are not allowed to land, the consequences will undoubtedly be a disaster for Fishman Island. Instead, by allowing these pirates to enter, coupled with the protection of Whitebird, Fishman Island can continue to remain stable, And the safety of the beautiful mermaids is also guaranteed to a certain extent. After entering Fishman Island, Sumiu released Kami, Hachi and Papaga from the Pocket Universe, and then the three introduced the unique scenery of Fishman Island to Sumiu and others. It must be said that with the introduction of Kami and others, Sumiu has a deeper understanding of Fishman Island, including most of the parts that are not described in the anime. These cultural landscapes touched Sumiu and used energy to engrave them as a souvenir. Just when Sumiu and others were visiting the Fishman Island, a figure suddenly stopped in front of Sumiu. This was a tall and strong fishman. He wore a pink hat, a white wolf skin around his neck, and a large and complicated tattoo on his left arm. He looked quite weird. At this time, he stopped in front of Sumiu and others, his face was distorted, and he said fiercely, "Where are Hammond and the others? What did you do to Hammond and the others?" Looking at the ugly fishman with a ferocious face in front of him, Sumiu could recognize his identity. He was the first opponent that Luffy encountered after 2 years of training, the leader of the new Fishman pirate group, Hottie Jones. He witnessed humans abusing the fishman when he was a child, and Fisher Tiger died at the hands of humans, so he hated humans extremely. Even if someone of his own race was close to humans, he would cruelly kill the person. If Sumiu had not interfered, he would have tried to overthrow Neptune's regime 2 years later, and then waged a war against humans, and was defeated by Luffy. Sumiu easily recalled about Hottie Jones, then looked at him with interest, and said casually, "What's wrong?" Of course he was killed, otherwise he would have kept him for the new year. Although he had expected it, when he learned of the death of his partner, Hottie Jones still couldn't hold back his anger. He condensed several drops of seawater from the air and then waved them at Sumiu. Under the effect of his unique force technique, the seawater turned into many seawater arrows. These arrows have extremely strong penetrating power and can easily penetrate even steel. "Go to hell, lowly human!" Hottie Jones roared. But his attack was ultimately ineffective. As soon as they approached Sumiu, they were blocked by the unlimited spell, and they kept shaking in the air, unable to move forward. Several more Fishman figures came to Hottie Jones. They were the other members of the new Fishman pirates. As soon as they arrived, they stared at Sumiu with hatred, wanting to cut him into pieces. Seeing that his attack was useless, Hottie Jones's expression became even more distorted. He said to his men, "Friends, Hammond was brutally killed by this damned human in front of us. We must avenge him. Take the strong medicine he has to kill them, then defeat Neptune, rule Mermaid Island, and attack humans." The fishman Das, carrying a huge claw hammer on his shoulder, echoed, "Revenge for our brothers, revenge on humans. Das. Revenge for our brothers, revenge on humans." The other fishmen also echoed. The next moment, many fishmen took out pills from their arms and swallowed them. Their eyes immediately turned red, and a lot of blood appeared in their eyeballs. Their eyes bulged, as if they were about to explode due to the huge blood pressure. Hottie Jones used the previous moves again, but unlike before, this time he condensed a drop of water the size of a fist, and then hit the water drop with a stronger force. If the power of the original water drop was like a sniper rifle, then the power of the water drop at this time was already stronger than a missile. If it wasn't for attacking Sumiu, then this water droplet could even penetrate several mountains. But even if Hottie Jones's attack power increased by hundreds of times, it still couldn't play any role in the face of Sumiu's unlimited technique. Like the previous water droplet, it floated in the air, trembling constantly and unable to move. No, why is this happening? The attack launched by forcibly using strong medicine and burning life still didn't work at all. Hottie Jones broke through the defense. After that, many other fishmen also attacked Sumiu and others, but they couldn't get close when they approached them within 10 meters, as if there was a wall blocking them. Das touched the invisible wall in front of him, and then said to Hottie Jones, "Boss, this seems to be the ability of the barrier fruit, but it seems different." Hearing Das's words, Hottie Jones's face became more ferocious. He took out a bottle of strong medicine and poured it all into his mouth. His body collided more and more, and a large number of blue veins kept running under his skin, making his appearance ferocious and twisted, and at the same time, more powerful power was released from his body. "Ha ha ha, so what if you have the barrier fruit? I have such a powerful force now. I don't believe you can resist." But before he could finish his words, he exploded in vain, and a lot of blood and flesh splashed on the people of the new Fishman pirates, making them understand what had just happened. Boss Hottie Jones is dead." Putting down his long legs, Sumiu yawned. He had just kicked the dream of the new fishmen pirates to death. Looking at the many ugly fishmen who were in panic and leaderless, Sumiu didn't even think of making them into specimens. He snapped his fingers and the chaotic vectors completely twisted their bodies, and then dissipated with a wind. The Straw Hat Pirates, the new maid Joel Bonnie, and Lulio were not surprised at all, because they had long been accustomed to Sumiu's endless tricks. Even if Sumiu told them that he was a god at this time, they would not have any doubts. But the other people on Fishman Island naturally didn't know Sumiu's ability. Although they knew that Sumiu was the worst criminal, they just thought that it was because he killed 2 celestial dragons, but they didn't expect that his strength was so strong. And compared with the traceable killings of others, his way of killing everyone with just a snap of his fingers was even more frightening. At this moment, there was a commotion in the distance, and a huge mermaid sat on a floating bubble and slowly floated over. All the residents of Fishman Island bowed their heads and showed respect when they saw the newcomer. Luffy behind Sumiu saw the newcomer and said in surprise, "Giant mermaid." Nami used the rule of armed color domineering to hit his head again, and said unhappily, "Show some respect, this is King Neptune of Fishman Island." After the iceberg appeared, King Neptune immediately came to try to figure out why Admiral Aokiji came to Mermaid Island. Coincidentally, a cadre of the Whitebird Pirates was in Mermaid Island at this time. If there was a conflict between them, it would be a disaster for the entire Mermaid Island. Although he is a king, he still feels deeply powerless in front of the Whitebird Pirates and the Navy. This is the sadness of having no power. When he arrived at the port, he suddenly found that things were more serious than he thought. The worst criminal Sumiu actually came to Fishman Island. Could it be that Admiral Aokiji was hunting down the worst criminal Sumiu? What should he do? He knew more than ordinary mermaids and understood that the strength of the worst criminal Sumiu should not be underestimated. He was definitely a strong man at the level of an admiral, even stronger than an admiral. It was previously reported that Admiral Aokiji was defeated by Sumiu. Could it be that this time it was not Aokiji who came alone, but 2 admirals, or even 3 admirals who came together to capture the worst criminal Sumiu? The more King Neptune thought about it, the more terrible it felt. If Sumiu really clashed with admirals such as Aokiji on Fishman Island, then the entire Fishman Island might be destroyed. After thinking for a moment, King Neptune made a decision. King Neptune came to Sumiu and the others and persuaded them, "Mr. Sumiu, welcome to Mermaid Island," but just now an iceberg suddenly appeared outside Mermaid Island. If it goes as expected, it should be Admiral Aokiji who came to Mermaid Island. I think his purpose is to capture you, so if you don't have anything important to do on Mermaid Island, it's better to go to the New World as soon as possible. As soon as he finished speaking, he found that everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates was looking at him with a strange look, which made him quite confused. Joel Bonnie looked at Sumiu, waiting for his instructions. After seeing Sumiu nod, she came to the front and told King Neptune the facts. "King Neptune, the iceberg just now was not caused by Aokiji, but by me." King Neptune looked at Joel Bonnie with a strange look, obviously unconvinced. There are still some devil fruits with freezing ability, but only Admiral Aokiji can form an iceberg in an instant. He also knew the identity of the little girl in front of him. She was a supernova of the same class as Straw Hat Luffy. Her fruit ability was to change her age, and she definitely did not have the ability to create ice. The iceberg just now could not have been created by her. Sensing King Neptune's distrust, Joel Bonnie did not say anything. She just chuckled and turned her whole body into ice, revealing the ability of the ice fruit, and then continued to use the abilities of other fruits, the sparkle fruit, the surgery fruit, etc. Finally, she explained, "Lord Sumiu gave me the ability of the ice fruit and strengthened my strength. Now I am a strong man at the level of an admiral." Joel Bonnie raised her head, her face full of pride. She suddenly felt that being Sumiu's maid was not a shameful thing, because Sumiu was too powerful. Even if she was his maid, her status outside was noble enough. Isn't this much better than her hard work as a pirate? Seeing Joel Bonnie displaying many devil fruit abilities, King Neptune was shocked. Other residents who observed this scene were no exception. Their eyes bulged out of their sockets again, forming a shocking expression unique to the pirate world. Everyone who has been at sea knows that each person can only eat 1 devil fruit. If you eat 2 devil fruits, your body will explode like a bomb, no matter how powerful you are. At this time, Joel Bonnie not only showed 2 devil fruit abilities, but she also possessed several devil fruit abilities at the same time. Not only did her body not explode, But she was also able to skillfully use these devil fruit abilities, and even her physical fitness was greatly improved for some reason. Everyone focused their attention on Sumu behind Joelle Bunny. According to Joelle Bunny, her current changes were all caused by Sumu. King Neptune looked at Joelle Bunny in disbelief, and then focused his attention on Sumu. Mr. Sumu, what is this? Sumu smiled and said, how can a devil fruit be so inconvenient? As long as you understand the principles of a devil fruit and make up for its defects, you can have multiple devil fruit abilities, and even create your own devil fruit. King Neptune. Civilians. What? Understand the principles of a devil fruit? Even Vegapunk, who claims to be 500 years ahead of the world in technology, can't do this. Wait. From what Sumu said, could it be that he has mastered the principle of the devil fruit and can even create devil fruits on his own? Everyone understood something and looked at Sumu. They had a hunch that once the news here spread, the bounty of the worst criminal Sumu would skyrocket again. But now there is another question, what is the matter with Kiao Eli Bonnie's greatly improved physical fitness? Chapter 134 The Coming War on Marineford. For top-level warriors like the Four Emperors, fruit abilities are important, but the most important are physical fitness and domineering. Just like the Four Emperors Shanks, even if he has never eaten a devil fruit, he is still the top-level warrior. And if you don't have physical fitness, even if you have a devil fruit, you can't exert the full power of the devil fruit. Just now, Joelle Bonnie easily created a huge mountain, which means that her physical fitness has also been greatly improved in a short period of time, and it has also reached the level comparable to the Four Emperors. The proud look on Joelle Bonnie's face became more and more obvious. She raised her chest and pretended to be calm and said slowly, it's nothing. Lord Sumu can strengthen our physical fitness. He then strengthened me to such a strength. Of course, this is not the limit of Lord Sumu. No, you see that long-nosed loser, he was strengthened by Lord Sumu before, and easily defeated General Aokiji. Joelle Bonnie pointed at Usopp and explained to King Neptune. Usopp, who was pointed at, was not angry when he heard Joelle Bonnie call him a loser. Instead, he was very proud. After all, he had defeated Admiral Aokiji. Although his power was taken back by Sumu afterwards, he was still a strong man who had defeated the Admiral. Even Luffy and Zoro had never had such a record. He is the strongest of the Straw Hat Pirates, Gojo Usopp. Everyone looked at Sumu in shock. They didn't expect that the worst criminal Sumu actually had such a terrifying ability. Then everyone looked at him with a hot look. Who doesn't have a dream of dominating the ocean? If you can become Sumu's subordinate, then you can easily realize this dream. Even if you are still not as strong as Sumu, you can reach the level of the 3 admirals of the 4 emperors and have reached the level of the strongest on the sea. Many civilians on Mermaid Island kept shouting, Master Sumu, look at me, I can endure hardships. Look at me, Master Sumu, look at me, I can warm your bed. And me, I'm the most beautiful girl on this street. At first it was normal, but in the end those beautiful mermaid ladies gradually became inward-looking, using their beauty as a weapon to easily crush many men. It is worth mentioning that the husband of the beautiful mermaid lady who said she would warm Sumu's bed was right next to her, but facing the strong mermaid lady, he could only watch his wife show her affection to other men without daring to refute her. It was for this reason that Sumu noticed that the beautiful mermaid lady had planned to make her a member of the maid group after taking Fishman Island into the pocket universe. After all, being a wife is also a plus point, isn't it? Seeing that the civilians around were becoming more and more presumptuous, some of them ignored the palace soldiers who were maintaining order around them like crazy fans and rushed towards Sumu. King Neptune saw Sumu frowning slightly and immediately said, Quiet, anyone who continues to ignore the order and disturb Mr. Sumu will be sentenced to death. Seeing King Neptune's anger, many civilians of Fishman Island no longer dared to be presumptuous and calmed down. After the crowd around him calmed down, King Neptune hesitated for a moment and asked Sumu, Mr. Sumu, I wonder if you can go to the Dragon Palace as a guest. I will prepare the unique food of the Dragon Palace Kingdom for you guests. Without waiting for Sumu's reply, Luffy said excitedly, Okay, I want to go to the Dragon Palace as a guest. Hearing about the food, Luffy could no longer remain quiet, and Sumu's idea was the same as Luffy's, so he smiled and said to King Neptune, Of course, we are happy too. Everyone boarded 2 huge whales wearing bubbles and slowly flew into the sky. In the process of moving forward, Sumu saw many houses wrapped in bubbles floating in the wind. This unique architecture attracted Sumu's interest, and he planned to create this kind of house in the pocket universe. After all, he hasn't tried air shock yet. After flying for a while, everyone arrived next to a steel ring fixed on the bubble. King Neptune pressed a red button and talked to the guard. A passage fixed by bubbles descended from the Dragon Palace and connected to the ring. By the way, here's this for you. King Neptune handed several pink corals to Sumu and the others. Luffy took the coral and asked curiously, "What is this?" Kami behind him explained to Luffy, "Bubble coral is a tool that can easily make bubbles." King Neptune also explained, "Because the castle is always filled with seawater, you must wear bubbles well." Under Kami's guidance, Luffy and his friends pressed the bubble coral together, and as they inhaled air, tough bubbles were spit out from the bottom of the bubble coral, covering everyone. Usopp said in surprise, "This is really convenient." At this moment, Nami saw Sumu who was still outside the bubble, and reminded him, "Mr. Sumu, we are about to enter the Dragon King's palace, you should enter the bubble too." Hearing Nami's reminder, Sumu turned back and smiled, "No, I don't need to breathe, I can still survive even at the bottom of the sea." Luffy, Chopper, Usopp and others exclaimed, "It's amazing." For Sumu, eating and breathing are no longer a means of survival. Eating is just a pleasure for him, and breathing is just a habit. With his current strength, he can survive even in a black hole, not to mention just 10,000 meters underwater. Swimming out of the passage, he came to a huge golden gate and found that King Neptune had arrived. The soldiers immediately opened the gate of the Dragon King's palace and welcomed everyone in. Behind the gate of the Dragon King's palace is a huge palace. The specifications of these palaces are designed according to the body size of King Neptune and other royal families. For Sumu and others, it is undoubtedly huge and empty. Seeing King Neptune coming, the Dragon Palace soldiers on both sides of the hall shouted together, "Welcome home, Your Majesty." The magnificent castle dazzled everyone, and the beautiful jewelry decorations made Nami's eyes shine. Even Luffy, who didn't have much artistic talent, couldn't help but exclaim loudly, "Wow, ha ha ha. This castle is really exciting." King Neptune crossed his arms and looked complacent. He said proudly, "This is my castle, everyone relax and have fun." "King Neptune, is this your guest?" A voice came from the side, attracting the attention of the Straw Hat Pirates. It was a middle-aged man with a height of 2 meters and short yellow hair. At this time, he was looking at the Straw Hat Pirates curiously. After his eyes stopped on Luffy for a moment, he set his eyes on Sumu. Obviously, compared with the Straw Hat boy Luffy, he was more curious about the worst criminal Sumu. King Neptune scratched his head and introduced to Sumu and the others, "I almost forgot to introduce you. This is Marco, the captain of the first team of the Whitebird Pirates and the ship's doctor. They are also visiting the Dragon King's palace." Sumu naturally knew why Marco was on Mermaid Island now. Judging from the time, Fire Fist Ace has been captured by the Navy, and the news that the worst bloodline of the Pirate King is about to be executed has been announced to all parts of the world. Whitebird, the captain of the Whitebird Pirates, values each of his sons very much, not to mention Ace, the son of his old friend Roger. He will definitely go to the Navy headquarters to save Ace. The reason why Marco is on Fishman Island now is to coat the ship and prepare for the next rescue. King Neptune continued to introduce Marco. "These are the distinguished guests of Mermaid Island, Mr. Sumu and the Straw Hat Pirates. I think Mr. Sumu doesn't need to be introduced. I believe Mr. Marco has heard of him." Yes, who hasn't heard of the name of the worst criminal Sumu now? He killed 2 people and kidnapped a celestial dragon. He was unscathed in the face of the capture of the 2 admirals, and seriously injured Aokiji and forced Kizaru to retreat. Now his bounty has reached 6 billion, which is higher than the bounty of Pirate King Roger. Most people say that he is very likely to be the Pirate King after Roger. Marco smiled slightly, but his pupils were full of seriousness. Facing Sumu who could defeat the admiral, even if he had the Phoenix Fruit, he had to take it seriously. Hearing Marco's words, Usopp was a little unhappy. He shouted to Marco, "Aokiji was not defeated by Sumu, but by me. Can you figure it out?" Because of Usopp's shouting, Marco noticed a long-nosed young man. When he saw him for the first time, he thought of Jesus Boo and the Red Hair Pirates. The two look somewhat similar. Thinking of the rumor that Jesus Boo had a son, he immediately knew that the long-nosed young man in front of him should be Jesus Boo's son. However, Despite Usopp's shouting, Marco still didn't think that he defeated Aokiji. His physique was too weak, just slightly stronger than ordinary people. Facing monsters of the level of the three admirals, he was no match at all. Just like when he challenged Pluto Rayleigh when he was young, Aokiji could easily defeat him with just one finger. Seeing Marco's expression, Usopp immediately knew that he didn't believe it, so he was a little anxious. This was the battle that made God Usopp famous. How could he tolerate others' doubts? So he immediately said, "Don't look at me as weak now. As long as Sumu strengthens me, I can defeat you with one hand." Marco obviously didn't believe it. He said in a coaxing tone, "Is that so? I'm so scared." Marco's perfunctory attitude made Usopp even more angry. At this time, King Neptune said, Marco, what Usopp said may be true. Mr. Sumu has this power. If someone had told him something similar before today, he would definitely not believe it. But today, seeing the performance of Supernova Joel Bani, the facts were in front of him. King Neptune had completely believed in Sumu's ability. Seeing that King Neptune actually said the same thing, Marco's face suddenly became serious and he looked at Sumu more seriously. Could it be that as long as he strengthened it, it would have the combat power of the general level? Exclamation mark. As Whitebeard's right-hand man, he immediately thought of what this fact meant, and also thought of the incredible bounty. If this was true, then everything was explained. Because this man has the power to overturn the sea, the world government attaches so much importance to him. Then he looked at Sumu with a very hot look. With his help, it would be much easier to save Ace, and the number of casualties of his family would be greatly reduced. However, he just thought about it and gave up the idea. They had no intersection with Sumu, and suddenly asked him to go to the Navy headquarters to hijack the execution ground. Sumu would not agree. However, he still tried and asked Sumu, Sumu, Ace of our Whitebird pirates was arrested by the Navy and is about to be executed after a while. I would like to hire you to help the Whitebird pirates rescue Ace. If you agree, the Whitebird pirates will remember your kindness and give you a generous reward. He just tried and did not expect Sumu to agree, but to his surprise, Sumu nodded. Okay, I agree. Not only can I help you rescue Fire Fist Ace, I can even help you cure Whitebird, so what will your reward be for me? Sumu was originally planning to visit the war on the top, and agreeing to Marco's request at this time was just a matter of convenience. He did not need the reward from the Whitebird pirates, but his lack of it did not mean that the Whitebird pirates could not give it. For Sumu, it could be an equal exchange, but not a free gift. What, you can cure Dad? Marco did not have time to be shocked that Sumu actually agreed to his request. He only had one thought in his mind at the moment, could Sumu really cure Dad? Exclamation mark. The core of the Whitebird pirates is Whitebird. Except for Whitebird, everyone else is Whitebird's son. At this time, Whitebird is already seriously ill and may die at any time. Once Whitebird dies, the Whitebird pirates will not be worthy of its name and will lose its current cohesion. That is why Marco was so excited when he learned that Sumu could cure Whitebird. Sumu nodded and said calmly, yes, so what are you prepared to pay? Marco forced himself to control himself and keep calm. He thought for a moment and gave his reward. That is very important to the Whitebird pirates. We can give you everything we have. Whether it is devil fruit, money, territory, or anything else, we can give it to you. Sumu nodded, and then said, then I need a lot of devil fruits, as many as you can get. Marco agreed without hesitation, don't worry, as long as you can cure Dad, this is not a problem. The two talked for several minutes, and even Luffy, who is a big shot, understood what they were talking about. Luffy's face changed drastically, and he said in astonishment, Ace has been captured and will be publicly executed by the Navy? I want to go with you to save him. Marco naturally knew the relationship between Luffy and Ace, but Luffy's strength was too low at this time, and he would be of no use in the subsequent battles. He glanced at Luffy and said, your strength is too weak. The next war is between the four Emperor's Whitebird pirates and the Navy headquarters. It's not the kind of house-playing battle you had before. Being despised by Marco, Luffy widened his eyes and said, I know, but Ace is my brother, I must save him, I am the man who wants to be the Pirate King. Then the Straw Hat Pirates also stepped forward and said in unison, that's right, Luffy is the man who wants to be the Pirate King, don't underestimate him. Seeing the Straw Hat Pirates like this, Marco's eyes blurred, as if he saw the original Ace from them. So he smiled and said, "Okay, you can go, but remember to stay away from the central area when fighting, otherwise anyone there can kill you." Chapter 135 The Third Tree Abyss LV3. Hearing Marco's words, the Straw Hat Pirates nodded seriously. After a brief fight against the pacifists, they no longer had any impetuousness in their hearts. They clearly positioned themselves and knew that there were too many strong people on the sea, and they still couldn't rank up. But Luffy was different after all. Even though he knew that his strength was still very weak, he still didn't want to hide behind. He pouted and said, "No, I want to go and save Ace." Marco looked serious and scolded, "Straw Hat Boy, the next thing is a war, not a child's play. Even I can't guarantee that I can survive in the battle center area, let alone you. You have to think clearly. If you die, even if Ace is rescued, he won't be happy." Hearing Marco's last words, Luffy was silent. At this time, Sumu suddenly smiled and said, "I can strengthen Luffy, so that he has a chance to survive in the battle center area." Sumu smiled and had already thought of the next script. Awakened Luffy made a big fuss in the war at the top, blasted the 3 admirals, stepped on Cap Leoden, and became the 5th emperor 2 years ahead of schedule. Zoro defeated Hawkeye and became the most powerful swordsman in the world. A blade of grass can cut the sun, moon and stars. Thinking of the alternative future war on the top, Sumu smiled. "This is very interesting, isn't it?" Everyone in the Navy headquarters. Knowing that Sumu will strengthen Luffy, the Straw Hat Pirates were relieved. Nami patted her chest and splashed the waves. "Mr. Marco, with Sumu's strengthening, we don't have to worry about Luffy's safety. On the contrary, we think that he can become the main force in the next war after being strengthened." Sanji lit a cigarette and took a deep puff. Suddenly, he thought that the next war would be broadcast live in front of people all over the world using Den Den Mushi. If he also gets Sumu's strengthening, then he can definitely shine in the war. Would that attract many fans? Exclamation mark. So he slid down to his knees in front of Sumu and said with a serious face, "Sumu, please strengthen me before the war at the top. I am willing to pay any price." Marco looked at the scene in front of him in astonishment. He did not expect that after Sumu said to strengthen Luffy, the attitude of the Straw Hat Pirates towards Luffy's going to the battle center area would change drastically. He raised his doubts. "I heard that Mr. Sumu has the ability to strengthen, so to what level can he strengthen a person?" At this time, Usopp stood up with his head held high and said, "Let me put it this way, it only took me a few minutes to defeat Admiral Aokiji after I was strengthened by Sumu, and this is not Sumu's limit." "A few minutes?" Exclamation mark. Marco, who had some faith in Sumu's strengthening ability, doubted it again. If this was true, then the strength of Usopp after being strengthened would have surpassed the 3 admirals. Sumu noticed Marco's doubts, but he had already passed the stage of proving himself because of others' ideas, and would never strengthen Usopp because Marco did not believe it. He would only wait for the passage of time, and after Luffy and others had a big fight at the top, the facts would be in front of them. Even if these pirates were incredible, they had to believe it. Finally, Sumu said to King Neptune, "King Neptune, do you want to give up the protection of the Whitebird pirates, so that I can protect Fishman Island?" Hearing Sumu's proposal, Marco did not say anything. As long as Sumu could cure his father, the Whitebird pirates could give up anything. King Neptune showed joy on his face. When he learned that the Whitebird pirates were going to attack the Navy headquarters, he knew that even if the Whitebird pirates won, their strength would be greatly weakened. At that time, the Whitebird pirates would not be able to protect Fishman Island, and the safety of Fishman Island would be threatened again. King Neptune said, "Of course, I wonder what you need us to pay tribute to. Whether it is the current Whitebird pirates or the Big Mom pirates in the future, while providing protection to Fishman Island, they need them to pay tribute to some resources regularly, but Sumu does not need it. All he wants is Fishman Island." Sumu said, "We don't need anything right now, let's talk about it later." Just then, a whistling sound came from a distance, and a huge axe flew over from a distance and hid a certain position on Fishman Island. Robin noticed this scene and wondered, why are there weapons attacking Fishman Island? King Neptune's face was full of sorrow, and he said helplessly, "This is the fruit ability of Vanderdecken IX. He is the target fruit ability user and can accurately snipe the object he touches. He has taken a fancy to my daughter, Princess Shirahoshi, and has been using the target fruit ability to throw weapons to harass her since 10 years ago, but because Vanderdecken IX has been wandering in the deep sea for many years, we don't know his specific location, so we have not been able to solve this problem. In the ocean, even a strong man like Whitebird will be greatly limited in strength and cannot threaten Vanderdecken IX, and there is no strong man among the fishmen who can defeat Vanderdecken IX, so Vanderdecken IX has been arrogant for so long. After King Neptune explained, Nami and the others were all angry. This guy named Vanderdecken IX is too abominable. Sumu also frowned slightly. He was going to put Fishman Island into the pocket universe. To him, Vanderdecken IX was just a rat shit. Although he posed no threat to him, it was still disgusting to see him. So he thought about it, and a portal formed in front of him. On the opposite side of the portal was a damaged cabin. At this time, a mermaid with a yellow head and 4 legs was looking at Sumu and the others in astonishment. After seeing King Neptune, he realized the current situation, so he immediately rushed out of the cabin and fled far away. When King Neptune saw Vanderdecken IX, he shouted, "It's him, Vanderdecken IX, he's the one who harassed Shirahoshi for 10 years. Guards, stop him and kill him." Before the Dragon Palace soldiers could chase Vanderdecken IX through the portal, Sumu stretched out a finger, and purple streams of light condensed at his fingertips, forming an imaginary sphere the size of a ping-pong ball. The next moment, the imaginary sphere instantly disappeared from his fingertips, and a hole appeared in the seawater. Vanderdecken IX, who was fleeing far away, had his chest pierced by the imaginary sphere, and then was annihilated by the imaginary mass remaining in his body. "Oh my god, Mr. Sumu, how did you do it?" King Neptune looked at Sumu in shock, and Marco was no exception. Sumu replied, "This is similar to the ability of the door-to-door fruit." King Neptune nodded and said, "I see." Marco was still in a state of extreme shock. He knew more than King Neptune. If he wanted to use the door-to-door fruit to locate Vanderdecken IX, he had to capture him with his observation haki first. Judging from the images transmitted by the portal, the Fishman Island in the image was already very small. Vanderdecken IX was at least hundreds of kilometers away from Fishman Island. In this sea, no one's observation haki could observe such a long distance. And Sumu was in the seawater at this time. Since he was a capable person, why didn't he get out of it, but could use the devil fruit ability at will? Exclamation mark. Marco couldn't help asking his own questions. Sumu smiled and replied, "Repairing the defects of the devil fruit, not only can a person not eat more than 2 devil fruits, but being restrained by seawater and sea stone is also his defect, and I have repaired all the defects of the devil fruit." Marco was silent. He admitted that even if he had tried his best to look up to Sumu, he still underestimated him. Seeing Sumu's action, the problem that had troubled the Dragon Palace Kingdom for 10 years was solved. King Neptune looked at Sumu with more respect. He thanked him and said, "Mr. Sumu, thank you so much. If there is anything that the Dragon Palace Kingdom needs to do in the future, please let us know. We will do our best." After saying that, he said to the Right Minister beside him, "Right Minister, go to the Hardshell Tower and tell Shirahoshi that she no longer has to stay in the Hardshell Tower and can go out at will." The Right Minister immediately said, "Yes." He immediately swam quickly to where Shirahoshi was and told her the good news. After a while, a beautiful mermaid swam into the palace. She had long pink hair as soft as a waterfall, fair and delicate skin, and a delicate and flawless face. It must be said that she is a real beauty from a comic book. There is no doubt that Shirahoshi is the most beautiful woman Sumu has ever seen. Especially at this time, Shirahoshi's pitiful and weak appearance can arouse men's instinctive desire to protect her. No wonder Vanderdecken IX couldn't forget Shirahoshi after seeing her. In addition to wanting to possess the power of the ancient weapon Poseidon, her beauty definitely played a big role. After just seeing Shirahoshi, even if he hadn't spent 2 years of miserable life among the demons, Sanji still spurted blood from his mouth and nose and flew backwards, scaring Chopper to immediately treat him, fearing that he would die. King Neptune introduced to everyone, "This is my daughter Shirahoshi. Shirahoshi, come and thank your benefactor." Shirahoshi came to Sumu and looked at her timidly. When she came, she learned from the Right Minister that it was the white-haired man in front of her who defeated Vanderdecken IX and saved her. Shirahoshi immediately bowed to Sumu and said, "Thank you, Lord Sumu." Looking at the two huge evils in front of him, Sumu touched his nose and smiled and said, "It's nothing. From now on, Fishman Island will be protected by me. I'm just doing my duty." Hearing Sumu's words, Marco on the side stretched out his fingers to scratch his face in embarrassment, and complained in his heart, "Do you think everyone is you? You can also exert strong strength in the deep sea. Even my father can't catch Vanderdecken IX in the deep sea." Except for Marco's embarrassment, the guests and hosts were happy. In short, this was a very happy banquet, and even Sumu enjoyed it quite a lot. After a period of time, the Whitebird pirates sent more people to Fishman Island for coding to prepare for the next rescue of Fire Fist Ace. The Straw Hat pirates are also helping. They are still very concerned about rescuing Luffy's brother Ace. This is the partnership in the hot-blooded anime. During this period, Sumu traveled with Princess Shirahoshi to Fishman Island, and even opened a portal to take her to various places in the pirate world to enjoy a lot of different beautiful scenes. How does that sentence go? If she is not experienced in the world, take her to see the prosperity of the world. If your heart is already vicissitudes, take her to ride a carousel. Sumu is the benefactor of Princess Shirahoshi. After this trip, Princess Shirahoshi's eyes are almost drawn when she looks at Sumu. In addition to playing with Shirahoshi, Sumu is not doing nothing. At the invitation of the Whitebird pirates, he cured Whitebird's disease and restored him to his peak state. Presumably, Whitebird in his peak state can make a bigger fuss at the Navy headquarters. After returning from the Whitebird pirates, Sumu began to engrave a large number of runes on Fishman Island and Yangshuive. With Sumu's current strength, he can easily transfer Fishman Island and Yangshuive to the pocket universe, but forcibly transferring them will definitely damage them. Some of these runes have the ability to stabilize the two, so that they remain intact during the transfer process and will not be damaged. In addition, the runes in the pocket universe are now almost complete. If you want to add Fishman Island and Yangshuive, Sumu needs to recarve the runes. He carved the runes in advance, and after transferring the two to the pocket universe, he can immediately fuse the two together, so as not to delay the operation of the pocket universe's energy. While carving, Sumu did not stop training skills and improving the template fusion degree. After this period of continuous absorption of energy, the template fusion degree has been greatly improved. Energy points +1, template fusion degree. 67%, as Sumu planted the God Tree in the pocket universe and absorbed energy from artifacts such as the Mother Box, the energy quality of the God Tree was greatly improved. If the God Tree is planted in the Naruto world at this time, and the chakra on the God Tree is dispersed, then Sumu believes that the Naruto world is very likely to change into a high-level martial arts world. Because the energy quality of the God Tree has been improved, Sumu's speed of obtaining energy points has also increased again, so now the template fusion degree of the root, Ryougi Shiki, has reached 67%, and it is not far from reaching 80% to obtain a new skill root. After continuous training during this period of time, the third tree, Abyss skill, has finally reached level 3. Sumu, who has obtained the level 3 third tree, Abyss, is the top powerhouse even at the single universe level, which makes him more confident in his revenge on the God group next. Third tree, Abyss experience +1, third tree, Abyss experience +1, third tree, Abyss experience +1. Third tree, Abyss experience +1, congratulations, your skill third tree, Abyss has been upgraded. Third tree, Abyss LV3, 1/1000, crossing the abyss, integrating magic technology with his soul, and integrating all the abilities of the unknown wings, mastering the power of the phase, providing the user with an extraordinary increase, and the attack ignores immortality. A lot of information emerged in Sumu's mind, and then he absorbed it. After consuming all the information in his mind, he learned about the changes that occurred after the upgrade of the third tree, Abyss. The first is the increase in strength, from the initial 10 times to 50 times. This means that just the upgrade of the third tree, Abyss, has increased Sumu's strength 5-fold. In addition, Sumu's control of phase power is more precise, and he can even give them the power of the unknown wings, but at present he can only give the power of the black wings, and the higher level unknown wings cannot be given. After the upgrade of the third tree, Abyss, Sumu continued to train other skills, and engraved runes on Fishman Island and the Sun Tree Eve, while continuing to take Shirahoshi to travel around the world. Finally, after a few days, Marco used Denmushi to inform Sumu and the Straw Hat Pirates that the execution of Fire Fist Ace would begin in 5 days, and they were ready to set off to the Navy headquarters. The war on the top, which left a heavy mark in the history of the pirate world, finally kicked off. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136 Trading Kongyunki. Luffy was immediately excited when he learned that the Whitebird Pirates were about to set off for the Marine headquarters. He wanted to go with the Whitebird Pirates. Just when he wanted to drive the Thousand Sunny to leave Fishman Island and meet up with the Whitebird Pirates, he suddenly heard Sumu slowly say, "Luffy, don't you want to go directly to Impel Down to rescue Ace and rescue him before he is executed?" Luffy was a little confused about Sumu's words, and he asked, "What is Impel Down?" Sumu explained, "Impel City is the world's #1 prison, located in the doldrums in the first half of the Grand Line. The security is extremely tight, and Fire Fist Ace is imprisoned in Impel Down, waiting for the execution to begin. So that's the case. I want to go, I want to go, I want to rescue Ace in advance." After learning what Impel Down was and that Ace was also imprisoned in Impel Down, Luffy immediately wanted to go to Impel Down. The other members of the Straw Hat Pirates learned that Luffy wanted to go to Impel Down. Although they all knew the dangers of Impel Down, they did not stop him. Even the most timid Chopper and Nami did not object, but wanted to go with Luffy. Nami took out a weather stick and smiled. "Since Luffy wants to go to Impel Down to save his brother, we will go together. Who makes him our captain?" "That's right." Usopp swallowed his saliva and suppressed his inner fear. "We will go to Impel Down with Luffy to save Ace the Fire Fist. Let's destroy the world's #1 prison." Chopper jumped up and raised his hoof. The others also smiled. Although they were not familiar with Ace the Fire Fist, they had a reason to bravely enter the world's #1 prison just because of Luffy. This is the bond between companions. How should we go to Impel Down? Impel Down is located in the Calm Belt. It needs to pass through the Gate of Justice to get there. It is almost impossible to invade. Robin, who knew more, asked. "Don't worry, I have a way." Sumu smiled and said, "I can open a portal that leads directly to Impel Down. We can enter Impel Down through the portal." Then Sumu snapped his fingers and continued to say to the Straw Hat Pirates, "I just strengthened your bodies. This strengthening is different from the strengthening I gave Usopp before. The initial strengthening is very weak, but it will become stronger over time. When Ace of the Fire Fist executes, the strengthening will reach its limit. You will act according to the situation." Everyone nodded seriously. Finally, after knowing that everyone was ready, Sumu opened the portal and said to everyone, "See you at the Navy headquarters." Usopp paused and looked at Sumu in surprise. Sumu, are you not going to Impel Down with us?" Sumu temporarily ignored Usopp's question. He stomped his feet lightly, and a large number of vines grew rapidly from under his feet, entwined and twisted, and finally formed a huge ship full of fantasy colors. Looking back at the Straw Hat Pirates who were in shock again, Sumu smiled and said, "I'm not going to a gloomy place like Impel Down. I prefer to go to the Marine headquarters slowly and enjoy the scenery along the way. After all, I am also a traveler. For a traveler, the process is essential." Usopp's fearless momentum disappeared immediately. The reason why he dared to go to Impel Down was more because he thought Sumu would go with him. With the unfathomable Mr. Sumu's guarantee, they would not have any accidents even if they faced the world's #1 prison. Now that he knew that Sumu was not going, the previous fear surged in his heart again. But in the end, the bond with Luffy overcame the fear. Usopp gritted his teeth and rushed into Impel Down. "I'm going," he shouted. He was afraid that if he hesitated for a while, he would completely lose the courage to go to Impel Down. Seeing Usopp rushing into Impel Down, the other people also went there. After entering Impel Down, the Straw Hat Pirates waved goodbye to Sumu. Sumu, see you later, when we succeed." Obviously they did not notice that Sumu meant to see them at the Marine headquarters. Sumu did not remind them, and also waved and closed the portal. Shirahoshi had not interrupted the whole time, and only said after seeing the portal closed, "Lord Sumu, will Luffy and the others be okay?" Sumu rubbed his chin with his fingers and said, "Probably not. Their strength will increase with the passage of time, so they will have no problem protecting themselves. Shirahoshi nodded, then secretly glanced at Sumiyu, hesitated for a moment and asked, I also want to go with you to the Marine headquarters, can I? Although Sumiyu was not a lustful person, facing Shirahoshi who looked at him with pitiful eyes, his heart still fluctuated a little. Okay, I will leave a portal connecting to my ship on Fishman Island. You can come to the ship at any time, or return to Fishman Island at any time. Shirahoshi's face was full of joy, and he picked up Sumiyu excitedly and rubbed him in his arms. Thank you, Lord Sumiyu is the best. After coating the ship and teleporting it outside Fishman Island, Sumiyu was seen off by King Neptune. He then met up with the Whitebird pirates and others and embarked on a journey to the Marine headquarters. The cruise ship that Sumiyu condensed is 300 meters long, 40 meters wide, and has a total of 5 floors. He placed a large number of entertainment items on each floor, which is more luxurious than the cruise ships in the modern world. For Sumiyu, there is no such thing as a pure heart and few desires. After becoming stronger, he must satisfy his own needs. If he really has no desires, what is the difference between that and death? Because the cruise ship was engraved with some runes by Sumiyu, it has properties such as regeneration and tenacity. There is no pressure at all to travel on the Grand Line. For other pirates, catastrophic weather is just drizzle for Sumiyu. After Sumiyu met up with the Whitebird pirates and others, the huge and beautiful cruise ship attracted the attention of everyone in the Whitebird pirates. They looked at the cruise ship woven with vines and the various beautiful and fantastic flowers on it with admiration, and praised, "Oh my God, this is the most beautiful ship I have ever seen. Yes, and it is too big. Compared with this ship, even the Moby Dick is just a child. I can't even imagine how happy I would be if I could sail on this ship." The huge cruise ship had a huge impact on the pirates. They initially thought that the Moby Dick was already one of the best ships, but after seeing the cruise ship created by Sumiyu, they suddenly felt that the Moby Dick was not so good. Seeing the cruise ship, even Whitebird was shocked by the huge cruise ship in front of him. He looked at Marco on the side, and then asked curiously, "Marco, is this Mr. Sumiyu's ship?" "It should be, right? He said he would be coming soon, and this ship should be his ship." Marco was a little uncertain. When the huge cruise ship approached, Marco saw Sumiyu tasting red wine on the deck, and immediately determined that this was Sumiyu's ship. He said to Whitebird, "Dad, yes, this is Mr. Sumiyu's ship. Look at the white-haired man on the deck, he is Mr. Sumiyu." Whitebird looked at the white-haired man curiously. After learning that Sumiyu killed 2 celestial dragons and captured 1 celestial dragon, he became extremely interested in Sumiyu. You know, because he has to be responsible for his family, even he dare not kill celestial dragons. Moreover, if Sumiyu's strength is not high, and he is just a weakling who killed celestial dragons on impulse, he would not care too much about Sumiyu. But later he heard that he defeated Admiral Aokiji and repelled Kizaru in the pursuit of Admiral Liang, and he became very interested in Sumiyu. Just based on these 2 things, Sumiyu is the top powerhouse on the sea. What he cares about most is not the above 2 points, but Sumiyu's bounty is unusually high, even higher than Roger's bounty. This bounty also means that Sumiyu is definitely hiding some shocking secrets, which makes the world government extremely afraid. When he heard Marco's words and knew that he could actually create a devil fruit, make up for the defect of the devil fruit's fear of seawater and sea stone, and even use the enhanced ability to create a general-level combat force, he finally realized that Sumiyu is more than a strong man on the sea. He is already in existence beyond the 4 emperors. Now that he knows that Sumiyu is willing to help them rescue Ace, Whitebird has only one thought in his mind: it's stable, guaranteed to win. In the past, other pirate captains went to the Moby Dick to meet Sumiyu, but this time it was different. Whitebird took the initiative to jump onto the deck of the cruise ship to meet Sumiyu. This is not only a respect for Sumiyu's strength, but also because Sumiyu is his benefactor. Not only is he willing to help them rescue Ace, but he also cured his seriously ill body and made him healthy again. "Gulila, Mr. Sumiyu, I haven't seen you for a few days, and you have made such a huge ship. It's really shocking." Whitebeard strode to Sumiyu, and because the size of the chair was wrong, he sat cross-legged on the ground. Sumiyu's mind moved slightly, and the vines on the deck grew rapidly. These sacred trees entangled with his mind and formed a chair that matched Whitebeard's body. He drank a sip of the precious red wine from Tony and said slowly, "It's not a good way to treat guests to sit on the ground. Old man, You should sit down and talk. Whitebeard looked at the vine chair that was formed in a short time in surprise, and sat on it. He asked Sumu curiously, Mr. Sumu, is this another ability of yours? Sumu said, I guess so. You can think of it as the ability of the Sen fruit. The essence of Sumu's control of the vines is to control the sacred trees, which is much more powerful than the Sen fruit, but he still explained it in a way that Whitebeard was familiar with. After all, Whitebeard couldn't understand these sacred trees. Blown by the cool sea breeze, Whitebeard glanced around and exclaimed, even though I have seen it several times, it still feels incredible. I didn't expect that Mr. Sumu could make up for the weakness of the devil fruit that is afraid of seawater and sea stone, and even create devil fruits. And judging from the current situation, your fruit ability is better than the original fruit ability. After all, according to my understanding, the Sen fruit cannot make such fine control. Sumu did not comment, smiled faintly and said, it's just so-so, but if you want the same cruise ship, I can also tailor it for you, but it will also require a higher reward. Whitebeard's eyes lit up, what do you want? Sumu thought for a moment, and then saw the Supreme Sword 12 Works Murasakure in Whitebeard's hand, so he said, although this weapon is of no use to me, it's not bad to keep it as a collection. I'll take this Murasakure. Whitebeard looked embarrassed. He knew that even though the Supreme Sword was priceless, it was still far inferior to the self-regenerating and extremely sturdy cruise ship made by Sumu. If he used Kusunakure to switch to the cruise ship, he would not suffer any loss. However, he had to go to the Navy headquarters to rescue Ace. If he lost Kusunakure, then his strength would be discounted and the possibility of rescuing Ace would also be reduced, which was something he did not want to see. Seeing Whitebeard's hesitation, Sumu knew what he was thinking. I can build a cruise ship for you, and then collect the money later, there's no rush. Whitebeard, who had thought he was going to miss the cruise, saw that there was still a chance, and immediately agreed, Gyulala, thank you so much, with your cruise ship I will be more confident in rescuing Ace. Don't worry, when I return from the Navy headquarters, I will personally present you with a Kusakumokiri. Sumu clinked glasses with Whitebeard, and the two glasses, one large and one small, collided together, happy cooperation. After drinking the precious red wine in the glass, under the gaze of everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates, Sumu shook his index finger and tapped the table. Visible ripples spread outward from the point where the index finger hit the table, and then the surrounding sea began to vibrate violently. The vines on the cruise ship danced quickly and continued to grow. In the blink of an eye, they were wrapped around the cruise ship and formed into a huge ball, floating on the sea. Whitebeard and his men were shocked by the ball that was even bigger than the Moby Dick and could not speak. At this time, Sumu smiled and said, so what kind of cruise ship do you want? Whitebeard had seen a lot in his life. Although he was shocked by Sumu's methods for a short time, he immediately came to his senses. He looked at his Moby Dick and thought for a moment and said, as big as possible, as strong as possible, and as good looking as possible if possible. It would be better if it is similar to the Moby Dick. At the end, Whitebeard stroked his crescent-shaped beard and felt a little embarrassed. Are there too many conditions? Sumu shook his head, which was considered to be an answer to Whitebeard's question. Then he controlled the vines to grow. A large number of vines quickly separated and gradually formed the shape of a huge cruise ship. The appearance of this cruise ship was somewhat similar to the Moby Dick, but it was larger than the Moby Dick. It was a full 1,000 meters long and 200 meters wide. It had a total of 20 floors and looked like a huge sea king. After the general design was completed, Sumu used the reversal technique to transform the vines, turning the bow of the cruise ship into a dark white color, almost the same as the bow of the Moby Dick. He then continued to transform the cabin, leaving dozens of gun ports for future combat. Finally, after a simple modification, a huge cruise ship was formed. Although this cruise ship is not as exquisite as Sumu's cruise ship, it is larger and more rough, which is the style that pirates like. After the final processing, Sumu turned to Whitebeard and asked, Old man, what do you think? Is there anything else that needs to be modified? Looking at his future pirate ship, Whitebeard's face showed uncontrollable joy, and all the sadness of losing Kusunakure disappeared. He laughed and said, Gyulala, this ship is really great. The faces of other members of the Whitebeard Pirates were also full of joy. They didn't expect that they could own such a ship. With this ship, they even dared to break into the Navy headquarters with a ship. After that, the Whitebeard Pirates stayed in the sea area for a while, waiting for other pirate groups under Whitebird to gather here. In the next few hours, large and small pirate ships kept coming. These pirate groups were all powerful and famous in the New World, and they were also the elites under Whitebird. After half a day, all the pirate groups had assembled, and the huge fleet quickly moved towards the Navy headquarters base. They wanted to break into the Navy headquarters and rescue the Fire Fist Ace. P.S. Whitebird Pirates. Chapter 137, the rules are set, the curtain opens, and the war at the top begins. Dozens of pirate ships were speeding towards the Navy headquarters. The pirates who saw the Whitebird fleet on the way, or the Navy, immediately fled away. All of them were shocked. The Whitebird fleet was fully assembled, and it was already a force that could clash with the Navy headquarters. At the speed of the Whitebird fleet, it would take about 3 days to reach the Navy headquarters, which happened to be the day when Ace of the Fire Fist was publicly executed. During these 3 days, pirates kept coming to visit Sumu, wanting him to help create a custom pirate ship. But Sumu refused all of them. The reason why he helped Whitebird build the current Moby Dick 2 was not because it was precious, but because he really wanted to collect it, but because he had a good impression of Whitebird, and helped him build Moby Dick 2 on a whim. But even if Sumu refused all of them, the pirates who came were still endless. Although these pirates did not dare to be presumptuous because of Whitebird, they were really annoying. When the fourth pirate came to ask Sumu for help, he slapped all the remaining pirates and they fell into the sea, and then they were completely quiet. The pirates who were beaten to flight were all pirates with bounties of hundreds of millions. However, even a random attack by Sumu was a terrifying force that was hard to resist. After being beaten to flight by Sumu, most of the pirates' bones were cut off and they lost their ability to move. If it were not for Marco's awakening of the Phoenix Fruit, which could help others heal, the strength of Whitebird's side would have been greatly weakened before reaching the Navy headquarters. It was also because of this incident that all the pirates put away their contempt for Sumu because he was too young, and completely recognized him, treating him as the strongest on the sea. Of course, Sumu didn't care about the recognition of these pirates. Unlike the stereotyped ocean on Blue Star, the Grand Line is changeable. Even pirates who have sailed for several years dare not guarantee that they have seen all the scenery, so sailing is not as boring as Sumu imagined. Especially Shirahoshi, who was trapped in the hard shell tower since childhood, was very curious about everything in the outside world. Even though she had been sailing on the sea for 3 days, she was not bored, but even more excited. However, 3 days later, Sumu and his group were very close to the Navy headquarters and were about to attack the Navy headquarters to rescue Fire Fist Ace. Even though Shirahoshi was very reluctant, she returned to the Dragon Palace sensibly. This made Sumu sigh. Who wouldn't like such an obedient and beautiful girl? As for the size issue, Sumu was not worried at all. For him, whether it was to shrink Shirahoshi or increase his size, he could do it easily. The execution time was getting closer and closer, and the entire pirate world was paying attention to the next execution. In the South China Sea, in a vegetable market on a remote island, it was raining on the island at this time. People were walking on the road with umbrellas, and in a corner, everyone was discussing whether Whitebird would attack the Navy headquarters. A man doubted, "There are only 3 hours left. Has Whitebird come?" Another man said, "Who knows? But will he really show up? Even if it's Whitebird, he's already quite old." At this moment, an old lady who was still strong and healthy suddenly said, "What are you talking about? It is precisely because he is an opponent that cannot be ignored that the Navy headquarters has summoned all the elites and used all its forces to prepare for the battle. I think Whitebird will show up in 9 out of 10 cases. Also, don't forget Sumu, the worst criminal who has appeared recently. I don't believe that a lawless person like him who dares to attack the celestial dragons will miss this war that has attracted the attention of the whole world. I wonder what kind of waves he will cause." In addition to the South China Sea, other places are also paying attention to the upcoming war. The other 3 seas, the Grand Line, the New World. Everyone in the world is focusing on the Navy headquarters, Marineford. At this time, the big town on Marineford where most of the families of the Marines live was deserted, and all the residents were persuaded to take refuge. The residents there follow the real-time progress of the public execution through the big screen on the refuge Sabayodi archipelago. A large number of reporters were concentrating here to convey the latest developments to all parts of the world at any time. At this time, The Navy headquarters, a total of 100,000 excellent Marines summoned from all over the world gathered here to recuperate and wait for the next war. Outside the Navy headquarters, a total of 50 warships surrounded the entire island, and countless heavy artillery was deployed on the bay coast, ready to sink the incoming pirate ship. At the forefront of the Navy, many tall Navy vice admirals were at the forefront, followed by the 7 warlords of the sea, and then the 3 Navy admirals guarding under the execution platform. Now the Navy has taken out almost all its strength to prepare for the attack of the Whitebird pirates and the pirate groups. At this time, the Navy headquarters has become an indestructible steel fortress. In addition to the arrangements outside the Navy headquarters, the Straw Hat Pirates had just escaped from Impel Down. Unlike the original work, because of Sumyu's reinforcement, as the time for Ace's execution got closer and closer, the Straw Hat Pirates became stronger and stronger. At this time, Luffy could already drive the 4th gear, and the strength of Zoro and others was greatly enhanced. They actually defeated Magellan, the warden of Impel Down, and turned Impel Down upside down. However, perhaps due to the influence of the plot contraction force, or for other reasons, Fire Fist Ace was still escorted to the Navy headquarters, while Blackbeard Teach recruited his own companions in Impel Down. After fighting with Magellan, the exhausted Straw Hat Pirates were rushing to the Navy headquarters with Buggy the Clown, Jinbei the Sea Knight, Crocodile, the former 7 warlords of the sea, Ivan the Shemale, and others. At the Navy headquarters, the execution time was getting closer and closer, and Fire Fist Ace was also taken to the execution platform, waiting for execution. Admiral Sengoku walked out slowly and began to speak to the world. "There is something I want to convey to you in advance, Portgusty Ace, about the great significance of this man's death here. Ace, tell me your father's name." Ace slowly turned his head, glanced at Sengoku, and then said in a slow and firm tone, "My father is Whitebird." "No." Sengoku denied loudly. "There is nothing wrong, only Whitebird, no one else." Ace also shouted loudly. Sengoku ignored Ace and talked about why Ace was not found decades ago, and spoke in an admiring tone about the great woman who was determined and turned the impossible into possible. Finally, he announced the shocking news to the world: the father of Fire Fist Aces, Pirate King Gall D. Roger. At this moment, the whole world was in an uproar. After Marshal Sengoku finished his speech, a Marine suddenly came to the execution platform and shouted to Marshal Sengoku, "Marshal Sengoku, report. The gate of justice opened automatically without receiving any instructions, and we can't contact the power room." Sengoku's face changed drastically. "What?" A few minutes later, many pirate ships rushed out of the fog on the sea. What caught the attention of all the Marines was the 2 huge cruise ships in the center of all the pirate ships. The 2 cruise ships were very large, and their entire bodies were woven with vines, which had a magical beauty. "Whitebird's fleet, here we come." Just as the Whitebird fleet approached, before the Navy could react, 3 coated ships rushed out from Crescent Bay one after another. They were Moby Dick No. 1 and the other 2 pirate ships of the Whitebird pirates. All the members of the Whitebird pirates were on these 3 ships, and Whitebird was on the bow of Moby Dick No. 1, facing all the Navy alone. He set his sights on Sengoku, and then laughed. "Ulalalala. Sengoku, we haven't seen each other for decades. Is my dear son okay?" A strong sense of oppression enveloped all the Navy. No matter who it was, facing the world's strongest man, they would feel a strong sense of oppression. He was the survivor of the old era, the strongest of the 4 emperors, and Edward Newgate, the Whitebird, who was known as the strongest man. The Navy headquarters was speechless for a while. But before everyone could adapt, they suddenly found that another figure suddenly appeared behind Whitebird. The iconic white hair and blue eyes all revealed the identity of the person who came, the person whose bounty exceeded that of Pirate King Gall D. Roger, the God Killer, and the worst criminal Sumyu. Seeing Sumyu suddenly appear, the morale of many Marines in the Navy headquarters immediately dropped, like a black curtain covering the Navy headquarters, making it dim. Yellow Monkey looked at the familiar figure, and the idea of slacking off disappeared. His face was slightly distorted, and his originally wretched face became even more wretched. This is really a big deal. Outside Crescent Bay, many pirate ships rushed towards the Navy headquarters. The closer they were to the Navy headquarters, the more excited the lawless pirates became. One of the female pirates suddenly said to Sumyu, who was sunbathing on the deck, "Mr. Sumyu, we are about to reach the Navy headquarters, be prepared for battle." Taking off the hat that blocked the sun on his face, he picked up the red wine on the table and swallowed it without tasting it. Sumu glanced at the female pirate from Wano country and replied lazily, "I'll go first." As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step and disappeared from the spot, leaving the surprised pirates behind. Teleporting to the bow of Moby Dick number 1, Sumu looked at the 100,000 marines and many strong men in front of him, and even he looked stunned. Only after truly entering the world of pirates can one feel the epic impact. Even if he can easily explode stars, he will be infected by this picture. Sensing Sumu's arrival, Whitebird laughed again and said, "Gula la 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 la. Mr. Sumu, you're here too, let's have a good fight together." Many Marines were shocked when they saw the iconic White. Why would the worst criminal Sumu stand with Whitebird? Have they joined forces? What should we do? Whitebird alone is difficult to deal with, not to mention Sumu, the worst criminal with the highest bounty of all time. Can we really win this battle? Unlike the drastic decline in the Navy's morale, the Whitebird pirates' morale was even higher. They kept shouting, "Wow ho ha ho ho ha ho ha. Mr. Sumu is as strong as my dad. With him joining us, we can definitely save Ace." That's right, Mr. Sumu defeated the two admirals just before. He and my dad will lead us to victory. Ha ho ha ho ha. Starting with us, this is the first step for the pirates to counterattack the Navy. At the headquarters of the Navy, seeing the situation gradually getting out of control, Sengoku could no longer maintain his composure. He immediately turned his head to look at his old friend Garp. Looking at Sengoku, Garp also knew what his old friend was thinking. He glanced at Ace on the execution platform, gritted his teeth and jumped onto the execution platform, shouting, "Soldiers, don't panic. Even if Sumu and Whitebird join forces, they can't be the opponent of the Navy." Garp spoke, and the 100,000 Marines gradually calmed down. They looked at the legendary naval hero, who was still amazing even though he was old. "Yes, we have Vice Admiral Garp. He is a legendary figure who fought with Roger, and he will definitely defeat the worst criminal Sumu. We will win in the end." Seeing the gradually turning around morale, Sengoku finally let go. He looked at his old friend with a complicated expression. This kind of influence is far inferior to that of the Marshal. Just like 20 years ago, if Garp hadn't refused to be promoted to Admiral, even the position of Marshal would not have been his turn. Sumu didn't care about the change in the Navy's morale. He suddenly thought of something, with a smile on his lips. Then he looked at the Navy pirates with different styles and said slowly, "Old man, I suddenly have an idea." Whitebird looked at Sumu and cast a puzzled look at him. The smile on Sumu's face became more obvious. He took a step forward and came in front of Whitebird, then said loudly, "Don't you feel that the next battle is a bit monotonous? It's not enough to just clash between domineering, fruit and flesh." Everyone looked at Sumu and had a very ominous premonition. Only to hear Sumu continue, "I have decided to set a rule here. The higher the fashion value, the stronger the attack." Everyone. What does it mean? Why don't they understand? Sumu did not explain, but directly entered the third tree abyss state. Endless power rose in his body, and the 50-fold increase acted on him, making his already powerful power reach an incredible realm. Infinite space. The domain was opened, and it instantly covered the entire pirate world. A large number of hidden runes were outlined in the void, and a magic array covering the entire world was formulated. In a flash, billions of operations were performed in the mind, and the entire pirate world was controlled by Sumu. The dense runes formed established rules. The power from the vector operation will increase the power of people with different fashion values according to the level of fashion value. Scalars, vectors, and various substances were all covered by the magic array until the end, when everything was settled. The fundamental rules of the pirate world changed. According to the level of fashion value, the attack power can be increased by up to 3 times. Under the powerful force of the single universe level, everything was completed in an instant. In the eyes of others, Sumu just snapped his fingers, and a certain position change occurred around him. The stronger the strength, the clearer the change can be perceived. Among them, Hancock, the most beautiful pirate queen, looked at her palm in shock. She felt that a steady stream of power gushed out of her body, at least doubling her strength. If she keeps this power, she will even dare to challenge the 4 emperors. Everyone looked at Sumu in disbelief. What kind of power could affect everyone, even the generals? After finishing everything, Sumu bowed slowly and said with a smile, "Well, let's start the show, Let the epic burn even more fiercely. I will take the third test tomorrow. I'm going to take a day off. I hope I can pass the third test. Chapter 138, A Battle Transformed by Fashion Values. Everyone present more or less sensed the increase in strength. When there was no ability to perform, they could only judge the fashion value by appearance. Therefore, beautiful women like the Empress received the highest bonus, up to 2 times, while people like Kizaru, who looked wretched, hardly felt the bonus from the magic circle. In a short moment, all the Marines moved their eyes away from Whitebird and focused on Sumu. It was obvious that this large-scale anomaly was caused by him. Among the 3 admirals, Akainu, who had the best image, stood up and used his observation haki to sense the changes in his body. His body, which had been tempered for a long time, had long been difficult to make an inch. He had reached the peak. If nothing unexpected happened, it would be almost difficult for him to become stronger. At this time, he felt that his body was gradually changing. His strength increased by at least several percentage points. You must know that for a strong man of his level, the increase of several percentage points is extremely terrible. A small difference is enough to determine the outcome, not to mention the difference of several percentage points. However, even though he felt that he had become much stronger, Akainu was not happy. On the contrary, too much haze accumulated in his heart in a short period of time. If the change just now was really caused by the worst criminal Sumu, then what does this mean? This means that even the Admiral-level domineering cannot be immune to the interference of Sumu's ability. They are like fish on a chopping board, allowing Sumu to slaughter them. He walked forward. Although he did not have the domineering color, he still exuded amazing courage. Sumu, what did you just do? Sumu was gradually excited as he clearly sensed the increasingly intense battlefield and foresaw more possibilities. Facing Akainu's questioning, he smiled and said, "Of course, it is to add another fire to this already active world, making the flame burn more violently and burn longer." Through the conversation between Akainu and Sumu, everyone present knew that the abnormality just now was caused by Sumu. These elites from all over the world naturally knew what this meant. Oh my god, I thought Sumu's defeat of the 2 admirals was just an exaggeration, but I didn't expect it to be true. I think even Dad was affected to a certain extent. This is a pirate from the Whitebird Pirates with a bounty of over 100 million. Could it be that his strength is really stronger than Dad? You know, Dad is known as the strongest man in the world. Another pirate said in disbelief. The 100,000 Marines on the Navy side also couldn't believe it. They were stunned and stared at the figure standing next to Whitebird. Although the figure was much shorter than Whitebird, his presence was not weak at all, and he even suppressed Whitebird. How powerful is the fruit ability that covers 100,000 people? Is he really human? What a monster. At this moment, another Marine came to the execution platform, holding the Den Mushi in his hand, and then handed it to Sengoku with a panicked look. "Marshal Sengoku, it's bad. The worst criminal's fruit ability covers not only the Navy headquarters, but the whole world. Now the Grand Line, the 4 oceans, and the Red Earth continent are all covered by his ability. Huge changes have occurred all over the world. Specifically, the more beautiful the appearance of things, the stronger the increase. According to Lord Vegapunk's estimation, the maximum increase can even be 3 times the original." What? Sengoku's face changed drastically, and he quickly took the Den Mushi. The appearance of the Den Mushi immediately changed to that of an old man, and a familiar voice from the 5 elders came from it. "Sengoku, no matter what method you use, you must kill the worst criminal Sumu. He has now surpassed Fire Fist Ace and Galdi Roger to become the most unstable element in the world." Sengoku's face was solemn, and he immediately responded, "Yes." In the holy land of Marijoa, in a luxurious room, the sun shines into the room through the glass, but it can't dispel the gloomy atmosphere inside. The 5 elders stared at the picture transmitted by the Den Mushi. The suddenly rising white-haired man was standing side by side with Whitebird. He was the worst criminal, Sumu, the most unstable element in the world today. Even the growing revolutionary army could not compare with him. Especially after the abnormality of the whole world, Sumu's threat level rose sharply, which has attracted the attention of Lord Yamu. The 5 strong men exuded a gloomy momentum, covering the whole room. Even the sunlight was affected, making the whole room gloomy. After a long time, it was unknown which of the 5 elders spoke first. "The worst criminal, Sumu, must die." At the Navy headquarters, Whitebird also noticed the change in the dark. He looked at Sumu in surprise. What an incredible power. But now it doesn't matter. Mr. Sumu, please step back. The war is about to begin. Whitebird came to Sumu again. His eyes passed over the 100,000 navy, the 7 warlords of the sea and the 3 admirals, and looked at the Fire Fist Ace. Gula-la-la-la-la. Wait for me a moment, Ace. After he finished speaking, he tensed all his muscles, hugged his arms to his chest, lowered his center of gravity, mobilized all his strength, and then hit both sides with his arms like hammers. The fists hit the air, but it seemed to hide a solid place. Cracks like broken glass spread around with the fists as the center. The violent vibration spread to both sides with Whitebird as the center, causing the seawater to gather and form 2 huge water balls on both sides of the Navy headquarters. After the water ball was formed, Whitebird did not stop the action, but continued to keep it. He felt the changes in his body and looked at Sumu in surprise. Just after activating the ability, he found that the bonus, which was only a few %, rose rapidly. At this time, his strength was twice as much as before. Seeing Sumu giving him a thumbs up, Whitebird laughed. Ha ha ha, so that's it, is this the fashion value? The muscles in his arms bulged, and the cracks in the air expanded again, and the seawater on both sides rose again from the initial tens of meters to hundreds of meters. After the height of the seawater reached the limit, Whitebird retracted his fist, and the seawater on both sides turned into a 100-meter-high wave and swept towards the Navy headquarters. If left alone, I am afraid that this blow alone could destroy the entire Navy headquarters. The seawater rolled violently, the terrifying waves obscured the sunlight, and shadows formed from both sides, covering the middle, trying to submerge the entire Navy headquarters. 100,000 Marines fell into panic. Facing the great power of nature, the number of people is no longer important. If the general does not take action, this blow alone can kill most of the Marines. Is this the strength of the strongest man, Whitebird? A Marine's legs were shaking, staring blankly at the huge waves sweeping towards the Navy headquarters. I don't want to die. Another Marine collapsed and covered his head. Just as Sengoku Garp and others were slightly stunned, they were shocked to find that Whitebird was in his peak state at this time, and his illness was cured. Moreover, he was already old, but his fruit ability was even stronger than his peak period. He used to make waves tens of meters high at most, but now the waves have reached 100 meters. Vice Admiral Chur looked at Whitebird, exhaled a breath of turbid air and said slowly, "It is the influence of the fashion value. Whitebird's fruit ability is very handsome, and the fashion value should be very high. His strength has undoubtedly been greatly increased." Garp's face was livid. He suspected that Sumu was targeting him. His ability was the ultimate physical fitness. Although durable, it was not beautiful at all. In addition, he did not look handsome, and his fashion value was very low, so the bonus he received was also very small. Judging from Whitebird's current strength, he found that he could no longer defeat this old rival. Seeing that the Navy headquarters was about to be submerged, the 3 admirals could no longer sit still. Aokiji immediately stood up from his chair, unable to maintain his previous arrogant attitude, and jumped into the sky. His arms turned into ice, growing rapidly to both sides and connecting with the waves. Aokiji said coldly, "Ice Age." The huge waves on both sides were frozen in a short time and fixed there, no longer posing a threat to the Navy headquarters. After doing all this, Aokiji did not breathe. Although his appearance was not good, his fruit ability fashion value was high, and he also received a substantial bonus at this time. Seeing that his attack was easily resisted, Whitebird was not disappointed at all. He had expected it long ago. If the Navy headquarters could be destroyed so easily, the Whitebird pirates would not have come out in full force. Gullah la 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 la. Aokiji, you little devil. Whitebird said expressionlessly. After dealing with the waves, Aokiji did not return, but melted his whole body into ice, waved his hands at Whitebird and said, "2 thorn spears." Several spears flew towards Whitebird, but he easily punched them into the air. The powerful vibration ability of the tremor fruit directly shattered the spears and Aokiji. Aokiji fell to the ground, his palm touched the sea surface, and the seawater was instantly frozen. Under the ability of the ice fruit, the seawater around the Navy headquarters was frozen, freezing the pirate ship of the Whitebird pirates there, making it impossible for them to escape, and of course providing them with space to land. The freezing of the sea seemed to be a signal, and also represented the beginning of the war. The Navy and the pirates bombarded each other respectively, and the pirates also attacked the Navy headquarters through the frozen sea. Everyone fought together, and blood, screams, flames, and explosions embellished this world, telling the cruelty of the real pirate world. This is not a passionate story described in anime, but a war with life at stake. At this moment, a terrifying slash rushed towards Moby Dick number 1, and the hard ice was easily cut by it. Many pirates in front were frightened and dodged. Facing the slash of the world's number 1 swordsman, only a small group of people were qualified to stop it. Diamond Jaws suddenly jumped off the boat and blocked the slash. He was the user of the Diamond Fruit ability, and his body could change into hard diamond. In the original work, even Hawkeye's slash could hardly hurt him. However, the current situation is obviously different from the original work. Because of the rules set by Sumiu, the handsome and elegant Hawkeye got a larger increase than the stupid and thick Jaws. Therefore, facing the slash with greatly increased power, Diamond Jaws' body was immediately broken by the terrifying slash. A terrifying wound appeared on his chest, and the internal organs under the skin could almost be seen wriggling. Fortunately, this slash was still blocked. But then, Hawkeye swung the Black Knight again, and flew out a more powerful flying slash than the last time, and rushed towards Moby Dick number 1 again. With a blessing of fashion value, Diamond Jaws has reached the limit of being able to block Hawkeye's attack once. If he is hit again, he is likely to die directly. Hawkeye stood at the port, staring at Sumiu and Whitebird with his sharp eyes like an eagle. One of them is recognized as the strongest man in the world, and the other is the worst criminal who defeated 2 generals. He wants to try how big the gap between him and them is, especially the worst criminal. Sumiu is younger than him, but has such a powerful force, which makes him want to learn from him. Seeing his son in danger, Whitebird immediately took a step forward and prepared to take the attack, but Sumiu on the side said at this time, "Leave it to me, after all, his attack also includes me, and I don't like it." Whitebird just turned his head to look at Sumiu, and found that Sumiu took a step forward, disappeared from the spot, and appeared in front of Jaws the next moment. Facing the sharp slash that could easily cut a mountain, Sumiu just stretched out a hand and blocked the slash. The 3 admirals, Whitebird, captains of the Whitebird pirates, the 7 warlords of the sea, and others all looked at Sumiu, wanting to see how he would resist the slash that was no weaker than the full force of the 4 emperors. The slash came in front of Sumiu in the blink of an eye, but when it was within 1 meter of him, it suddenly stopped, floating in the air and trembling continuously, as if there was some invisible barrier in front of it that prevented it from moving forward. Whitebird behind him noticed this scene. With his top-level observation haki, he immediately found that something was wrong. This was not a barrier like the barrier fruit. If it was really a barrier, then the flying slash would collapse due to the reaction force. The real situation is that the flying slash is only about 1 meter away from Sumiu on the surface, but the distance between the two is constantly extending and expanding. Because of the unlimited extension, the flying slash has been flying all the time, but it appears to be stationary. What kind of ability is this? Akainu looked solemn, looking at the flying slash that was stationary in front of Sumiu and could not move forward. Period. He naturally also noticed the nature of the flying slash being still, so he understood the horror of this ability, which meant that this ability could ignore the intensity of the attack and could resist any attack other than space attack. It must be said that the intuition of these strong men with top-level observation haki was very accurate, and they guessed 70% to 80% of Sumiu's unlimited technique, but due to the limitations of the world, their vision was different after all. Now Sumiu's unlimited technique not only ignored the intensity of attacks other than space and rules, but also most space attacks and some rule-based space attacks. With just this ability, Sumiu existed in the pirate world. He applied a little force to his fingers and closed them together, and the flying slash in front was immediately crushed by the powerful vector. Sumiu looked at Hawkeye and smiled. There is a price to pay for attacking the referee, the world's greatest swordsman. He put his fingers together to make a sword and swung it from top to bottom. The vectors entangled in front of him, like silk threads condensing together, forming an irresistible sharp vector. The sharp vector flew towards Hawkeye's direction. Even if it was just a casual attack by Sumiu, it showed a power far beyond the world's #1 swordsman slash. The 1-meter-wide sword mark left on the ice surface quickly expanded to form a huge sword mark 10 meters wide. Below the sword mark, you can see the seawater dozens of meters below. Everyone frantically dodged this slash, even the other 7 warlords of the sea except Hawkeye were no exception. Even they felt irresistible when facing this slash. Hawkeye's pupils suddenly shrank, and his hands grasped the black knife knight. His expression was no longer relaxed as before. He swung a slash with all his strength and collided with Sumyu's attack. The terrifying aftermath rolled up the surrounding seawater and flew it to the sky dozens of meters high. Thanks to everyone, I passed the third test. Chapter 139 Killing Moonlight Moria. The aftermath of the battle between the two stirred up a lot of dust, and a figure flew out of the dust, with a little bit of scarlet blood spilled. Hawkeye's body was blown away by the powerful force. Facing Sumyu's casual attack, even if he tried his best to resist, he still couldn't stop it. A hideous wound was cut on his chest, which was almost exactly the same as the wound he left on Diamond Jaws. Sumyu did not kill him. His purpose was to have a grand war in his heart as a pastime. If one of the 7 warlords died, it would undoubtedly be less fun. Hawkeye's body collided with a wall behind the dock, creating a deep pit on it. A large number of cracks spread from his landing point to the surroundings until the entire wall collapsed. Before the wall collapsed, Hawkeye jumped out of the deep pit. Even though he was seriously injured, he still maintained a very high combat ability. It can be seen that the muscles on both sides of the wound on his chest were squeezed inwards, and the bleeding had stopped at this time. These powerful men on the sea all mastered the skill of returning life. It was very easy for them to recover from injuries, even Hawkeye, who was not good at physical skills. At this time, as long as he was given enough food, he could recover quickly. Many Navy soldiers looked at the figure who easily defeated Hawkeye on the ice, and their hearts were filled with fear. It's impossible to win. What kind of monster is this? Even Hawkeye can't withstand a move in his hands. It's too foul. Many soldiers talked about it. What made them relieved was that after defeating Hawkeye, Sumyu did not pursue the victory, but took a step back and teleported back to the bow of Moby Dick No. 1. Seeing that Sumyu had no intention of attacking, many Navy soldiers regained their courage and attacked the pirates rushing towards them. Seeing the low morale of the Navy, Kizaru turned into light, came to the sky, and attacked Whitebird. He learned from Hawkeye's lesson and aimed all his attacks at Whitebird, and no lightball was aimed at Sumyu. This made Whitebird laugh a little. Compared with Mr. Sumyu, he became the one who was easy to bully. This was a feeling he had never experienced in his life. Yellow Monkey's attack was destined to miss Whitebird, and a figure with a body on fire blocked Yellow Monkey's attack. Team 1 Captain Marco stood in front of Whitebird and used his body to block Yellow Monkey's attack. Yellow Monkey's attack caused him considerable damage, but these injuries were quickly regenerated under the strange blue flames, and recovered in the blink of an eye. Then he kicked Yellow Monkey and kicked him away when he tried to paddle. Later, under Marco's treatment, Diamond Jaws recovered from his injuries, moved a huge ice block from the ice surface, and threw it at the Navy headquarters, but was stopped by Akainu, who stayed under the execution platform and launched a counterattack against the pirates. Meteorites like meteors fell from the sky and smashed towards Whitebird, killing many pirates and even destroying a pirate ship. Whitebird intercepted a magma and talked trash to Akainu. Whitebird, go light the candles on the birthday cake, Lava Kid. Akainu, don't you like a luxurious funeral, Whitebird? Seeing this classic scene, Sumyu wanted to laugh. It looked very handsome in the movie, but in reality, the two of them were like two children, mocking each other. Boom, boom, boom! Exclamation mark. The violent vibration approached quickly from a distance, and a huge figure walked over from the distant ocean. That's right, not swimming, but walking. Seeing the huge figure slowly approaching, many Navy officers immediately recognized his identity. It's really an unimaginable size, several times larger than the giants. Is this Little Oz? He is actually Whitebird's subordinate. Facing Little Oz, who is like a small mountain, ordinary Navy officers were no match for him. The only effective attack they had on Little Oz was shooting with guns, but the bullets shot out could only penetrate Little Oz's skin, and could not penetrate his flesh and blood, and could not cause serious injuries to him. Ordinary people are like mice in front of Little Oz. He lifted a warship and smashed it towards the Navy headquarters, directly breaking the wall at the mouth of the bay, allowing the pirates to go deeper. After breaking the wall at the mouth of the bay, Little Oz's mission has been completed. If he continues to go deeper, he will undoubtedly be activated by the Navy. But he still went deeper without hesitation, ignoring the dissuasion of his companions and even ignoring the obstruction of Whitebird, and went to the execution platform alone. Ace is his best friend, and he wants to rescue Ace as soon as possible. But Whitebird is right, not wanting to die and being a hero are not the same thing. After Little Oz approached the execution platform, he encountered the 7 warlords of the sea and others. Bartholomew Kuma used the meatball fruit to condense a huge bear paw bubble, then compressed the bear paw bubble and threw it at Little Oz. The attack released by Bartholomew Kuma has reached the level of the 4 emperors. After being attacked by Bartholomew Kuma only once, Little Oz was knocked to the ground and bleeding all over his body. However, he still stood up tenaciously and continued to move towards the execution platform. When he took a few steps, facing the attack of countless artillery fire and the injuries on his body, he finally fell into extreme weakness. Then he wanted to get rid of Shichibuke to share the burden with Ryougi and others, but Doflamingo cut off one of his legs and fell to the ground completely, unable to get up. Doflamingo laughed behind Little Oz. Interesting. Suddenly, he heard a whisper from behind. Oh? How interesting. In an instant, the smile on Doflamingo's face froze there. He slowly turned around and saw the white-haired figure who appeared behind him at some point. An unprecedented sense of oppression fell on him, and death stretched out its claws and grasped his heart, making him feel that he could die at any time. Facing Little Oz, or even the captain of the Whitebird pirates who ranked lower, Doflamingo could maintain an arrogant attitude and harvest their lives without caring, but facing the worst criminal Sumiu, he did not dare to move at all. Because of his miserable childhood experience, no one knows better than him that strength is the most important thing in this world. At this moment, facing Sumiu, who is unknown how strong he is the weak one. Doflamingo forced himself to remain calm and said in the most gentle tone, "It turns out to be Mr. Sumiu. I don't think we have any grudges. Why did you come to me?" Boom. A shell landed behind Sumiu, and fragments of shrapnel flew around. When the shrapnel flying towards Sumiu was 1 meter away from him, it stopped in the air and kept shaking. Because of the dazzling fire behind him, Sumiu's face seemed to be shrouded in shadow. Hearing Doflamingo's words, Sumiu smiled and said, "Nothing, I just don't like you." The veins on Doflamingo's forehead surged suddenly, but he calmed down immediately. He didn't expect that the reason why Sumiu came to find him was so simple, not for interests, hatred or anything else. Just because he didn't like him, just like he saw a stink bug, he would step on it to death if it was annoying. How could he, Doflamingo, be a stink bug? He is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the king of a country. Doflamingo tried to reason with Sumiu, suppressing the boiling anger in his heart. Mr. Sumiu, I'm sorry to displease you, but if you think I can be stepped on like a bug, you are wrong. I am one of the 7 warlords of the sea, a strong man who has awakened his fruit, a partner of the 4 emperors Kato, and a former celestial dragon. Although you are extremely powerful, I still suggest that you go somewhere else to vent your anger. After all, I am also a hard bone to chew, right? Having said so much, Doflamingo believed that even the worst criminal Sumiu would change his mind. After all, no one wants to offend half of the powerful forces on the sea. Most people are bullies who are afraid of the strong, even the strong are the same. If you want to vent, you will definitely pick the soft persimmon in their eyes, even the worst criminal Sumiu is no exception. Sumiu looked at the self-righteous Doflamingo in front of him, and naturally knew his thoughts. His thoughts may be useful to others, but they are completely ineffective for him. After all, to him, whether it was the leader of the celestial dragons, or a bug, they were all just soft persimmons. In a world of pirates without single universe-level powerhouses, or even without talent-level powerhouses, he was an ancestor who didn't eat beef. What if I have to step on you to death? Sumiu said with a playful smile. Doflamingo looked ugly, and the ice under his feet quickly turned into dense silk threads, and then attacked Sumiu. Doflamingo laughed viciously. Then you must pay a huge price. Although Doflamingo looked quite nervous, he was also quite handsome, and he got a lot of fashion value bonuses. His current strength has doubled compared to the initial strength. At this time, his strength is no different from that of the 4 emperors. Even if he is not as good as Sumiu, he believes that he can escape from Sumiu's hands. Looking at the dense silk thread sweeping towards him like a wave, and Doflamingo with honey confidence, the playful smile on Sumiu's face became more and more obvious. He raised his foot and kicked it out. Black and red lightning exploded. Sumiu did not use any other abilities. It was just his physical fitness and the black lightning that hit the air in front of him, which exerted unparalleled power. The air compressed, like a cannonball, crushed all the silk threads on the path, and then instantly fell on Doflamingo, knocking him out. The remaining power wrapped Doflamingo and slid on the Navy headquarters until it stopped after several thousand meters. A huge gully spread to the distance with Sumu as the center. There was no breath of Doflamingo at the end of the gully. He had completely lost his ability to fight at this time, and his life and death were unknown. The other 7 warlords looked at Sumu with serious faces. The strength that Doflamingo had just shown surprised them all. They did not think that they could win the battle with Doflamingo. But at this time, Doflamingo was defeated by Sumu with 1 blow, which undoubtedly meant that they could only support 1 move when facing Sumu. After defeating Doflamingo with 1 blow, Sumu did not return to Moby Dick number 1. He walked slowly towards several 7 warlords. Facing the dozens of meters tall Little Oz, the 7 warlords of the sea were calm and not nervous at all. However, facing Sumu, except for Bartholomew Kuma, who was almost completely out of emotions, everyone else couldn't help but take a step back. They were all worried that Sumu would suddenly attack them. They had no confidence to stop that extremely terrifying attack. Among them, Gecko Maria's face was livid. For some reason, he felt that Sumu's target seemed to be him. As Sumu gradually approached him, he no longer had a fluke mentality and confirmed that Sumu's target was him. Like Doflamingo, he was also very confused about this. He didn't remember that he had a grudge against Sumu. When Sumu came in front of him, Gecko Maria squeezed out an ugly smile. "Mr. Sumu, I wonder what you came to see me for." Sumu did not answer his question, but slapped him. The vector entangled on his palm, infinitely expanding the power of Sumu's attack. All the power was accurately injected into Gecko Maria's body by Sumu. Facing Sumu's attack, Gecko Maria didn't even react, and his body exploded like a bomb, leaving a hole in the original place. Until then, Sumu's voice was heard, "Nothing, I just don't like you." With only 2 attacks, 2 of the 7 warlords of the sea were defeated by Sumu. One of them was dead or alive, and the other was dead. The surveillance Den Mushi spread this picture to the Sabaody archipelago, and many reporters in the Sabaody archipelago spread this picture to all parts of the world. Everyone was shocked by Sumu's strength again. Some people also found that since Sumu's sudden rise, it seems that no one has ever allowed him to exert his full strength, whether it is the general or the 7 warlords of the sea. So far, Sumu's strength is still a mystery, just like a vast ocean, bottomless and can swallow everything. After slapping Gecko Maria to death with a slap, Sumu felt refreshed. When watching anime, he felt that Gecko Maria was disgusting and wanted to slap him. Now he finally realized it. Then Sumu turned around and looked at the other 7 warlords. Hawkeye, who was seriously injured by his blow, Bartholomew Kuma, the user of the meatball fruit, and the legendary world's most beautiful woman, the Pirate Queen Boa Hancock. Looking at the appearance of the Pirate Queen, Sumu nodded. The Pirate Queen's appearance was indeed not inferior to Shirahoshi. Perhaps due to the blessing of the anime world, she and Shirahoshi were the most beautiful women Sumu had ever seen. Boa Hancock on the side saw Sumu looking at her and frowned slightly. Haha, another stinky man. Due to the tragic experience in her childhood, she was extremely repulsive to men. Now seeing Sumu constantly looking at her, even if Sumu's strength was extremely terrifying, she couldn't bear it. So she immediately condensed a pink sweetheart, which released a large number of arrows to shoot at Sumu. Because of the blessing of the fashion value, she was greatly strengthened. At this time, the attack of each arrow was far faster than before, and even the generals could hardly resist it. "Dirty man, take your eyes away." She thought that Sumu was the same as other men. Even if his strength was extremely terrifying, he would be captured by her beauty. Even if she attacked Sumu, as long as she acted a little coquettishly, Sumu would forgive her. But her plan was doomed to fail. Sumu was different from other people in the pirate world. His spiritual power had already reached a very high level. How could he be charmed by Boa Hancock? So he slowly walked towards Boa Hancock, and the arrows shot at him were blocked by the unlimited spell and floated in the air. Before Boa Hancock wanted to act coquettishly to him, Sumu slapped her in the face. With a crisp sound of the slap and the blood splashing from the corner of her mouth, Sumu said calmly, "Why are you posing there? You think you are very beautiful, right? Bah, you shrimp-headed ordinary believer." Chapter 140 Stop talking nonsense, or I'll crush you to death. Boa Hancock cried out in pain, covering her already swollen face and looking at Sumu with angry and surprised eyes. This man actually hit her? Did he ignore her charm? Pa. Sumu slapped her again, making the other half of Boa Hancock's fair face also swollen. In this way, the two sides of the face became symmetrical and looked much more pleasing to the eye. Boa Hancock covered her swollen face with both hands, and asked in a slightly aggrieved voice, "Why did you hit me again?" Sumu smiled indifferently, "It's okay, I just don't like you." You. Seeing Sumu's palm that wanted to be raised, Boa Hancock didn't dare to say much. Although it was just 2 light slaps, it was like hitting ordinary people, and it would definitely crush their heads easily. Even Boa Hancock felt uncomfortable with such a strong slap. Boa Hancock didn't dare to say much, and for some reason, after being slapped twice by Sumu, although she was angry, she also had a strange feeling. Thinking of this, Boa Hancock twisted her long legs calmly. Boa Hancock was afraid that a reaction would be noticed by Sumu, so she looked at him, but found that Sumu did not look at her, but looked up at the sky with a smile on his face. The next moment, a group of people shouted from the sky, and everyone present also noticed the scene in the sky. A huge warship fell from the sky, accompanied by dozens of figures. Several of the figures attracted everyone's attention. They turned out to be the former 7 warlords of the sea Jinbei, Sand Crocodile, the Clown Buggy, and the last Straw Hat Pirates. During the fall, Luffy shouted loudly, "Ace!" Unlike the original plot, at this time, due to the approaching time of Ace's execution, Sumu's strengthening has also reached a higher level. During the fall, Luffy directly entered the 4th gear state, and Sanji, who used the moon step, saved most people. The remaining people fell into the ice cave destroyed by Diamond Jaws and fell into the sea. After putting his companions down, Luffy saw Sumu on the side and shouted excitedly, "Sumu, I'm here, where is Ace?" Sumu pointed to Ace and pointed the direction for Luffy. Seeing Ace's figure, Luffy's face was happy, leaving a word and rushed towards Ace. "Thank you Sumu, I'm going to save Ace." At this time, Luffy still maintained the 4th gear form, his feet stepped into the air, and rushed to the execution platform. "Ace, wait for me." Fire Fist Ace looked at Luffy's current form in surprise. He naturally mastered the observation haki, even if he was suppressed by the Sea Stone at this time, he still had a strong fighting ability. He sensed that Luffy's current strength was even stronger than when he was at his peak. But this was far from enough, as there were no less than 10 Admiral-level fighters on this battlefield. He advised, "Luffy, go back, you can't save me." Sure enough, as soon as Ace finished speaking, a Navy man in red flowery clothes stood in front of him, then clenched his fists and hit Luffy with hot magma. "Luffy, get out of the way." Seeing this, Ace immediately reminded Luffy that the attack of Admiral Akainu is not something Luffy could resist. Below the execution platform, Garp also saw this scene. He clenched his fists and wanted to rush over, but in the end he did not move. He is a grandfather, but he is also a vice admiral of the Navy and a hero of the Navy. After all, he still has to live up to his responsibilities. Seeing this, he looked reluctant and comforted him again, "It's not your fault." On the execution platform, Akainu undoubtedly used all his strength in this attack. He knew the identity of Straw Hat Luffy. He was the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp and the son of the Revolutionary Dragon. He had the blood of a strong man. Like Ace, if he was left alone, he would definitely become a strong man like his father and grandfather in the future, endangering the whole world. He must be eliminated. This was the only thought in Akainu's mind at this time. Facing Akainu, Luffy was not afraid. He had the qualifications of a king. Even if his strength was far inferior to Akainu, he would not be afraid, let alone now that he was strengthened by Sumu. Armament color covered his body, making his crimson armor thicker and making his body more elastic. Bang, bang, bang. Like the sound of iron pieces colliding, Luffy's fist compressed, constantly accumulating power, and bounced when the power accumulated to the limit. Rubber rubber, rubber Ape King gun. The elastic fist covered with the armament haki collided with Akainu's magma fist, and a crimson electric current suddenly burst out at the collision point of the two. This was the collision of armament haki. The two stalemated for a while, and then Luffy was knocked out, but he was not injured. Everyone noticed Luffy's strength. Among them, Sengoku, who was behind Akainu, was the first to say, "Why is the strength of the Straw Hat Boy so terrifying?" Obviously, he would be easily defeated by Kizaru before. Now his strength is not as good as that of the Admiral, but it is not much different. Fire Fist Ace looked at Luffy, who was unharmed, and his nervousness disappeared, revealing a smile from the heart. Ha ha ha, Luffy, when did you become so strong? It really gave me a surprise. Akainu clenched his fist that was constantly flowing with lava, recalling the collision with the Straw Hat Boy just now, and then suddenly looked at Sumiu in the distance. It's you. He was sure that Luffy could not become so powerful in a short period of time, so there must be some external factors affecting it. At present, the only person in the world who has the ability to enhance others and can enhance them to the level of Admiral Combat Power is the worst criminal Sumiu. Without waiting for Sumiu's reply, Luffy shouted, "Don't disturb Sumiu, come to me if you have anything to say." Although Luffy meant well, his words undoubtedly confirmed Akainu's guess that the reason why Straw Hat Boy Luffy is so powerful now is because of the worst criminal Sumiu. Thinking of this, everyone present looked at Sumiu with even more passion. Although they had heard before that Sumiu could strengthen others, it was too incredible for them, and they would only believe it if they saw it with their own eyes. At this time, as long as Sumiu gave an order, there were too many people who were willing to do anything for power and were willing to give up everything to get the power of the Admiral level. Akainu and Luffy fought together. This was the first official confrontation of the Admiral level combat power in this war. Other Navy members wanted to go and help Akainu, but those with combat power below the Major General level could not get close to the battlefield at all, and would be injured by the aftermath of the attack, while those with combat power above the Major General level were stopped by Zoro, Sanji and others. So Akainu could only fight Luffy alone. After stopping all those who tried to hinder Luffy, Zoro turned his head suddenly, and through his observation haki he sensed a familiar figure, Hawkeye, the world's #1 swordsman. After seeing Hawkeye clearly, Zoro frowned slightly, because he found that Hawkeye had a huge wound on his chest, which was almost exactly the same as the wound Hawkeye had left on him before. Who on earth could have left such a huge wound on Hawkeye? Zoro stared at Hawkeye and asked Sanji, "Hey, Stinky Cook, can you stop everyone?" Sanji followed Zoro's line of sight and saw Hawkeye, and knew what he wanted to do, so he held his forehead and said helplessly, I know, you go quickly, I can stop everyone." Zoro said in a deep voice, "Thank you very much." After speaking, Zoro rushed towards Hawkeye's direction. At the same time, Hawkeye also saw Zoro rushing towards him at a high speed, and then a solemn look appeared on his face. Even without using the observation haki, he could sense that Zoro was a powerful swordsman just by the swordsman's intuition. He had some impression of Zoro, a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. He had met him once in the East China Sea and was easily defeated by him. Logically, his strength would not grow so fast, so was it the work of the worst criminal Sumiu? Zoro came to Hawkeye and saw the wound on his chest, which was obviously a knife wound. What kind of swordsman could leave such a huge scar on Hawkeye? What's the matter with the knife wound on your body? Who defeated you? Red Hair? Or other swordsmen? Zoro asked. Not Red Hair. Hawkeye pulled out a black knife tied behind him and said slowly, "It was done by the worst criminal Sumiu. You should challenge him instead of me. I am no longer the world's #1 swordsman." The expression on Zoro's face froze. He didn't expect that the wound on Hawkeye's body was caused by Sumiu. This was normal. Facing a monster that was not like a human at all, Hawkeye was lucky to be alive. It was impossible to fight with Sumiu. He didn't want to die yet. Zoro drew the sword from his waist, put it in his mouth and bit it tightly, then stretched out his hands to hold the remaining 2 swords, making an attacking gesture, but his target was not Hawkeye but himself. The next moment, a deep knife wound appeared on Zoro's chest, which was the same as the knife wound on Hawkeye's body. He controlled his muscles to stop the bleeding, and then said to Hawkeye, "This is fair, go ahead, let me see the strength of the world's 2nd greatest swordsman." Hawkeye admired Zoro's self-mutilation in pursuit of fairness, but he was a little confused. Isn't your goal to become the world's #1 swordsman? Then why did you look for me instead of the worst criminal Sumiu? Zoro said as a matter of course I don't want to die. How could I beat such a powerful monster? Even my current strength was obtained in advance because of him. You don't have to worry about my strength being strengthened too much by Sumiu. According to Sumiu, my strength at this time is about the level after 2 years of training, just obtained in advance. I see. Hawkeye did not despise Zoro because of his words. From the battle just now, he also understood that Sumiu was not a strong man of the same level as them. If he challenged Sumiu, He would not have even a chance of winning and would only die in vain. Hawkeye held the knife and slashed at Zoro. "Come on, let me see your current strength." Two huge slashes collided, and the strong men comparable to the admirals clashed again. The Navy and the pirates were attracted by the two battlefields. Seeing the devastating battle between the four admirals, they couldn't help but show shock. The strength of the Straw Hat Pirates is so terrifying. Is it because of Sumyu's enhancement? They now have at least two admirals level combat power. If they are still alive after this war and their strength remains unchanged, they may become the fifth emperor of the sea. At this time, the battlefield was divided into several parts, including Whitebird standing on the bow of Moby Dick number 1, the Red Pirates charging forward, the Navy trying to stop the pirates, Luffy fighting Akainu, Zoro fighting Hawkeye, and Ace on the execution platform. No matter which of these parts were put in the past, it would have been news that shocked the world. At this time, they were combined together to form a magnificent epic of the pirate world. Sumyu felt that he could not see the entire battlefield from his position, so he slapped Hancock in the face again, knocking her unconscious, and then placed her in the pocket universe to be trained as a maid. Then he walked slowly towards the execution platform. At first, there were also Navy soldiers attacking him, but after finding that even the Vice Admiral could not withstand a single blow from him, no one dared to attack him. Unlike other pirates whose actions were blocked everywhere, Sumyu walked slowly towards the execution platform as if he was strolling, without any obstruction. No, there was still a guy who didn't know what was good for him and attacked Sumyu, and that was Bartholomew Big Bear, who had now lost most of his emotions. He condensed air cannonballs and attacked Sumyu. This attack was even more powerful than the one he attacked Little Az, but after the air cannonballs approached Sumyu, they stopped like other attacks, and were then slapped away by Sumyu, hitting Bartholomew Big Bear at a faster speed and with greater power, knocking him out. Then Sumyu ignored the bruised Bartholomew Kuma and walked to the bottom of the execution platform. As soon as Sumyu appeared, two fists the size of bowls attacked him from both sides. Sumyu stretched out two fingers to block the punches of Zanguo and Garp, and said lazily, "Don't worry, I'm not here to save Fire Fist Ace, I just want to find the best viewing position to watch this grand performance. After all, there is no better position than the execution platform." Zanguo obviously didn't believe it. He waved his fist at Sumyu again, but this time Sumyu ignored it and opened the unlimited defense technique. No matter how he attacked, he couldn't get within 1 meter around Sumyu. After trying for a while and realizing that he could do nothing about Sumyu, Zanguo said helplessly, "Watching the show? Aren't you in the same group as Whitebird? Why don't you rescue Ace? It should be easy for you." Garp on the side looked at Sumyu with complicated eyes. He hoped that Sumyu could save Ace, but he didn't want Ace to be saved. The responsibility of the Navy and the responsibility of family affection made him fall into fierce contradiction. Sumyu responded, "After all, the scene in front of us is the most grand scene for your world. I can modify it, but I don't want to destroy it." Zanguo noticed a word, "This world? Who are you?" Sumyu did not reply to Zanguo again, but took out chairs, tables, delicacies, potato chips, cola, red wine and other things from his pocket space, placed them on the table, and then looked at Garp and said, "Don't you want to eat something? With me here, the solution is no longer up to you, so you don't need to bear too much burden. Just like Vice Admiral Churu said, it's not your fault." Garp was stunned, then suddenly sat down, laughing. "I didn't expect that I would be taught a lesson by the young man. That's right, after you appeared, I can no longer decide the outcome of this war." In the original plot, as long as Garp rebelled, the Navy would definitely fail, so he would be very conflicted in his heart, but now with the existence of Sumyu, a bigger and more powerful man, his proportion in the war has been greatly reduced, and the contradiction in his heart naturally disappeared. Ace saw that Sengoku and Garp had sat down, so he sat at the table with Sumyu and the other two and ate the exotic food that Sumyu brought. So a strange scene appeared on the battlefield. Everyone else was fighting desperately, while the central figures on the battlefield, the worst criminal Sumyu, Marshal Sengoku, the hero Garp and the Fire Fist Ace who was about to be executed, put on their clothes and ate and drank. It seemed that the scene was relatively harmonious, which undoubtedly shocked the others. Seeing this scene, the five elders could not bear it, and immediately used Dendenmushi to talk to Sengoku, trying to order him to kill Sumyu, but when the call was connected, it was not Sengoku's voice that came from it, But a male voice as calm as a deep lake, "Don't talk, or I will crush you to death." Chapter 141, Ugly King Buggy, Let the World Fall Apart. Hearing the sound of Den Den Mushi, the 5 elders immediately realized that it was Sumu who was talking to them. Hearing Sumu's threat, they wanted to shout loudly to maintain the dignity of the celestial dragons and the world government. But for some reason, their bodies were unable to move, and they were shaking unconsciously. Even the Den Den Mushi could not hold steady and fell to the ground. They did not dare to say a word until the call was hung up. After the call was hung up, the 5 elders fell into silence. Their faces were flushed, ashamed of their previous cowardice. As the leader of the world government second only to Lord Im, they could decide the life and death of millions of people with a single word, but they were actually threatened by a pirate. What made them even more angry was not being threatened, but facing the threat. They did not dare to refute a single word. "What happened just now?" Exclamation mark. The Marshal God of Finance, Azambaran V. Nasujuro, looked gloomy. He looked around at the others and said in a deep voice, "I think you also understand what happened just now." The Marshal God of Agriculture, Shepherd Tenpet, clenched his fists, and the veins on his forehead kept bulging. His domineering haki can be transmitted through sound, and even we will be affected by his domineering haki. Tearing the documents in his hand into pieces, the Marshal God of Law, Topman Voculi, stood up from the luxurious chair and said with gritted teeth, "He dared to threaten us. This lawless and dangerous person must not be left here. He must be eliminated as soon as possible." The Marshal God of Environment, Makis Maz, accidentally pulled out his beard, which he used to take great care of. At this time, he didn't care about the damage to his beard, but squinted his eyes, suppressed the anger in his heart and said, "I second the motion." With such a powerful domineering haki, he must have terrible ambitions. No matter what he wants to do, we must act before he does and get rid of this threat as soon as possible. The last scientific defense god of war, Zigalusha Satan, slammed the scepter in his hand, and seeing the other 4 people looking over, he said seriously, "Second, we send pacifists and the Seraph troops to encircle and suppress the worst criminal Sumu, and add the power of the 3 admirals, so that we can be sure of success. Second. 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 Second." In just a few minutes, the 5 elders decided on the strategy against Sumu and raised the danger level of Sumu several levels again. They thought that sending so many forces would not be able to survive even if 2 of the 4 Emperor's pirate groups joined together, and it was already foolproof. But what they didn't know was that they thought Sumu was a huge threat, while Sumu thought they were just a few floating creatures that didn't need to be taken seriously. On the execution platform, Sumu casually threw the Den Den Mushi in his hand to Sengoku, then crossed his legs on the stool and looked down at the war from top to bottom. As the war became more and more intense, many pirate groups under Whitebird changed their strategies, gave up the direct invasion of the bay, and turned to attack the warships on both sides. Zanguo exhaled deeply, and said helplessly, "Did you notice that? You really don't know the current situation." Sumu took out a group of seashells bought in the Sabaody archipelago, and ate and drank with Garp. Hearing Zanguo's words, Sumu grinned, "Isn't this the charm of the strongest person on the sea? It's a pity that he is bound by the world. If he were in a high-level martial arts world like Marvel, he would probably become a father-level strong man." "Father?" Garp stopped eating and drinking and asked Sumu. "Yes, a father-level strongman who can explode stars at will. Is it what I think of as exploding stars?" The chicken leg in Garp's mouth fell off. With the current technological level of the Navy, it is natural to know that the world he's in is a planet. Garp dare not imagine how terrifying it would be for a strong man who can explode stars at will. Seeing Sumu nod, Zanguo couldn't help asking, "So you are from another planet?" Zanguo, Garp, and Ace looked at Sumu together, trying to know his origins. Sumu drank a bottle of Coke in one gulp, then smiled and said, "I guess so. After all, you don't know the concept of the world." The other 3 were silent. Sumu didn't seem to come from another planet, but from a more distant place. At this time, Garp suddenly said, "Did you give Luffy his current strength? He was able to face the attack of that brat Akainu for such a long time." "No." Sumu smiled and said, "You have to believe in Luffy's potential. I just gave him his strength 2 years later in advance, and the closer I gave him to Ace's execution time, the stronger the bonus. When he reaches Ace's execution world, Luffy will unlock his true power. I think he will surprise the world." "What?" Sengoku thought of something and looked shocked. Sumiu nodded, confirming Zanguo's idea. It's just what you think, the legendary liberation fighter, the sun god Nika form. At this moment, Sumiu suddenly saw Buggy in the distance, holding the video phone bug to broadcast live to the world. His eyes lit up, and then ignored the three people beside him who were shocked by Luffy's Nika form, took a step and disappeared from the spot. I'll be back soon. How can I miss this opportunity to appear in front of the whole world? In the ice in the distance, Buggy and others were using the video movie bug to broadcast live to the world, trying to spread the reputation of the clown Buggy. Just when Buggy turned his head and announced to the world that he was a crew member of the Pirate King, he suddenly found that everyone around him looked behind him in astonishment. Before he turned around, someone put his arm around his shoulders, and then his familiar white hair appeared on his left. The one who put his arm around his shoulders turned out to be the most evil criminal Sumiu. Sumiu put his arm around Buggy's shoulders and showed a brilliant smile to the world. Yes, I am the worst criminal Sumiu, the pirate with the highest bounty, surpassing the 4 emperors. I prove that what Captain Buggy said is true. He is indeed a crew member of the Pirate King Roger, and he was unscathed by Hawkeye's slash just now. Buggy said tremblingly. He wanted to say something, but Sumiu covered his mouth and could only watch Sumiu continue. Yes, in fact, I am the worst criminal Sumiu, and I am also a crew member of the great pirate Buggy. I admit that Buggy is stronger than me. I urge him to defeat the world government, unify the sea, eliminate all countries, and wipe out all pirates to establish a unified empire in the world. Woo woo woo. Hearing Sumiu's words, Buggy struggled hard. What a joke. His ambition is just to become a Shichibuke, or at most a 4 emperor. How dare he challenge the world government? Exclamation mark. But he couldn't stop Sumiu's actions. Facing Sumiu, who was much stronger than him, he could do nothing. I just heard Sumiu continue. To tell you the truth, Captain Buggy and Red Hair have known each other since childhood. The two are good friends who can wear the same pants. Even Whitebird recognizes Captain Buggy's strength. But Captain Buggy doesn't care about their recognition. Captain Buggy is a great man who is destined to unify the world. Here, I, the most evil criminal, Sumiu, on behalf of Captain Buggy, officially announce that we will start with the 4 emperors and defeat them one by one until the world government is destroyed. Kato, Whitebird, Big Mom, Red Hair, you all surrender quickly, don't refuse a toast and drink a penalty. There are also the Navy, the world government, and the so-called Celestial Dragons. Captain Buggy will eventually lead us to overthrow the long-rotten old order and establish a brand new order. Captain Buggy ordered me to kill the Celestial Dragons as the first step, which means that the horn of revolution has officially sounded. Young people who want to join the Buggy Pirates, come and join us. Finally, I will say Captain Buggy's motto on his behalf, the throne of heaven has been decaying for too long. From now on, it will be Captain Buggy who will stand at the top. Captain Buggy will stand in the sky. People all over the world, ? People all over the world, oh people all over the world, ! The Navy headquarters was silent, the Sabaody archipelago was silent, so the places where Sumiu's words could be heard were silent. When this silence was suppressed to the extreme, it suddenly broke out, and a huge noise resounded through the world. Many reporters in the Sabaody archipelago hurriedly passed on this news, wanting to publish the big news that was more eye-catching than this war as soon as possible. The many pirates who surrounded Sumiu and Buggy exclaimed, as expected of Captain Buggy, it turns out that even the worst criminal Sumiu is your subordinate. Declare war on the world government. Long live the Buggy government. Unlike the excited subordinates around him, Buggy only felt cold all over at this time, and his soul seemed to fall into an endless hell, trembling constantly. He naturally knew that Sumiu was not his subordinate, and he did not issue an order to Sumiu to kill the Celestial Dragons, nor did he have the idea of overthrowing the world government. But, it doesn't matter now. When Sumiu said what he just said in front of the live broadcast facing the whole world, whether what he said was true or false, it was a foregone conclusion. The world government will not let him go, and he will become a huge threat at the same level as the worst criminal Sumiu. After this war, he will face the full pursuit of the world government and will always face threats comparable to the demon-killing order. Thinking of this, Buggy collapsed. He yelled at Sumiu, Sumiu, the worst criminal, what are you doing? Sumiu controlled him at once, with a smile that only a fun-loving person could show on his face. Don't say that. As the user of the lucky fruit, I think you and Luffy are the most likely to overthrow the world government. Since Red Hair is betting on Luffy, then I'm betting on you, and I will fully support you. Believe in yourself, you are a crew member of One Piece, the great clown Buggy. After being praised by Sumu, Buggy the clown gradually forgot his fear and became a little proud. He squinted his eyes and smiled. Really? Am I really that awesome? Sumu said, of course, you have the potential to become the king. Reaching out to touch Buggy the clown, Sumu used the reversal technique on him to optimize his physique to the best state and enhance his strength. Do you feel a huge force rolling in your body now? That is the potential of you, the clown? No, the ugly King Buggy. When Sumu was talking, Buggy felt his body was a little hot. When Sumu finished speaking, he felt endless power pouring into his body, strengthening his body and developing his fruit. When everything was over, he realized that he had awakened the power of the fruit. He could no longer suppress the smile on his face and laughed. Ha 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 ha. That's right, I am the ugly emperor, let the world be torn apart. Unlike Whitebird's ability, the regular crack spread from Buggy the clown to the surroundings. After awakening, the ability of the split fruit can finally affect the outside world. This is the ability to split the world into pieces. Under the effect of the split fruit, the sea was split into regular cubes, and the bodies of the navy close to Buggy were also torn into pieces, like the appearance after being chopped by the Operation Fruit. In Buggy's wild laughter, all the approaching navy were easily defeated by him, which made him even more arrogant. Ha ha ha, I am the ugly King Buggy, I want to form an army to overthrow the world government. Ha 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 ha. Seeing this, Galdino, the ability user of the melting fruit, no longer dared to laugh at Buggy. He looked at Buggy in shock and kept muttering to himself, fuck, what kind of luck is this, he really did it. At this time, after doing everything, Sumu disappeared from Buggy's side without knowing when, and reappeared above the execution platform. As soon as he appeared, Zanguo couldn't help but ask, Sumu, the worst criminal, what on earth do you want to do? Sumu smiled and said, nothing, it's better to be a little more lively in this world. You. Zanguo looked at Sumu angrily, even though he had just emerged as a rising star for a month and almost changed the situation in the sea. He was extremely angry, but he could do nothing about Sumu. Sumu had too many abilities, and he was not his opponent at all. At this moment, Sumu suddenly laughed and said, your tactics of sowing discord against Whitebird should fail. After all, I have restored Whitebird's physical condition to its peak. What? At this moment, because of Akanu's provocation, Squard suddenly swung a sword and stabbed at Whitebird. Unlike the original plot, Whitebird's physical condition is still at its peak at this time. He noticed his movements as soon as Squard made a move, and then his armed-color domineering wrapped around his palm, tightening the rapier that stabbed him. Seeing that the stimulating attack was fruitless, Squard looked at him desperately and told other pirates that Whitebird colluded with the Navy just to use them as bargaining chips to rescue Ace. But he was hugged by Whitebird, and then he realized his mistakes in Whitebird's fatherly love and burst into tears. The calculated Whitebird shattered the glacier that wrapped around the headquarters of the Navy, letting the pirates under his command choose whether to stay, and then he was loved by all the pirates under his command. After that, he jumped down, waved his knife at the Navy in front, and personally joined the battlefield. Seeing Whitebird join the battlefield, the pirates were even more excited. Go, follow Dad in charge. Seeing that the pirates were about to land, a figure jumped down. It was the giant Vice Admiral John Jando. He resisted the attack of dozens of pirates alone, and even came in front of Whitebird, trying to stop Whitebird from moving forward, but was easily defeated by Whitebird with one blow. After that, Whitebird put down Kusugalkiri, then extended his index finger into the air and pulled it down suddenly. The violent earthquake covered the entire Navy headquarters, and the land and sea were divided into areas, forming an angle of at least 45 degrees with the horizon. This blow instantly destroyed most of the buildings of the Navy headquarters. Sumu sat on the table, towering and motionless, and the strong earthquake could not affect him at all. After taking a sip of coffee and slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air, Sumu gradually became excited. The climax of the war at the top is about to begin. Chapter 142 Fifth Gear Nika Form. In the bay, pacifists appeared and bombarded the pirates, but a large number of pacifists were also destroyed by the pirates in the New World. There are too many powerful people with bounties of over 100 million in the New World. For them, pacifists are not difficult to defeat. Among them, Buggy the Clown got a video Den Mushi and was discovered by the Navy. He attacked him frantically, trying to destroy the Den Mushi and cut off the signal. After all, it is not glorious to put their behavior of inducing the pirate squad to rebel against Whitebird. Moreover, they don't want the world to know that they are executing in advance. But Buggy the Clown is extremely powerful after awakening. Even if he has not reached the level of the 4 emperors, he has the combat power of the 7 warlords. It has to be said that the fruit of the 4 split fruit is extremely terrible after awakening. As long as he waved his hands slightly, he could make the bodies of the surrounding marines split and turn into countless fragments. Presumably, it would be difficult to subdue him unless the 3 admirals or Garp and Sengoku took action. Now Buggy the Clown has been completely promoted to the Ugly Emperor. At this time, all the pirates have invaded the bay and started to move towards the land. Luffy's battle with Akainu has come to an end. He is not Akainu's opponent as he has not yet awakened the 5th gear. He was knocked out and fell on the ice to exit the 4th gear state. After defeating the giant Vice Admiral, Whitebird suddenly swung his fist to attack the execution platform, but was blocked by the 3 free admirals, so his attack could not destroy the execution platform. However, unlike the original plot, Whitebird's body is still in peak condition even though he is old, and Akainu had consumed a lot of energy before because he needed to fight Luffy. At this time, it was not so easy for them to resist Whitebird's attack. Seeing that the pirates were about to land and approach the execution platform, Sengoku was a little panicked. He didn't care about heating the seashell in his hand and gave an order: "It doesn't matter if all the machines in the town are stopped, transfer all the energy to the surrounding wall." After Sengoku gave the order, all the energy was transferred to the surrounding wall, and the surrounding wall finally broke through the ice and slowly rose, surrounding all the pirates. But surprisingly, there was a wall that did not rise, because the body of the knocked-down Little Oz was lying there, preventing the wall from rising. So many pirates rushed to the only gap in the wall, but how could the Navy not defend this only gap? Many cannons attacked the pirates who rushed to the gap together, causing heavy losses to the pirates. Then Akainu went out, and he kept shooting lava into the sky, and then used gravity to hit the lava into the bay, causing the ice in the bay to evaporate, boiling the seawater, and burning the pirates' bodies. At this time, Little Oz, who was knocked down by the artillery fire, woke up. It turned out that he was not dead, but fell into coma. However, standing in front of him at this time were the 3 admirals, and any one of them could easily kill him regardless of the size difference. Many Navy soldiers around him shot at him and hit his body, making his injuries worse. At this time, Kizaru stretched out his index finger, pointed at Little Oz and said, "You are really tenacious. You can stand up and survive. We must complete the solution quickly." At this time, the best way is to shoot through the head. Boom. Suddenly, a loud noise sounded outside the encirclement wall, and a huge stream of water rushed into the encirclement wall, blocking Kizaru, interrupting his attack and allowing Little Oz to survive. Luffy, holding a broken mast, emerged from the water and appeared in front of everyone. At this time, even with Sumu's enhancement, because of the 4th gear, his domineering aura had been exhausted, and his physical strength was close to overdrawn, and he did not have much combat power. But even so, he still raised his head, ignoring the 3 admirals in front of him who made countless pirates fear, and set his sights on the execution platform. Seeing this scene, the 3 admirals looked down at Luffy calmly, as if laughing at his self-confidence. "Oh, we finally got here. Son of Dragon, you are really fearless. So young, it's terrifying." Aokiji, Akainu, and Kizaru said in turn. All the Navy focused their eyes on Luffy, looking at this young man who is overestimating his own abilities. At the same time, this scene was also filmed by Buggy floating in the air, and the picture was transmitted to the Sabaody archipelago. Everyone who saw this scene was amazed at Luffy's courage, but they were not optimistic about him. Facing the 3 admirals at the same time, even the 4 emperors would be defeated, let alone Luffy. Facing the 3 admirals at the same time, the Straw Hat Boy is doomed. That's right, no one can save him this time. The people who were watching the battle in real time in the Sabaody archipelago were talking about it. And here, the 3 admirals also spoke up: "Your persistence is worthy of praise. But for you, this stage is still too early. You can't beat us." Luffy ignored it, his eyes became more determined, and he shouted, "Give Ace back to me." He threw the mast he was holding at the 3 admirals. This attack was too childish for the 3 admirals. Aokiji instantly froze the mast, making it unable to move forward, but at this time Luffy also entered the second gear again and kicked the frozen mast. The broken ice formed a hazy fog, blocking everyone's sight. He took advantage of this fog and tried to bypass the three admirals and move towards the execution platform. However, this trick could not stop the three admirals who possessed the haki of observation. Kizaru disappeared from his original position in an instant, appeared in front of Luffy, and kicked him away. Seeing that Luffy had actually invaded the execution platform, Sengoku immediately stood up from his seat to prevent any more troubles, and gave an order, execution. Two soldiers holding long swords immediately swung their swords and slashed at Ace. Now, except for Luffy and Little Oz, all the pirates were in the bay and could not provide support. Luffy was knocked away, Little Oz had one leg amputated, and even the sand crocodile who saved Ace in the original plot was in the bay at this time because of Sumyu's interference. No one could stop the execution. Since the beginning of the war, Sengoku had been gloomy until now, and finally smiled at this moment. After the execution, this war was meaningless, and the Navy had already won. But he suddenly saw Sumyu's mouth on the side suddenly hooked a playful smile, and a strong sense of uneasiness immediately rose in his heart. Is there any more surprise? Exclamation mark. The next moment, dense drum sounds rang out from a distance, and the strongest who reacted the fastest immediately locked onto Luffy, who was knocked down. His body was shaking constantly, and thick white mist was born from his body, surrounding him. His physical strength and domineering power recovered at a very fast speed, and at the same time, the enhancement that Sumyu applied to him broke through the limit again. After 800 years, the sound of the drum of liberation resounded again in the sea. Luffy's hair began to change from the bottom, turning into a white burning flame, and the white mist condensed, starting from the neck like a ribbon, passing through the armpits on both sides. A joyful laugh suddenly sounded, resounding through the world. Black and red lightning intertwined with Luffy as the center, and white steam wrapped him like a flame. So far, the human fruit, mythical beast, Nika form. Awakening. Luffy opened his eyes, revealing his light red eyes, and the next moment the domineering power suddenly broke out, covering the entire battlefield. All the weaker marines and pirates fell down, and the two executioners who were executing the execution were no exception, and fell down. Luffy covered his forehead and laughed. The sound of heartbeat is so interesting. After the awakening of the fifth gear, there was no sound in the world except the sound of the liberation drum and Luffy's laughter. Everyone was shocked by Luffy. Those who understood the meaning of the liberation drum knew that the world was destined to change. Whether it was the worst criminal Sumyu or Straw Hat Luffy, they would eventually overturn the original order of the sea. After seeing Luffy awaken, Zanguo completely lost his composure. He suddenly slammed the table and questioned Sumyu. Didn't you say that the enhancement you applied to the Straw Hat Boy will reach its peak state when the execution is carried out? There are still 2 hours before the scheduled execution time. On the battlefield it was so anxious that it was boiling. Sumyu took a sip of tea calmly, and then replied to Zanguo's question, didn't you just announce the execution? You changed the enhancement applied to the Straw Hat Boy. Zanguo looked extremely ugly. Sumyu glanced at him and taunted, no, I'm not as shameless as you. I've never changed. Hearing Sumyu's words, Zanguo's face turned green. He would rather Sumyu changed. The most chaotic power in the pirate world finally bloomed. The tenacious vitality and recovery power born from the awakening of the animal fruit, as well as the ability to manipulate the surrounding things born from the awakening of the superhuman fruit, acted on Luffy at the same time. Under the eyebrows like the lines of the devil fruit, the light red eyes stared at the three admirals. Although there was no majesty in his eyes, it made the three admirals palpitate. The intuition from the strong told them that if they faced Luffy at this time one-on-one, then they would be very likely to be defeated by him. The members of the Whitebird Pirates, other members of the Straw Hat Pirates, the 7 warlords of the sea, and all the marines were staring at that figure. From this moment on, Luffy was no longer a Straw Hat boy, he was one of the strongest on the sea. Luffy rushed to the execution platform. He did not ask Sumyu to save Ace. Besides knowing that Sumyu would not agree, he also wanted to save Ace with his own strength. However, after he approached the execution platform, he was stopped by Kizaru, who was the fastest. Yo, I can't let you get close. Kizaru was different from before. He did not hold back and used all his strength to kick out the strongest attack. The light illuminated the whole world and temporarily suppressed the light of the sun, But such a powerful attack could not hurt Luffy at all. He actually grasped the light that was originally nothingness, gave it rubber properties, and then threw it to Kizaru. Kizaru's face changed drastically and was knocked away by the light he shot, but fortunately the other two admirals had arrived and stopped Luffy from rushing to the execution platform. At this point, the three admirals besieged Luffy at the same time, which completely suppressed Luffy, but they could not defeat him in a short time. The changes are not over. On the battlefield in the distance, the strength of the Straw Hat Pirates has been strengthened. Zoro has awakened a more powerful domineering aura, and even has the tendency to awaken the domineering color, and fights with Hawkeye. At this time, the intensity of the battle between the two has been completely upgraded to the level of admirals, making it impossible for others to approach. And Sanji also freed up his hands because of the end of Luffy's battle with Akainu, and fought with other navy. In the process of the battle, he awakened the scientific factor in his body, awakened his superpowers, and greatly enhanced his combat effectiveness. Although the improvement of other members of the Straw Hat Pirates is not as huge as that of these three main combat members, their domineering qualities have also been improved to varying degrees. In this battle, the Straw Hat Pirates will finally shine. While Luffy was dragging the battle with the three admirals, another coated pirate ship rushed out from the sea, providing a foothold for the pirates and preserving most of the pirates' strength. Things did not end there. The Moby Dick No. 2 built by Sumiu for the Whitebird pirates accumulated strength and rushed into the bay. Its huge hull was like a mountain. It ignored the flaming meteors that were still falling in the sky and crashed into the surrounding wall, knocking away more than a dozen surrounding walls. At this time, the awakened demon Little Oz picked up the newly appeared pirate ship and threw it under the execution platform. At this point, most of the pirates successfully invaded the execution platform. After Little Oz was thrown under the execution platform, he exhausted his last bit of strength. In addition, his whole body was injured by many cannons. Even if Sumiu solved Gecko Moria in advance, he still died of his injuries. Marco came to Little Oz, thanked his body, and then flew towards the execution platform to save Ace. But he was punched away by Garp during the flight. As Garp fell in the air, the word justice on the navy cloak was particularly conspicuous. At this time, Garp's fashion value increased rapidly, instantly providing him with a double increase. Garp sat in the position that originally belonged to Akainu and shouted loudly, "If you want to go to the execution platform, you have to kill me." Garp's figure instantly aged. Between family affection and responsibility, he chose responsibility after all. Below, Whitebird also joined the battlefield. Every time he attacked, he could knock down dozens of Marines. Almost no one could resist. He looked at Luffy, who was fighting against the three admirals at the same time in the distance. Even he was shocked by the free fighting style. This reminded him of what Red Hair had said to him, "I bet my arm on the new world." Obviously, Red Hair won the bet. Luffy is already a strong man who is not inferior to the four emperors. Seeing Whitebird wreaking havoc on the battlefield, Akainu, one of the three admirals, noticed this scene, so he left the battle with Luffy and went to stop Whitebird. "I'll leave the Straw Hat Boy to you. I'll go stop Whitebird." After Akainu left, the pressure on Kizaru and Aokiji increased significantly. Facing Luffy now, the two who were paddling in the original plot can no longer slack off, because if they are not serious, they will really die. At this time, Kizaru and Aokiji both received a certain degree of damage, but Luffy was still in his prime due to the unique recovery ability of the animal type. On the surface, Luffy actually had the upper hand. However, the real strong ones all know that facing the three admirals at the same time, even the animal-type awakeners would inevitably consume energy, but these consumptions were not shown. Akainu came to face Whitebird and blocked his attack on the Marines. The momentum between the two collided, forming visible aftermath and setting off a strong wind. Akainu looked at the Whitebird in his prime in front of him. Although he knew that he might not be his opponent, he was still not afraid. He pursued absolute justice, and compared with Aokiji and Kizaru, he was definitely a real Marine. Akainu said in a deep voice, "If you continue to make trouble, this island will not be able to hold on." Whitebird felt that although the power in his body was not as strong as when he was young, it was still much stronger than when he was sick. He looked at Sumiu and slowly turned to look at Akainu, "Then you just guard it well." The next moment, their fists collided, and black and red lightning bloomed on the battlefield again. P.S. Luffy, the fifth gear fruit awakens. Thanks to Chaos Source for giving 1,000 starting coins, And thanks to book friend 20240321153657159 for giving 200 starting coins. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143 Family and Justice, The Hero's Choice. The two strongest men on the sea collided, and the red and white airwaves collided with each other, forming a clear boundary at the intersection of the fists. The aftermath spread to the surroundings, knocking away the Marines and pirates who were watching. Among them, the unlucky guy who was too close was hit by the aftermath and was seriously injured. If he had not been rescued by his companions, he would have died. The others were terrified when they saw this, and immediately said, "Get out of the way, this is not a battle we can join." Compared with the previous battle between Luffy and Akainu, the battle between Whitebird and Akainu escalated again. Whitebird's goal was only to save Fire Fist Ace, not to fight, so he led the two people's attacks one after another to destroy the Navy headquarters, trying to sink the island, so that the Navy would also fall into self-rescue. But Akainu obviously would not let him do what he wanted, and while restraining his own attacks, he blocked most of Whitebird's attacks. However, Whitebird at this time is not the Whitebird who was pierced in the original plot, old and seriously ill, and was just one step away from death. On the contrary, Akainu consumed a lot in the two battles with Luffy, and it was very difficult for him to parry Whitebird's attack at this time. Under the continuous operation of this meat grinder called war, except for the owner of the lucky fruit-like buggy, the weakest people will die immediately, so in the later stage of the battle, only the strong will be left on the battlefield. Even if the number is getting scarce, the intensity of the battle seems to be upgraded again. Seeing the pirates getting closer and closer to the execution platform, Sengoku immediately ordered the soldiers behind him, "Hurry up and execute Ace." However, due to Luffy's domineering aura before, the executioner was already in a coma at this time, and no one paid attention to the Navy Marshal for a while. While Sumiu was watching the war, Fire Fist Ace suddenly lowered his head and hit the table hard, causing many snacks on the table to splash out and fall to the ground. However, just before the snacks were about to land on the ground, Sumiu snapped his fingers, and as if time had gone back, the snacks returned to the table along their original trajectory. Sumiu asked unhappily, "Kid, what are you crazy about?" Ace showed a painful look on his face. "Damn, I'm so twisted." At this time, when my father, brother, and companions were bleeding and sacrificing, I was so happy the tears could not stop flowing. At this moment, I realized the preciousness of life. Zango naturally did not reply to him, and Sumiu was the same. However, he thought of something, and a smile unique to a fun person appeared on his face, and he said in a flat tone, "Is life precious? No, you are wrong. For the strong, life is not precious." Regardless of the fact that Sumiu was a strong man who could kill him in an instant, and regardless of the fact that Sumiu was actually a reinforcement on his father's side, seeing that his ideas were denied, Ace looked at Sumiu with anger, and he shouted angrily, "What do you know? Do you have companions? Do you see your family members dying in front of you? No, you are just alone, high up. How could you know how I feel?" Sumiu looked at Ace as if he were a retard. "Your family members keep dying in front of you. In the final analysis, isn't it because you are too weak? Moreover, for the strong, life and death are never irreversible results." After the words fell, Sumiu tapped the table lightly, and faint ripples visible to the naked eye spread around. Dozens of pirates and marines who were killed were shrouded by the ripples. The body that had lost its vitality actually trembled, and finally stood up slowly, looking around in confusion. What happened? Wasn't I dead? They were full of doubts about the current situation. This. Ace saw the scene in front of him and fell into stagnation. His worldview was overturned by Sumiu. What kind of fruit ability is this? It can actually revive the dead? He realized something in an instant and looked at Sumiu with a burning gaze. Doesn't this mean that as long as Sumiu is willing, all those who died in this war can be resurrected? Zango, who was sitting on the other side, stood up directly. With his strength, his steps were slightly sluggish, which shows how strong his shock was. The worst criminal Sumiu actually mastered the ability to bring the dead back to life? Then what's the point of them starting this war? As long as Sumiu wants, He can revive the executed ace at will. In this way, this execution not only fails to deter pirates, but makes the Navy look like a joke. There is only one beneficiary in this war, and that is Sumiu, the worst criminal who has made himself famous by stepping on the corpses of Marines and pirates. Seeing the reactions of the two, Sumiu naturally understood what they were thinking. However, he just chuckled and ignored them. He came to the pirate world for no other purpose, just to improve his strength and find fun. He had no intention of dominating the pirate world at all. What happened here also attracted the attention of others. A Marine was stunned and looked at everything in front of him. Resurrected. They are resurrected. Oh my god, could it be the shadow fruit of Gecko Mariah, and the shadows took over their bodies and became zombies? No, their bodies are not corrupted, but they are revived. They are not the lifeless appearance of zombies at all. At this time, Buggy was still using the video phone bug to shoot the scene in front of him. The scene of Sumiu resurrecting the pirates and Navy was played on the screen of the Sabaody archipelago, and reporters spread this news to all parts of the world. After hearing this news, even the Xianlong people could not remain calm. The original plan of the five elders to eliminate Sumiu was immediately cancelled and changed to a plan to capture him alive. If Sumiu could be captured alive, even the Xianlong people would master the secret of resurrection. Zanguo suddenly slammed the table, and his palm, which was faintly emitting golden light, collided with the table, and unexpectedly made a violent roar. The full force of the general-level strongman hit the seemingly ordinary table, but it could not damage it at all. But Zanguo was no longer in the mood to pay attention to the extent of the damage to the table. He questioned Sumiu. Sumiu, the worst criminal, why did you do all these things? Sumiu ignored Zanguo's anger and calmly drank the milk tea in his hand. Ah. What's the matter? Zanguo became more and more dissatisfied with Sumiu's pretending to be confused, strengthening the Straw Hat Pirates, healing Whitebird, killing the 7 warlords of the sea, and even now showing the world that you have the ability to strengthen and revive. Do you know that you will become the target of public criticism in the future? You must have your own purpose, so tell me, what is your purpose? Zanguo's figure became bigger and bigger, and finally formed a golden Buddha. Even though he was not Sumiu's opponent, he didn't want Sumiu to continue. He had a hunch that if Sumiu continued, it would have a more far-reaching impact than the opening of the Age of Discovery by One Piece. Sumiu smiled and said, he finally stood up and looked at the war in front of him with a smile. My purpose? At first it was for fun. Fun. Zanguo didn't expect such an outrageous answer. However, Sumiu continued, but as I saw the war in front of me, I had more feelings and more ideas. I don't want to see heroes grow old, I don't want to see the strong fall, I don't want to see the righteous face choices, and I don't want to see hope shattered. From the screen, this world is full of joy and passion, but the real world is not like this. I don't think I am a kind person, but if I were a god, looking down on the whole world, I would be a kind god, so I want to cut off the corruption and degeneration of the world and leave a more ideal world. Everyone looked at Sumiu in shock. If the Xianlong people called themselves gods, then they might not agree with it themselves. It was just an honorary title. But Sumiu called himself a god, and for some reason they didn't have any sense of why, as if it should be like this. Sumiu continued to speak, and as soon as he opened his mouth, Zanguo felt creepy and immediately waved his fist to hit Sumiu with all his strength, but this time Sumiu didn't indulge him. The unlimited technique suddenly expanded, instantly knocking him out and crashing into the mountain behind. After defeating Sengoku, Sumiu transferred the video phone bug in Buggy's hand to himself and continued, do you want my power? Do you want immortality? If you want, I can give it to you, come. Find me and I will give you everything you want. This is more precious than the treasure of the Pirate King. The incident that happened 20 years ago reappeared, but the difference was that the sensation caused this time was even greater. No matter how amazing the wealth of Pirate King Roger is, it is just wealth. And what can Sumiu give? Power comparable to the 4 emperors. Immortal life. Everything you want to get, but can't get. Even if the world government gives everything, it can't do what Sumiu just said. As for doubt, there is no such idea at all. What Sumiu did before has proved that what he said is true. Now the Straw Hat Boy Luffy who is fighting with the 2 admirals, the pirate hunter Zoro who is fighting tactics with Hawkeye, and the recovered Whitebird, undoubtedly prove that what Sumiu said is true. This is not empty talk, but a real benefit that can be obtained. In front of the big screen in the Sabaody archipelago, Many reporters looked at Sumu, the worst criminal who said that familiar sentence. Some reporters even fell into coma because of excessive emotion. However, more reporters quickly spread this sentence to the Four Seas, to the Red Earth continent, to the Grand Line, and to the New World. In a short time, everyone will know that a treasure more precious than the treasure of One Piece has been born. As for Sumu, he sat back and watched the changes in this world. In addition to wanting to make up for all regrets, the things Sumu said before were all foreshadowing for now. He wants to use the world of One Piece as a test field to completely master the power of the Latitude Demon God. The level 5-6 eyes and energy absorption give him absolute control over his own energy. As long as he's in the same world, he can perfectly control his own energy. Lending his own energy to the people in the pirate world, and then collecting interest to obtain their souls and more powerful energy that merges with their own energy. This is Sumu's fundamental purpose. For the dimensional demons, the only way to improve their strength is to harvest power through borrowing, in addition to devouring the dimensional universes of other dimensional demons. Of course, Sumu also has a faster way to improve through the system, but more bones mean more ways, right? In the Holy Land of Mariacho, the 5 elders are naturally paying attention to the situation on the battlefield and naturally know what Sumu just said. If Roger opened the Age of Discovery before, making the rule of the world government no longer stable, then Sumu's words at this time are undoubtedly just one call away from overthrowing the world government. As long as Sumu is willing, countless people are willing to chase him for power, even if they become his slaves, and they will not be like the slaves of the celestial dragons, who are respectful on the surface, but in fact, if they are given a chance, they will definitely devour their masters without hesitation. At this time, directly using all their strength to eliminate Sumu is the most correct choice, but the greed for the secret of resurrection still makes the 5 elders unable to make up their minds. At this time, a den mushi rang. Hearing the sound of this den mushi, the 5 elders' faces changed slightly, because this was the den mushi that was in contact with the supreme ruler of the world government. The god of finance, Azambaran v Nasuzuro, answered the call, and a very majestic voice came from it. Capture the worst criminal, Sumu, at all costs. Iam's idea coincided with that of the 5 elders, and the 5 elders bowed their heads at the same time and said, yes. After hanging up the phone, the god of finance, Azambaran v Nasuzuro, looked around at the other 4 people and said in a deep voice, it seems that even we have to take action. At the Navy headquarters, Sumu sat on the execution platform and continued to watch the battle. He had consumed a lot of physical strength and was seriously injured before. At this time, facing the 2 admirals, even if Luffy awakened, he was no match for Kizaru and Aokiji. He was defeated again, his body was knocked out, and I don't know if it was a coincidence, but he was kicked directly by Kizaru towards Whitebird. Whitebird looked at this young man. His strength just now was probably no less than his. Even if it was 2 against 1, Kizaru and Aokiji were seriously injured. Luffy was caught in Whitebird's hand, panting heavily, and his injuries were recovering quickly. Seeing that he was caught, Luffy said dissatisfiedly, Uncle, let me go, I want to rescue Ace. Whitebird saw that he was fine, and even if the physical consumption was not counted, he looked better than Aokiji and Kizaru, so he let Luffy go. He smiled at Luffy and said, go, Straw Hat Boy. Inazuma, the user of the scissors fruit, cut the road and used the road as cloth to throw it at the execution platform, forming a road connecting the ground and the execution platform. Seeing this, Luffy immediately rushed over. Kizaru saw this and immediately wanted to stop Luffy from moving forward, but was slashed by Whitebird with a knife, so he could only deal with Whitebird's attack. Other Marines also noticed Luffy and used cannons to bombard Luffy, but were stopped by other captains of the Whitebird pirates. Seeing that Luffy was about to reach the execution platform, a figure with a knife blocked Luffy, and it was Garp. Seeing this, Luffy was a little puzzled and said, Grandpa, get out of the way. But Garp ignored him as if he didn't hear him. Instead, he gritted his teeth and roared at Luffy, how can I get out of the way? I'm the Vice Admiral of the pirate headquarters. Long before you were born, I have been fighting pirates alone. If you want to pass through here, pass over my dead body. Straw Hat Boy Luffy, that is the path you chose. The legendary Marine still exuded his aura without reservation. The aura that did not belong to Whitebird spread out, oppressing the air around him. Luffy looked at his grandfather, and even his beating heart suddenly stopped for a moment. Until now, He finally understood what the path he chose represented, and how heavy the future of this path was. P.S. Garp facing a choice. Chapter 144, Fire Fist Ace is rescued, Whitebird dies. After a brief moment of confusion, Luffy immediately strengthened his will. Becoming the Pirate King was his dream, and he would not give up. Of course, he would not give up saving Ace, even if his grandfather was trying to stop him. If even his grandfather was trying to stop him, then he would beat him up as well. In the state of Fruit Awakening, the rocky road under Luffy's feet was given the elasticity of rubber. Even if Garp landed heavily on it, it would only cause partial distortion of the rocky road, but would not be able to completely destroy it. Rubber, white seal. Luffy's feet quickly retracted, with a domineering color and armed color domineering wrapped around them, and kicked Garp. Before, he knew that his grandfather was very strong, but he didn't know how strong he was. At this time, under Sumyu's strengthening, he had awakened the observation color domineering, and sensed the power of his grandfather, so he did not hold back when he attacked, and directly used his strongest power. Garp looked at the black and red lightning that was hitting him, his eyes widened, and he couldn't believe it. He originally just wanted to pretend to block Luffy and pretend to be defeated after taking Luffy's blow, but he didn't expect Luffy to use such a powerful move on him. Facing Luffy's full strength kick, even he couldn't ignore it and needed to resist, otherwise he would be seriously injured. What a good grandson he is. But who makes him a grandfather? The armed color covered his fist and collided with Luffy's foot. The black and red lightning formed by the collision of domineering power spread, and the aftermath continued to destroy the road under his feet. In the collision between the two, one went all out and the other was obviously letting it go, and the result was very obvious. After a period of confrontation, Garp was obviously unable to support, and was kicked in the chest by Luffy's foot. He spit out a large mouthful of blood and was knocked out, breaking through layers of buildings and being submerged in the ruins. This is different from the blood that Garp bit his tongue and spit out in the original plot, but it is the real blood that was hit. At this time, Luffy's strength is beyond his imagination. Even if he uses 80% of his strength, he is still not his opponent. But instead of being discouraged, he showed a smile from the heart. Ace and Luffy, you have grown up. Luffy walked to the execution platform and found MR3 beside him, and his face was full of joy. MR3's ability is the wax fruit, which can melt his body to produce wax, and its strength can even reach the level of steel. Under the influence of Sumyu, Luffy did not establish a bond with Hancock, and naturally there was no key on Ace's lock given by Hancock. At this time, with the existence of MR3, he could easily make a key. Just when MR3 was making the key, Luffy had time to check the surrounding situation. When he saw Sumyu, his eyes jumped out of his sockets and he was extremely shocked. Sumyu, why are you here? Sumyu was quite speechless. Good guy, you looked at the execution platform countless times before, and you focused all your attention on Ace, right? But when you think of this as Luffy and Sumyu, it's not surprising. Seeing that the Straw Hat Boy ignored him and went to save Ace, the expression on Sengoku's face became more and more ugly, and his body kept getting bigger until it finally became a huge golden Buddha. This is the human fruit, mythical beast, great Buddha form. As he changed into the appearance of a big Buddha, the seagull on his head also left his head and flew out. Then he suddenly punched in the direction of Luffy, and Luffy, who used the observation haki to capture Sengoku's attack, also punched him. Both of them are the owners of three-color domineering, and the collision of various domineerings directly shattered the execution platform below. Fire Fist Ace and MR3 fell down at the same time, but Sumyu was still far away. The aftermath of the two could not affect him, and gravity could not do anything to him. He just sat there, holding a goblet and swallowing the precious red wine in it directly, watching the battle in front of him. Within a range of 5 meters around him, nothing could get close. Even Sengoku, who was knocked away by Luffy in the battle, flew towards Sumyu, but was immediately bounced back by the unlimited technique and suffered secondary damage. When Luffy stopped Sengoku, MR3 used wax liquid to make a key to unlock Ace's shackles. Seeing this scene, many pirates exclaimed together, "Great, Ace, he's finally released." After seeing Ace being rescued, Luffy immediately knocked Sengoku away, then found an opportunity to leave the battle and came to Ace. Their goal was to save Ace. At this time, Ace had been rescued. Now they only needed to leave the Navy headquarters safely to successfully complete this operation. After defeating the surrounding Navy, Fire Fist Ace subconsciously stopped Luffy behind him and said with a smile, "Luffy, let me protect you." At this time, an ice spear attacked the two. Facing the Admiral's attack, the exhausted Ace had no time to react, but at this time a fist wrapped in a strong and domineering aura brushed Ace's face and shattered the ice spear. The sound of the liberation drum became louder and louder, as if responding to Luffy's happy mood at the moment. Luffy laughed, "Ha ha ha, Ace, thanks to Sumu, I am no longer the same as before. Let me protect you." Ace looked at Luffy with a complicated expression. Luffy, who had never defeated him either in sparring or fighting, was now a strong man who surpassed him. He wiped away any trace of sadness in his heart, leaving only happiness. Ace laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha, that won't do. We brothers still have to fight side by side. Luffy, one day I will surpass you again." The cold mist came from the front, covering Luffy and the other man. A cold voice sounded from the front. Admiral Aokiji stopped them at some point, blocking their way forward. "You can't even see the sun tomorrow, and you still say one day. You can't escape from here at all." Blood flowed from Kuzen's forehead. This was the injury he had been hit by Luffy before. The blood dripped from his forehead, dyeing his white shirt red, making his words seem less convincing. But even so, the Admiral-level strongmen stopped them, and they still had to be cautious. After several months of bumpy wandering in Impel Down, Ace, the Fire Fist, was no longer at his peak. After the battle in Impel Down, Luffy only rested for a while and came to the Navy headquarters. After that, he fought with 3 admirals alone. At this time, some of his injuries could no longer heal quickly. His strength was almost exhausted. However, Aokiji's strength was also consumed a lot in the battle. Although it was less than Luffy's, it also provided Luffy with a great opportunity. Luffy rushed over first, put his hands on the ground, and kept kicking the ground with his feet. Because of the fast speed, his feet looked like a Hot Wheel in the eyes of outsiders, and only a vague shadow could be seen. The ground was rubberized, and elastic deformation occurred when Luffy kept kicking the ground. When it reached the limit, it suddenly bounced Luffy away, giving him a very high initial speed. This is a real catapult start. Then Luffy and the others fought with Aokiji, but they were still stopped by him and many Navy forces, and they could not escape in a short time. In the distance, accompanied by bursts of roars, the great whirlpool spider pirates drove a relatively intact pirate ship, using turbine rotation as power, and actually drove the pirate ship on land and crashed into the wall of the Navy headquarters. They wanted to sacrifice themselves to create an opportunity for Whitebird and others to escape. But when they were about to hit the wall, a figure stood in front of the pirate ship and stopped the huge pirate ship with one hand. Whitebird panted heavily and comforted the captain of the spider pirates, Squard, saying, "Squard, you don't know how infernal it is for an old man to send off a young man. Don't be too proud, you didn't hurt me at all, everyone has a time to die. Our mission has been completed, and I am no longer needed here. Listen carefully, Whitebird pirates, from now on, issue the final captain's order. You and I will part here, everyone must survive and return to the New World safely." As soon as these words came out, everyone knew Whitebird's determination to die. The members of the Whitebird pirates looked at Whitebird in horror. The man who used to be so powerful and arrogant, in their eyes, the still healthy Whitebird had become old and no longer had the charm he had before. This strongest man is still a hero in his twilight years. In the air, Sumu put away the tables and chairs and put them back into the pocket universe, and then looked at Whitebird's figure in surprise. He had obviously healed Whitebird's body, why did he still have the determination to die? Did he know that his lifespan had reached its limit? When treating Whitebird, Sumu knew that even without the many diseases in his body, Whitebird was about to reach the limit of his lifespan, and he had about a few months left. If Whitebird could sense that his end was approaching, it would not be surprising for him to make such a decision. If Sumu was Whitebird, he would most likely make the same decision. Instead of dying in obscurity in a corner, a great hero on the sea like him might as well burn out everything he had and make a big fuss. Sumu understood Whitebird's decision, but it did not mean that he accepted it. It was as if everything he changed only made Whitebird burn more fiercely in this battle and bloom more powerful sparks. But Sumu didn't want this, he wanted to change more. Of course, this was very easy for him. But he didn't plan to take action immediately, he had to continue watching this battle, and the protagonists would appear at the critical moment. In the distance, Whitebird and Ace said their final farewell. Whitebird used his life to prove that there is real family affection between pirates, not just conspiracy and trickery. After that, Fire Fist Ace suddenly turned around and fled far away. He would not disappoint Whitebird's expectations and would live well. After saying goodbye to Fire Fist Ace, Whitebird used all his strength to swing his fist to attack the air, forming a crack dozens of meters wide in the air in front of him. The entire Navy headquarters was trembling. He wanted to sink Marineford and bury himself in the sea. He wanted to destroy the Navy headquarters that terrified countless pirates as a grand funeral for his death. Under the effect of the tremor fruit, the entire Marineford was constantly shaking. The closer to Whitebird, the stronger the vibration. The Navy was the closest to Whitebird, and the pirates were less affected. Therefore, Whitebird's continuous attacks helped the pirates block most of the Navy and provided them with an opportunity to escape. At this time, a voice rang on the battlefield. As soon as they rescued Fire Fist Ace, they ran away immediately. The Whitebird pirates really gathered a group of cowards. Akainu stood behind the pirates and taunted. However, such a low-level ridicule would undoubtedly not have any effect. Ignoring him, all the pirates, including Luffy and Ace, tried their best to flee far away. However, Akainu was not disappointed, but changed his way of ridicule. But the captain is like that, there's nothing we can do about it. After all, Whitebird is just a loser from the last era. Many pirates were not fooled and still fled quickly. They didn't think anyone would be so stupid to waste the opportunity that their father had worked hard for a moment of anger and stay to confront the admiral head-on. However, as a user of the ability of the burning fruit, his temper was indeed irritable. Fire Fist Ace stopped and muttered in a low voice, "Loser." He turned around suddenly, and the flames burned from his fists, and he shouted to Akainu, "Take back what you just said." The people behind him noticed Ace's abnormality, stopped Ace, and kept persuading him, but Ace ignored him. Fire Fist Ace said angrily, "He is insulting my father." He pushed his companions away and rushed towards Akainu, wanting Akainu to take back what he had just said. Seeing that Ace of Fire Fist actually turned back, Akainu smiled. He didn't expect that Ace of Fire Fist was so stupid. So he continued to taunt Whitebird, and also taunted the Whitebird pirates he founded. After hearing what Akainu said, Ace of Fire Fist finally couldn't stand it anymore and punched Akainu. When the two collided, how could Ace of Fire Fist be Akainu's opponent? He was immediately knocked away, and even his body was burned by the magma. Akainu knew that Ace of Fire Fist would not run away, so he relaxed a lot. He looked down at Ace from a high position and taunted, "You are just ordinary fire, and I am magma that can burn even fire. My ability is not comparable to yours." Many pirates behind him wanted to rush over to save Ace, but when they just took a step, they immediately stopped, showing joy on their faces. And Akainu also stopped his fist that wanted to attack Ace, and looked at the figure behind Ace with a serious face. Ace covered his arm and stood up. He noticed that the atmosphere was not right. Then he slowly stood up and saw the pair of indifferent blue pupils. It was Sumiu who appeared behind Ace at some point. The Whitebird pirates were all happy. They all knew that Sumiu was the reinforcement of their father, and Sumiu was extremely powerful. Now that Sumiu was here, they no longer had to be afraid of the admiral. The atmosphere on the Navy side was the opposite of that of the pirates. They were tense and looked at Sumiu warily, even Akainu was no exception. Facing the mysterious and worst criminal Sumiu, who dared to relax? But to their surprise, Sumiu took action, but the target of the attack was not the Navy, but the burned Ace. Sumiu walked up to Ace and kicked him in the face, sending him flying to where Luffy was, cursing, "Fuck, I can't stand it anymore, what a jerk." He can't stand a few words, and he said he would inherit Whitebird's will, never disappoint Whitebird, and live bravely. Ugh. He really has a problem with his brain. He is worthy of being Luffy's brother, even if he is normal at ordinary times, his IQ is actually negative. Everyone stared at the slightly irritable Sumiu, not knowing why he, as a reinforcement of Whitebird, suddenly attacked Ace. However, they still agreed with Sumiu's words, and they also felt that Fire Fist Ace had a problem with his brain. But the next moment, they no longer had time to watch the show. A huge pressure enveloped the surroundings. Sumiu showed a mocking expression similar to Akainu, and then slowly said, "You said that pure fire is not as good as magma? Then look at what this is." The blazing flame was controlled by vector operation, gathered in Sumyu's palm, and continued to compress. Then the heat was amplified 10 times by Sumyu, presenting a light hotter than the sun. P.S. Fire Fist Ace. Chapter 145, The Blackbeard Pirates appear. The color of the flame will change with the temperature, just like the Fire Fist Ace. His flames are all red and orange, and the temperature of this flame is about 3000 degrees Celsius. As the temperature rises, the color of the flame will gradually change, yellow-white at about 4000 degrees Celsius, blue-green at about 6000 degrees Celsius, and purple at more than 7000 degrees Celsius. At this time, the endless heat was controlled by Sumyu, compressed in his palm, and ignored the law of conservation of energy to increase its heat tenfold. At this time, the temperature of the bright fireball in Sumyu's palm has reached 100,000 degrees Celsius. If Sumyu hadn't controlled the heat to shrink it in his palm and unable to spread outward, the rocks around Sumyu would have been melted into magma in just a moment. After the fireball in his hand stabilized, Sumyu smiled and said to Akainu, "Do you know that the performance of objects is generally divided into 3 forms, solid, liquid and gaseous? Lava is liquid rock, so does the substance of rock have a gaseous form? Let's try it." Sumyu flicked the fireball lightly, and the fireball flew towards Akainu at a high speed. The speed of the fireball was not fast, just at a level that Akainu could capture and block but could not dodge. Looking at the fireball flying towards him at high speed, Akainu instinctively felt a strong threat. His observation haki told him that he must stop this seemingly ordinary fireball, as this was an attack that could kill him. Dog bites Red Lotus. Akainu's arm turned into lava, and then transformed into a dog head and attacked the fireball. This level of attack could burn Ace, but when facing a seemingly ordinary fireball, it was destroyed and evaporated. That's right, these magmas with a temperature of thousands of degrees Celsius due to the ability of the fruit were immediately evaporated by the huge heat contained in them when they touched the fireball, and then turned into special smoke that filled the surroundings. Seeing that his attack was ineffective, and even after defeating his attack, the fireball still maintained its original flying speed and did not change in appearance, Akainu's face became even uglier. He immediately swung his fists with all his strength, condensing huge magma fists to attack the fireball. However, after these fists hit the fireball, they suffered the same fate as the previous moves, and were instantly evaporated and disappeared. Akainu wanted to continue attacking to stop the fireball from approaching, but the next moment the fireball hit his chest, and the huge power contained in it instantly exploded, forming a fire column with a height of hundreds of meters and a diameter of tens of meters standing between heaven and earth, and it was still expanding and becoming even bigger. Such a terrifying scene undoubtedly attracted everyone's attention. If this fire column was not restricted, then even without Whitebird's move, this fire column alone could completely destroy the Navy headquarters. After a fight, Aokiji ignored the opponent in front of him and rushed towards the fire column. When he was still tens of meters away from the fire column, he directly released his ultimate move with all his strength, Ice Age. The overwhelming cold air rushed towards the fire column, and the ice and the flame collided, and the two continued to melt and consume each other. Among them, the ice has Aokiji as a backing, and can be born continuously, but the flame has no Sumyu as a supply, and can only be consumed bit by bit. But even so, even though Aokiji's physical strength was mostly consumed, the flame still retained a considerable part, until Kizaru saw that the situation was not good and came to help, constantly kicking at the flames, destroying the stability of the flame tornado, which gradually suppressed the flames with ice. After a while, Aokiji's physical strength was on the verge of overdrawn, and the fire column was completely extinguished, revealing Akainu, whose flesh and blood were carbonized and whose life and death were unknown. Kizaru immediately carried Akainu's body and moved away from Sumyu. After landing in a safe place, he checked Akainu's injuries. As a user of the magma fruit, he was covered with burns and was obviously dying. If he was not treated as soon as possible, the 3 admirals would become 2 admirals. Damn, the worst criminal Sumyu, what kind of monster is he? It's so scary. At this time, the scary thing that Kizaru said was not as exaggerated as before, but Sumyu really made him feel scared. The admiral was already the peak combat power on the sea, even compared with the 4 emperors, and at this time, he was injured and dying after just one attack from Sumyu. What's even more despairing is that Sumyu defeated Akainu easily by using the fire ability that Akainu is best at. The difficulty of this is more than several times higher than using other methods to defeat Akainu. At this time, Akainu coughed suddenly and spit out sporadic blood. The liquid in his body was evaporated by the scorching high temperature, even the blood was no exception. But even so, he still did not die. He survived by relying on his monster-like physique, and even squeezed the energy in his body to return life, promote the continuous hematopoiesis of the bone marrow, and quickly regenerate flesh and blood. Sumiu observed this picture and was amazed. He didn't expect Akainu to survive. Is this the return of life in the world of pirates? What a magical ability! From the perspective of the six eyes, Sumiu clearly saw the flow of energy in Akainu's body and instantly understood the operating principle of life return. After mastering life return, you can freely control your body, hair, and internal organs. As long as you put your consciousness in, you can freely control any place. However, Sumiu has already been able to do this. For him, this technique can be used as an inspiration for ability development, but it cannot significantly improve his strength. Seeing that Akainu survived his attack, Sumiu didn't pay much attention to him. His attack strength was already stuck at the limit of Akainu's tolerance, and the probability of survival and death was 50-50. The reason why Sumiu attacked Akainu was just because he was a little unhappy with him. In fact, he still agreed with Akainu. After all, compared with Kizaru and Aokiji, he was the most outstanding admiral. After defeating Akainu, Sumiu slowly walked to Ace, looked at Ace whose ribs were broken by his kick, and then squatted down and patted his face, saying with a little regret, "What?" In the original work, Sumiu was most speechless about Ace's death. They had already escaped the pursuit of the Navy. As long as they kept running and didn't look back, they could survive. But Ace turned back and attacked Akainu just because of Akainu's ridicule. Not only did he lose his life, but even Luffy was almost implicated by him. You must know that the fundamental purpose of the Whitebird pirates' attack on the Navy headquarters was just to save Ace. Thinking of this, Sumiu couldn't hold back any longer, and kicked Ace again, knocking him away. Sumiu's casual blow was not enough for Ace to bear, and he immediately vomited a lot of blood and fell into coma. But Sumiu would not let him die, and used the technique of Kang to attract him, and then healed all the injuries on his body, and then kicked him out again, and repeated this several times before he stopped teaching Ace a lesson. During this process, other people around him wanted to stop Sumiu's actions, but they were all knocked unconscious by his slap. After seeing that Ace was fine, they also knew that they were not Sumiu's opponent, so they stopped stopping Sumiu. And for some reason, watching Ace being beaten continuously, they felt so good. After the fun, Sumiu kicked Ace towards Luffy and let Luffy catch him. Then he observed the current situation. In the distance, Sengoku Garp and Whitebird in his prime were fighting, and it was almost over. Facing the joint attack of Garp and Sengoku, even Whitebird could not resist. After that, it was the three admirals, among whom Akainu was on the verge of death, Aokiji was exhausted, and Kizaru had also consumed most of his strength. As for the 7 warlords of the sea, except for Gecko Mirai who was killed by Sumiu and Doflamingo who was seriously injured, the others were also more or less injured. Hawkeye still defeated Zoro, who was strengthened by Sumiu and retained his reputation as the world's greatest swordsman. The physical strength of the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates was also on the verge of exhaustion, and Luffy also returned to his usual state from the 5th gear state. His whole body was withered, like an old man. This was the price of entering the 5th gear state. Now, the power of the Navy and the pirates is on the verge of exhaustion. If there is a third-party force, it is a good time to reap the rewards. Then it's time for the fishermen to appear. Ha 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 ha. A rough laugh suddenly came and spread to every corner of the battlefield. A marine suddenly discovered something and pointed in a direction and said, "What is that? Behind the headquarters fortress, there must be something else." Another marine followed up and said, "Not only that, who is the person standing on the headquarters fortress?" The Blackbeard pirates appeared in front of everyone, and Blackbeard stood in front of his newly recruited crew, looking very proud. Although the appearance of the worst criminal Sumiu made the development of his affairs beyond his expectations, the final result was still good. At this time, the combat power of the Navy and the pirates was very little, and their Blackbeard pirates were still at their peak. Now was a great time for him to reap the fruits of victory. The only regret was that the mysterious worst criminal Sumiu was still at his peak, but he didn't care. According to his observation, Sumiu's strength also mostly came from the ability of the fruit, and his dark fruit could invalidate all the fruit abilities. His ability restrained the ability of the worst criminal Sumu. If he fought with Sumu, he would be enough to take Sumu down alone. What's more, he had the powerful men on the sea behind him, some of whom could even fight against the admirals. With such a powerful force, how could he lose? Blackbeard's face was ferocious, and he loudly announced to the world, "From today on, it will be the era of my Blackbeard." Sengoku and Garp looked at Blackbeard with serious faces, without saying anything. At this time, the Navy's combat power had suffered heavy losses and it was no longer possible to capture Blackbeard. What they have to do now is to try to preserve the Navy's combat power. When the Whitebird pirates saw Blackbeard, their eyes were bloodshot, but as Sumu said, their mission had been completed, and the only thing they had to do now was to escape from the Navy headquarters. So at this time, only Whitebird rushed to Blackbeard. He had already decided to die, and before he died, he avenged Thatch, and died without regrets. Seeing Whitebird rushing towards him and others, Blackbeard was not afraid, but became more and more excited. He captured Ace and provoked a war between the Whitebird pirates and the Navy for two purposes. One was to release the notorious pirates on the 7th floor of Impel Down to form the Blackbeard pirates. The second was for Whitebird's fruit ability that was said to be able to destroy the world. Unlike other people, Blackbeard's body structure is different from that of ordinary people, so he can possess most devil fruit abilities. The dark fruit can absorb their fruit abilities, so if he can kill Whitebird, he can extract the ability of the tremor fruit from Whitebird's body. He is determined to obtain the tremor fruit ability. This is the key to his future domination of the world. The two sides approached quickly, and when they reached a certain distance, they attacked each other. But suddenly, their attacks all stopped in the air and continued to move forward. Sumu disappeared from the spot, and appeared in the middle of Whitebird and Blackbeard's Black Thieves group at some point. At this time, he opened the unlimited technique to block the attacks of both sides. Blackbeard was quite afraid of Sumu when he saw him, but because of his ignorance, he was not afraid. He taunted Sumu, "Why, Sumu, the worst criminal, is also going to interfere in the feud between me and Whitebird?" Sumu glanced at him, making him instinctively take a step back, but he ignored it. He turned to look at Whitebird, smiled at Whitebird's puzzled eyes, and flicked the air in front of him, "Don't rush to die. In addition to this great world of navigation, there are more magical worlds and more exciting adventures waiting for you." Sumu's fingertips collided with the air. Under the action of vector operation, this tiny kinetic energy expanded rapidly, and then formed a huge kinetic energy that wrapped Whitebird's body. This kinetic energy was too strong, even Whitebird could not resist it, and could only be knocked out by it, and finally fell in front of Ace and others. "Whitebird can't die yet. Sumu is still preparing to make him his #1 general." Then, he turned around and looked at the extremely angry Blackbeard, and smiled, "You seem very angry." Blackbeard saw that the meat in his hand slipped away like this, and he was already furious. His face was extremely distorted. "Damn the worst criminal Sumu, I want you to die." But before he finished speaking, Sumu slapped him. Through the 6 eyes, Sumu already knew the operating principle of the tremor fruit, and this slap used the ability of the tremor fruit. Boom! Instantly, white cracks covered thousands of meters around, and the terrifying vibration rushed towards Blackbeard. Before he could react, one of his arms, along with Van Oka, Katrindimi, and most of the body of Sanoan Wolf behind him, were hit by the terrifying vibration, and were instantly crushed into a ball of meat paste, and then were shaken into smaller molecules in the vibration. Under Sumu's precise control, the remaining vibration did not destroy Marineford, but gathered into a line and flew behind Blackbeard and others. Just like the wreckage of the fortress on the mountain was destroyed in an instant, the mountain behind it was also destroyed in an instant, and then the vibration separated the endless sea, separated the unfortunate uninhabited islands on its way, and then spread to an unknown distance, and finally slowly stopped. The Whitebird pirates' escape suddenly stopped, and the dissatisfaction on Whitebird's face disappeared. Even the Straw Hat pirates, who knew Sumu well, were stunned. The remaining tens of thousands of Marines trembled all over, collapsed on the ground, and could not move. Sengoku, Garp, and the 3 generals looked at what was happening in front of them in disbelief. Even if they attacked together, they could not reach even 1/10 of the strength of this attack. This was not something that humans could do, not even monsters could do it. This was a miracle from God. Pata pata. On the battlefield, only the sound of Sumu's leisurely walk could be heard. He came to the stiff, dull-faced Blackbeard, stretched out his hand and gently patted his big face, then repeated the previous question with a bright smile. "You seem very angry." Chapter 146 Kill Blackbeard and his gang. After Sumyu's slap on his face, Blackbeard finally came to his senses and understood what had just happened. He immediately jumped back, distanced himself from Sumyu, and then fell to the ground screaming. The power of the dark fruit is very powerful. It can devour everything and can make all devil fruits lose their proper abilities through physical contact. However, the dark fruit also has a disadvantage, that is, after being attacked, the pain is several times that of an ordinary person. An arm was forcibly torn apart by a strong vibration, which brought an indescribable pain. After the pain was magnified, it was even more unbearable. Looking at Blackbeard rolling on the ground, Sumyu felt it was irritating, so he said impatiently, "Blackbeard, if you scream again, you may lose your other limbs." Blackbeard only felt a thick malice wrapped around him, his hair stood up, goosebumps spread all over his body, and death seemed to have surrounded him long ago, waiting for the white-haired man in front of him to give an order to harvest his life. He struggled to get up, and then he was no longer arrogant. He nodded and bowed to Sumyu and said, "Mr. Sumyu, what a misunderstanding. I have heard of your reputation for a long time. I dare not get angry even if you beat and scold me." While nodding and bowing to please him, Blackbeard slowly approached and tried to get close to Sumyu. Sumyu didn't care. He knew what Blackbeard wanted to do, but it was just a futile struggle. Sure enough, when he was 3 meters away from Sumyu, Blackbeard suddenly pounced on him, lying on the ground and grabbing Sumyu's legs. At this time, he looked extremely embarrassed, but his momentum was strong again from the sluggishness. "Ha ha ha ha, you idiot, you actually let me touch your body. Under the power of the dark fruit, your fruit power can no longer play any role. Damn Sumyu, you dare to bully me, I must cut you into pieces." Dark acupoints. The rolling black spread around with the Blackbeard as the center, covering the surrounding area of dozens of square meters. This is the swallowing effect of the dark fruit. Any object on it will be swallowed by darkness, and then compressed and crushed by infinite power. When Blackbeard fought Ace before, he used this ability to instantly turn a town into nothingness. At this time, the coverage area of the dark acupuncture channel was greatly reduced, and its attraction also increased significantly. Sumyu. Whitebird looked at Sumyu worriedly. He didn't know whether Sumyu's ability would be restrained by the dark fruit. If it was really restrained, then Sumyu's strength would be greatly reduced, and it is very likely that he would no longer be Blackbeard's opponent. Before, Sumyu only showed his strength, which was just his superb fruit development ability, but not his physique, so Whitebird and others didn't know what level Sumyu's physique had reached. The Straw Hat Gang and others in the distance looked at Sumyu worriedly. Although they had confidence in Sumyu, they couldn't help but worry when they saw Blackbeard's confident look. As for the Navy such as Sengoku, there was no reaction. They hoped that Sumyu and Blackbeard would both lose, so that they could capture the two extremely unstable elements on the sea without any effort. When in contact with Blackbeard, Sumyu felt a familiar energy reaction. The power of the dark fruit is very similar to that of the mutant suppression device, and even most of the power fluctuations are exactly the same. The only difference is that the power of the dark fruit is to suppress the power of the devil fruit, while the power of the mutant suppression device is to suppress the power of the X gene. He has already adapted to this suppression ability, and it has no effect on him at all. Sumyu did not respond to Blackbeard, but just watched his performance quietly, watching him go from being full of pride to being terrified. Blackbeard was horrified to find that except for touching Sumyu with his hands, he could not touch any other part of Sumyu's body, as if there was an invisible wall blocking him and isolating him from Sumyu. What terrified him even more was that he was sure that this wall was real, but except for attacking Sumyu, he could not sense the existence of this wall in any other way. Under the observation of the observation Haki, there was a blank in front of him, and there was no existence of Sumyu at all, let alone the invisible wall. Cold sweat flowed down Blackbeard's forehead. He asked in horror, What did you do? Why can you continue to use your ability even though I have touched you? It only took a dozen seconds to go from heaven to hell and back to heaven." Facing Sumyu, whose ability was not suppressed, he was no longer sure of winning. Sumyu smiled brightly at Blackbeard, then extended his index finger, and a red and white singularity quickly formed at the tip of his finger. Blackbeard sensed the huge power contained in the red and white singularity, and immediately gave up contact with Sumyu's body, stepped back, and then released endless darkness with all his strength. Dark water. Dark water is the ability of the dark fruit, which can devour attacks from the devil fruit. In the original plot, Blackbeard once used this move to stop Whitebeard's vibration. If it weren't for Blackbeard's arrogance, he would probably be able to kill the dying Whitebird alone. But at this time, the invincible move lost its durability. Facing the thumb-sized supernova, dark water absorbed the power of the red and white singularity at full load, but the absorbed power was still a drop in the bucket of the total amount. The remaining red and white singularity quickly broke free from dark water's restraints and hit Blackbeard's body. The red and white singularity instantly pierced Blackbeard's chest, then flew behind him, passed through Sanwan Wolf behind him, tore his broken body into pieces, and finally pierced the entire Navy headquarters again. Ah! Blackbeard covered his chest and screamed. The pain in his left arm and chest increased several times, constantly tormenting him. Seeing that the situation was not right, Blackbeard's crew just fled to the distance without hesitation, leaving the seriously injured Blackbeard behind. "You, don't leave, come and save me." Blackbeard lay on the ground, a lot of blood flowed from the wound, dyeing the nearby ground red. He struggled to get up and asked his crew. But the Blackbeard pirates are not like the Whitebird pirates. The members have a bond and can die for their companions. The reason they gather together is only because of their own ambitions. They will never put themselves in danger for others. Blackbeard naturally understands this, but in the face of life and death, even if he knows that there is little hope, he still can't help but speak, just wanting to win a glimmer of hope. If they don't come to save him, then he will definitely die. Sumyu will naturally not let the other members of the Blackbeard pirates escape. He snapped his fingers, and the members of the Blackbeard pirates who had escaped 1,000 meters away instantly disappeared from the spot and were transferred to Sumyu. Looking at the Blackbeard pirates with different expressions, Sumyu smiled. "Everyone, I want to play a game with you." The Blackbeard pirates had different expressions, and they looked at Sumyu with uncertain moods. The worst criminal Sumyu is too terrifying. His devil fruit abilities are endless, and the one that just transferred them over is a brand new ability. This made them realize that they could not escape from Sumyu's hands by their own strength. Hearing Sumyu's words, Lafayette asked, "What game? You all attack me together. As long as you can make me take a step back, I can let you go." As soon as Sumyu finished speaking, the remaining members of the Blackbeard pirates used all their strength to attack Sumyu. But as time passed, they gradually became desperate. Because their attacks could not even get close to Sumyu, let alone repel him. Gradually, everyone stopped attacking, knowing that what they did was in vain. Among them, Baskjot saw that he and others could not repel Sumyu half a step, and wanted to escape, but when he just took action, he was slapped on the body by Sumyu and was crushed into a meat pie by the huge repulsive force. Seeing the miserable state of Baskjot, the other members of the Blackbeard pirates no longer dared to escape. Seeing the desperate look of Blackbeard and others, Sumyu comforted them. "Don't worry, there is always a way out. Look, I am just taking a step back, right?" Sumyu took a step back. Seeing this, Blackbeard and others were ecstatic, and Blackbeard immediately said, "Since you have retreated, can we leave now?" Under the hopeful gaze of Blackbeard and others, Sumyu suddenly laughed. "Ha ha ha, I lied to you before." Blackbeard and others looked stiff, and they had an ominous premonition in their hearts. When these strong men faced death, they were no different from ordinary people. Sumyu nodded and confirmed their guess. "Whether I retreat or not, you will die. Now you can try to struggle." Damn bastard. There was no possibility of survival. Blackbeard and others completely lost their minds and rushed towards Sumyu. They continued to attack the unlimited technique, and then launched the most vicious curse on Sumyu. Sumyu's smile remained unchanged, but he pointed at Lafayette and said, "You said you wanted my soul to be tortured by the devil? Okay, I'll fulfill your wish." Because he had obtained some magic books from the Supreme Mage, even if Sumyu's magic talent was low, he could easily practice magic after reaching a certain level of strength. He knocked Lafayette's spirit out of his body with one palm, then captured him, opened the portal and transferred his spirit to the eternal fire of the pocket universe, constantly burning his soul. The pain of a burned soul is several times more intense than Blackbeard's pain. Lafayette's screams were transmitted to the outside world through the portal, making Blackbeard and others extremely terrified. Sumyu then called out the names. "Poison Q, you said you wanted to tear my body apart to satisfy you. In just a moment, Sumu used his own way to treat others, and dealt with everyone except Blackbeard. The harsh wails of the strong spread throughout the Navy headquarters, and also made everyone have a new understanding of Sumu. Finally, Sumu looked at Blackbeard and said with a smile, "You didn't curse me." Blackbeard rolled and crawled to Sumu, kowtowed and knelt. "That's right, Lord Sumu, I didn't curse you, please forgive me." But Sumu ignored his begging for mercy, and thought for a moment and said, "That's really difficult. Why not increase your pain hundreds of times, and then cut you into pieces?" "No. No." Blackbeard begged for mercy and resisted, but in front of Sumu, who was at the level of a single universe, these were useless. Then a new wailing sounded throughout the Navy headquarters, and it was not until Sumu dispersed the portal that these wailings completely disappeared. Then Sumu looked around the Navy headquarters, which had completely turned into ruins, and looked at the pirates who were either wary or looking at him in fear. He bowed slightly and smiled, then opened the portal to return to Fishman Island. He was going to start his next plan. Seeing Sumu leave, the three admirals Sengoku and Garp finally relaxed. Garp wiped the cold sweat from his head and sighed, "I really don't know where Sumu came from. He just appeared and defeated Aokiji and Kizaru. Judging from this war, even if we attack together, we may not be his opponent." Zanguo also sighed, "Yes, the key is that he has too many abilities, whether it is strengthening or eliminating the disadvantages of devil fruits, and more importantly, he can actually resurrect the dead. I don't know if these abilities can be used on a large scale. If they can, I'm afraid the world government will." At this point, Zanguo paused, but the others knew what he wanted to say. If this is true, then the world government is not his opponent. If Sumu is willing, then he can easily overthrow the original government and create a new government. Whitebird and others also looked at the place where Sumu disappeared, but unlike the Navy, they were very grateful to Sumu. Because of Sumu, Dad survived, and Ace was also rescued by them. This time in the battle with the Navy, their Whitebird side can be said to have won a great victory. Suddenly, a portal opened, and Sumu, who had just disappeared, walked out of it, and then said with energy-enhanced voice, "Oh, I left too fast just now and forgot to tell you. I give the world government 1 month. After 1 month, I want to see all the celestial dragons evacuate from the holy land of Marijoa, and then surrender all their armed forces and surrender to me unconditionally." At this time, Buggy and others abandoned the Den Mushi and fled, but the Den Mushi was still working, transmitting Sumu's words to the Sabaody archipelago, and then to the whole world. Sumu continued, "Of course, you can also resist stubbornly, but if you surrender, I can punish you according to your sins, and those who resist stubbornly will be killed by me." After saying this, Sumu ignored how much shock this sentence would cause in the world. He had already returned to Fishman Island and was ready to put Fishman Island into the pocket universe. At the original place, everyone looked at the area where Sumu disappeared, and their mouths widened in shock. I don't know how many years it has been, and now someone finally openly declares war on the world government. No, this is not a declaration of war, but a notification that the worst criminal, Sumu, looks down upon the world government from a high position and does not take them seriously at all. Chapter 147, The Face Fruit User. In the moment when everyone was stunned, a pirate ship with a dragon head carved on the bow quickly sailed into the Navy headquarters, and several figures walked down from the pirate group. The leader was a man in a red cloak. He lost his left arm, but it did not affect his demeanor at all. Even though he looked sloppy, he still had the aura of a king. He was one of the 4 emperors of the New World, the holder of the face fruit, Red Hair Shanks. After getting off the ship, Red Hair faced the 3 admirals and the older generation of strong men such as Sengoku Garp. For some reason, he sensed that the atmosphere nearby was a little wrong, but he had no time to think about it. He did this for only one purpose, which was to end the battle as soon as possible. With every minute and every second that passed, many people would die. And when the power of the Navy is too weak, they can no longer deter the sea, and the world will fall into chaos. Before Luffy's strength reaches a certain level and grows up completely, the world needs stability. So he drew his sword, walked forward slowly, and successfully attracted everyone's attention. This battle is over. If we continue to fight like this, it will only increase the losses of both armies indefinitely. If there are still guys who haven't made enough trouble, come on, let us accompany you. Face Fruit, activated. But to Red Hair's surprise, Everyone's reaction was beyond his expectations. They looked at him with a strange look, which made him quite uncomfortable. At this time, he found that the pirates and the Navy had stopped fighting, and the Navy pirate kings separated in an orderly manner, standing on both sides without interfering with each other. Just when Red Hair was very confused about the situation in front of him, Sengoku withdrew from the Buddha form and said to Red Hair with a solemn face, "Red Hair, the war is over, but a new war is about to begin." Red Hair. After opening the portal, Sumu returned to Fishman Island. He left the Vine cruise ship he had created before with Whitebeard, as a gift to him. After all, Sumu could take as many cruise ships with life as he wanted, and it was not worth him to take them back specifically. He returned to Fishman Island and informed King Neptune that he would transfer Fishman Island to the Pocket Universe. Although he did not know what the Pocket Universe was, Fishman Island was protected by Sumu at this time, so King Neptune would not refuse Sumu's request and agreed immediately. After that, King Neptune told the residents of Fishman Island that there would be a period of shaking, and Sumu prepared to act. He stood in the central area of Fishman Island and immediately entered the third tree, Abyss state. The energy in his body instantly increased by dozens of times. The domain opened, instantly covering Fishman Island and the Sun Tree Eve above it. Sumu stomped his feet lightly, and dense runes appeared in every corner of Fishman Island, reinforcing Fishman Island to prevent the island from collapsing due to uneven force during the transfer process. After making all preparations, Sumu directly controlled all vectors on Sun Tree Eve and Fishman Island, and Fishman Island and Sun Tree Eve shook violently. Under the strong vibration, the roots of Sun Tree Eve broke away from the earth, and Fishman Island was completely separated from the rocks on the seabed, forming a movable area. Then a huge portal appeared above the crown of the Sun Tree Eve. The huge portal attracted the attention of nearby residents, who walked out of their homes one after another, and then saw a golden ring with a diameter of tens of kilometers emerging in the sky, revealing a strange island landscape that seemed to be from another world. Then the surrounding seawater rolled up huge waves, and the ground began to shake violently. The trunk of the Sun Tree Eve slowly floated upwards, passed through the golden ring, and entered another world. These residents had never seen such an amazing sight before, and they all talked about it. In the end, they all agreed that this was a miracle brought by God. Sun Tree Eve gradually emerged from the seawater, followed by its underwater trunk and roots. Finally, when most of Sun Tree Eve entered the pocket space, the Fishman Island at the bottom, which was wrapped by its roots, also surfaced. On the ground, some pirates who had been to Fishman Island shouted, "That's Fishman Island. It's actually on land." Another pirate asked, "What is that golden ring? Is it the power of a devil fruit?" Another pirate retorted, "How can humans have such a powerful power? This is a miracle from God, a gift from God." One pirate thought of something. Could it be that Fishman Island has been favored by God and is now heading to the kingdom of God? Under the gaze of everyone, Fishman Island finally completely entered the golden magic ring and disappeared in front of everyone. After Fishman Island disappeared, the golden magic ring also slowly disappeared. If it weren't for the still turbulent seawater proving that what just happened was true, the residents would have thought it was just a dream. Sumu controlled Fishman Island and placed it 5,000 meters below the sea outside Paradise Island. After Fishman Island was completely placed, the runes that Sumu had previously engraved were perfectly connected with the rune patterns in the Pocket Universe, constantly strengthening Yangshu Eve and improving its life essence. And because Fishman Island further compressed the energy produced by the Pocket Universe was essentially upgraded to another level. If there is a more powerful energy source, then Sumu can even produce energy at the level of the multiverse. After that, he ignored the changes in the pirate world and practiced his skills in the Pocket Universe to improve his skill experience. He gave the Celestial Dragons a month, which was enough time for Sumu to upgrade 1 or 2 skills to a level. The first skill he practiced was the Mystic Eyes of Death. As a magic eye that can kill anything, Sumu attaches great importance to it. He wants to upgrade the Mystic Eyes of Death to level 4 before returning to the Marvel Universe, so that he will have more confidence to fight against the Celestial God group. It is quite simple to train the Mystic Eyes of Death. Sumu constantly kills nearby things through the Mystic Eyes of Death, whether it is plants, animals, or lifeless rocks, air, etc. They are all Sumu's training objects. In the process of constantly using the Mystic Eyes of Death, Sumu discovered the power of this ability. As long as he can see the dead line, he can kill all living things by crossing along the dead line. The system prompt sounded continuously in his ears: Death I experience +1, Death I experience +1, Death I experience +1. Finally, after 10 days of continuous training, Sumu heard the prompt of the upgrade of Death I experience +1. Congratulations, your skill Death I has been upgraded. Death I level 4, 1/5000. You can see an indefinite number of death lines on the surface of most things whose death essence can be understood, or on the surface of non-physical things. If you cut along the line, it will cause irresistible and incurable damage to the object. After the skill was upgraded, a cold energy surged from his limbs and bones, and then gathered in Sumu's eyes. Then he felt that he had changed a lot. On objects where he could see death lines before, Sumu could see more death lines, and the width of the death lines also increased. And on objects that were originally invisible, such as flowing air or leaping flames, Sumu could also see death lines on them. When he used the dagger made of imaginary mass to cut through the dead line, the flowing air immediately stopped flowing, and the jumping flames immediately extinguished. They were killed by Sumu. Sumu was quite satisfied with the improvement of the mystic eyes of death perception. If the object is cut along the dead line, it is almost impossible to recover. I wonder if those gods can still maintain the previous arrogant attitude after being killed? After a period of time, Sumu upgraded the multiple shadow clone technique to a higher level. Multiple shadow clone technique experience +1. Congratulations, your skill multiple shadow clone technique has been upgraded. Multiple shadow clone technique LV4, 1/5000. Use the huge amount of chakra to increase the number of shadow clones. Countless shadow clones can be created at one time. The number of clones is determined by the energy consumed. The shadow clone is a flesh and blood entity. The memory of the clone can be obtained by releasing the clone, and the chakra can be replaced by energy. After the multiple shadow clone technique is upgraded to LV4, there is no limit to the number of clones that Sumu can release at the same time. The number of clones will increase with the amount of energy he consumes. After the multiple shadow clone technique was upgraded, Sumu checked the fusion degree of the current Ryougi Shiki template. Template fusion degree: 76%. If everything goes as expected, the template fusion degree will reach 80% after he returns to the Marvel world, and it is very likely to reach 100% in the Marvel world, unlocking a new character template. Sumu is looking forward to the next character template. After all this was done, a month had passed. However, Sumu knew that the celestial dragons would most likely not move away from the Holy Land of Marijoa, so the massacre was about to begin. Opening the portal, leaving the pocket universe, Sumu came to the Sabaody archipelago. The field opened instantly, and Sumu sensed that the celestial dragons of the Holy Land of Marijoa did not evacuate as he requested, and in front of the Holy Land of Marijoa, except for a few people such as Garp and Crane, all the top combat forces of the Navy headquarters were stationed there. In addition to the strong men of the Navy, Sumu also sensed various confidential forces, such as the secret spy agency Cypherpaw numbered with CP, the surviving 7 warlords of the sea, the scientific forces, etc. It is obvious that they are not ready to surrender. They are ready to fight with Sumu with all their strength. Sumu did not personally launch an attack on the Holy Land of Marijoa. He planned to use the Holy Land of Marijoa as his training ground, let his followers attack them, hone his abilities, and then produce more energy. His mind moved slightly, and the domain expanded to the entire pirate planet. The next moment, all the residents of the pirate world were stunned in place, and they sensed a contract scroll that suddenly appeared in their minds. The general content is to borrow from the great Sumu to gain power and immortal life. However, facing the huge benefits in front of them, the residents of the pirate world did not sign the contract immediately. Because there is no gift without reason, the power given by Sumu naturally comes with a certain price. In this contract, it is clearly marked that after obtaining the power, the great Sumu can take it back at any time, and at the same time, the soul and all the power in the body of the user will also be taken back. This also means that as long as this contract is signed, it means that life will no longer belong to oneself, but to the great Sumu. In addition, there are other restrictions on the contract. For example, evil people with evil nature cannot sign the contract, and only neutral and kind people can sign the contract. For example, after signing the contract, you cannot use your power to do whatever you want, and you must work hard to train and improve yourself. For example, After signing the contract, you must go to attack the Holy Land of Marigiaes until the Holy Land of Marigiaes is completely destroyed. As soon as the agreement appeared, it caused a huge shock. Some people were dissatisfied with the fact that their lives would not be under their control once the contract was signed. They cursed, "The damn worst criminal Sumiu, why can he control our lives? That's right, only idiots will sign a contract and give their lives to others. I will never sign a contract even if I die." Sumiu did not indulge these people. After they finished complaining, the contract in their minds turned gray and they could no longer sign the contract. There are also some people who are born evil. After they fall into a desperate situation, they want to sign a contract to get Sumiu's help and get out of the desperate situation. However, when they see that the evil people cannot sign the contract, these people start to curse, "Damn it, I can't sign the contract. Sumiu, the worst criminal, what right do you have to judge my good and evil? What qualifications do you have? Sumiu, at?" And, for those who insulted him, Sumiu directly disrupted the vectors in their heads, and then these people's heads were broken and died miserably. When the people around found the miserable situation of these people, they dared not insult Sumiu at all. The conditions set by Sumiu are not harsh, but under the large base, there are still some people who sign contracts with Sumiu. On a small island in the front section of the Grand Line, pirates are constantly wreaking havoc on the island and slaughtering the residents on the island. In a remote area of the island, a little girl watched her parents being killed. She was full of hatred for the pirates who killed her parents, but she was no match for the pirates. Just as the girl gritted her teeth to suppress her emotions and prevent herself from making a sound, a pirate suddenly appeared in front of her. The pirate laughed grimly and said, "Captain, there is still a fish that has slipped through the net. Well, it looks pretty good. We are lucky again." After saying this, the pirate with a grim face grabbed the little girl. Despair and fear overwhelmed the little girl. She was very unwilling, but she was too weak to resist the powerful pirate. At this moment, a scroll appeared in her mind. She had never read a book, but for some reason she could easily understand the words on the scroll. After understanding the contents of the scroll, she shouted, "No matter who you are, I accept this contract. I will dedicate everything I have to you. I want revenge." After the little girl signed the contract, terrifying energy appeared in her body out of thin air, as if the real domineering aura exploded in her body, and the rune of the flame fruit was engraved in the depths of her soul. Feeling the powerful power in her body, the little girl looked at the pirate who was looking at her in horror in front of her, and a firm look appeared on her still young face. Then, the terrifying flames engulfed all the pirates on the island. This scene is constantly being played out around the world. The followers who have signed a contract with Sumiu are approaching the Holy Land of Marijoa. They want to use the power given by God to overthrow the world government and establish a new order for God. Chapter 148, The End of Pirates. Sumiu's contract appeared in the minds of everyone in the pirate world, including the celestial dragons, the navy, and other members of the world government. However, most of these people were either evil or righteous people with their own ideas, so most of them did not sign a contract with Sumiu. However, with the large base, there were still dozens of people who signed a contract with Sumiu. The strength of these people was greatly improved, and they obtained a random devil fruit rune ability, which suddenly broke out in the army and attacked the friendly forces around them, causing extremely bad effects. The riot here has not been suppressed yet, and another bad incident has occurred inside the Holy Land of Marijoa. Most of the celestial dragon slaves signed a contract with the worst criminal Sumiu to gain powerful power, and then these slaves who were oppressed by the celestial dragons for many years undoubtedly rioted. The celestial dragons, who used to be called gods, were constantly killed. In the face of death, they were no different from mortals, so the god clan would beg for mercy because of fear and wail because of pain. At a time of internal and external troubles, the distant dependents had not yet arrived, and the Holy Land of Marijoa was in chaos. The originally rigorous defense position was immediately torn apart by the dependents who attacked from the inside. At this time, the dependents closest to the Holy Land of Marijoa had already arrived, and they charged towards the Holy Land of Marijoa without fear. Ordinary navy was no match for the dependents, and was defeated like cutting vegetables. Only navy above the school level could fight against the dependents transformed from ordinary people. And they were originally strong, and after being transformed into dependents, it took navy above brigadier general to contain them, and even so, the admiral level navy was still at an absolute disadvantage. The cannons kept roaring, and the blood gradually dyed the earth red. The war on the top had just ended a month ago, and a larger and more extensive war began. One by one, the Marines were defeated by the dependents, and the dependents were difficult to be defeated by the Marines. Even if they were seriously injured and lost their combat ability, they would recover quickly under their powerful self-healing ability. Just as Sumiu said in the contract, the followers will gain immortal life, and the followers who gain some reversal skills are already immortal in the pirate world. The battlefield showed a one-sided trend. Under the pressure of terror, some Marines even rebelled, accepted the contract in their minds and became Sumiu's followers, and in turn helped other followers to attack the Navy. The wise admiral of the Navy, Sengoku, Garp and others were in the back, watching the war in front. Just based on the current situation, they can already guess what will happen next. Under the continuous attack of the followers, the Navy can't stop the attack of the followers at all, and Cypher Paul will continue to be defeated under the attack of the followers. Even the Knights of God, the Science Corps, and the Seraph Corps are just a mantis trying to stop a car in front of the followers who are all strong above the school level. Everything is going to end. After the war on the top, Sengoku's hair turned gray with the naked eye, and half of his hair had turned completely white. Vice Admiral Chiru's expression was extremely complicated. She said in her usual gentle voice, "Yes, it's all over." Who would have thought that the worst criminal Sumu would have such a powerful force? It's not an exaggeration to say that he is a god. Hearing the sighs of his two old friends, Garp laughed and said, "What does it matter? According to the rules set by Sumu, although these followers have obtained extremely powerful powers, they cannot do evil at all, otherwise they will be immediately killed by him. Let them overthrow the world government, kill those pigs of the celestial dragons, eliminate the darkness of the world, and give the world a brand new order. Garp, be careful," Sengoku warned subconsciously. Garp shook his head. "The world government is about to be overthrown. How can they have anything to do with me?" Suddenly, he thought of something, and a tear suddenly flowed from the corner of his eye. It's really not worth it for that kid long. He has been busy for half his life, but his dream is just something that others can get at hand. Sengoku and Shuru were silent at the same time. They knew that Garp was talking about his son Monkey D. Dragon. Decades ago, Long rebelled against the Navy for his ideals, formed the Revolutionary Army, and worked hard to overthrow the world government. His dream will undoubtedly come true, but it has nothing to do with him. Overthrowing the world government is only Sumu's doing. As time passed, many followers gathered in the Holy Land of Marigiais, and the army of the world government was no longer their opponent. Seeing this situation, the five elders could no longer sit still. They personally went into battle and launched an attack on the followers. The five elders are extremely powerful, and each of them has the combat power of a general. With the foundation of the world government, each of them has an animal-type fantasy beast fruit, and they have all been developed to the point of awakening. Even if they put aside their status as rulers of the world government, they are also strong men who can travel across the sea. The end of the five general-level strong men, although it caught the followers off guard at first and caused some losses, but when the followers reacted, there would be strong men who could rival the generals to confront the five elders head-on. Ha 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 ha, my heart is beating happily. During the month when Sumu was training his skills, the Straw Hat Pirates found Sumu in the Sabaody archipelago and learned that Sumu was going to attack the Holy Land of Marijoa. Luffy would not miss such a lively event and had been waiting beside the Holy Land of Marijoa. At this time, the war began, and the Straw Hat Pirates immediately rushed over as the vanguard. During this month, Sumu strengthened the Straw Hat Pirates again, and their strength had completely surpassed the admirals. In addition to them, the Whitebird Pirates were also among them. The Whitebird Pirates owed Sumu a great favor. After learning that Sumu was going to attack the Holy Land of Marijoa, they also decided to join the war without hesitation to help Sumu. After being strengthened by Sumu, Whitebird, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and Ace all had combat power beyond the admirals. After seeing the five elders personally coming down, they rushed towards the five elders. The two sides only had a head-on confrontation, and the five elders were knocked out one after another, spitting blood. Gulalala. Overthrow the world government, and then build a new order from the ruins. Whitebird's muscles bulged, and he swung the Kusugal Kairai in his hand forward. Boom. The terrifying vibration spread forward, knocking away hundreds of marines. Luffy followed closely behind. The white flames on his head became hotter and hotter, and his right hand quickly grew larger until it became as big as a giant. Rubber. Ape God Spear. The palm, which was thicker than the giant's arm, attacked forward, also knocking away hundreds of Marines. The terrifying performance of the two gave the people around them an illusion that they could defeat all the armies of the world government without anyone else. There was no suspense in the battle afterwards. The Seraphs attacked and were ravaged by the rest of the Straw Hat Pirates. The pacifists attacked and were defeated by the Whitebird Pirates. The Guardians of God wanted to escort the Celestial Dragons to escape, but were overwhelmed by the increasing number of followers. The followers immediately killed the captured Celestial Dragons to vent their anger. In the distance of the battlefield, in an area not yet affected by the war, a portal opened between the beautiful flowers, and Sumu walked out of the portal. Stepping on the beautiful petal carpet, Sumu slowly walked to the front and met the biggest boss of the pirate world. She has many titles: Creator of the World, Master behind the scenes, King of the World, President of the World Government, Master of the Empty Throne, etc. There is no doubt that she is definitely a legendary figure in the pirate world. Perhaps in her time, she was as dazzling as Luffy. However, her fate has long been destined, and she will be defeated by Luffy, whose IQ is not that high. This is also the final ending of the hot-blooded comic boss. She will eventually be defeated by the protagonist group and become the embers of the old era. In front of Sumu, the humanoid creature with a black body, like the Shadow Man in Conan's world, saw Sumu, was silent for a moment, and said, "I heard that you are from outside the world? So are there many worlds besides our world?" Sumu nodded. "Hehe. I didn't expect that. I have dominated the world for hundreds of years, but I am just a frog in the well in front of the aliens, who can be destroyed at will. However, how can I be willing? Since I know that there are other worlds, I must conquer other worlds. How can I stop here?" The black figure punched Sumu and attacked Sumu. The abilities of Overlord Color Entanglement, Flowing Cherry, etc. were perfectly integrated by Yamu. Her strength is far stronger than the world's strongest man, Whitebird. But this is normal. Whitebird is only the strongest in the contemporary era, and Yamu is the creator who has ruled the world for 800 years. However, Yamu is unwilling to accept it, and faced with overwhelming power, he still couldn't reverse the situation. The field opened in an instant, and then closed in an instant. Yamu's body stopped there, and then with a breeze blown by the flower sword, it turned into tiny grains of sand and dissipated. Looking at him who turned into dust, Sumu smiled and said, "A strong man at the top of a world, but he is bound by the world and cannot be promoted. If you are given a chance to travel through time, you are very likely to achieve great things, but you still die. This is reality." Then he returned to the pocket universe again, ignoring the earth-shaking war in the pirate world, and continued to train his skills. After that, the followers successfully defeated the world conquest, and then executed all the celestial dragons in front of the people of the world through the video phone bug live broadcast. The cruel god in the past is dead. A new benevolent god has descended on this world. That is God Sumu. However, after the war, the people of the world found that they could not find the figure of God Sumu, as if God Sumu had disappeared from this world. This situation did not end until Sumu came out of the pocket universe and returned to the pirate world. When he was just discovered, it didn't take long for the Straw Hat Pirates, the Whitebird Pirates, Garp and other kind-hearted pirates in the world to gather and wait for his instructions. Sumu doesn't care about power. What he pursues is the realm of returning all the great power to himself. Just like this time, just a little bit of power he divided out can overthrow a world. However, facing the people who watched him, Sumu still said a few words. He established a new world government with the people in front of him as the center. Among them, Red Hair, Garp, Sengoku and others are members of the new world government, and Long is the leader of the new world government. The reason why Long was appointed as the leader of the new world is that he has decades of experience in leading the revolutionary army and is the most suitable person to be a leader. Afterwards, under the leadership of Long, the world government incorporated the remnants of the original world government, and continued to reform and innovate to create a more reasonable government mechanism. For these mechanisms, Sumu has only one requirement: to adhere to the development path for the country and the people. After doing all this, Sumu suddenly felt that his spirit was sublimated. He suddenly felt that changing a world in this way and making a world better was also very good. Finally, the new world government relied on the power of Sumu's followers to kill Kato, Big Mom and other terrorists who refused to surrender, and then cleared the entire sea. The age of discovery that lasted for decades was completely declared over at this time. After everything was over, Sumu had nothing else to do in the pirate world. He was ready to go to the last island, Raftel, to see the end of the Grand Line. When he came to the Grand Line, Sumu found that this island was no different, except that there were some former architectural ruins on it, as well as the historical text in the center of the island. From Robin's memory, Sumu already knew the meaning of all the historical texts, so he could naturally read the historical texts. The meaning of this historical text is probably the origin of the world government, the war between the 20 kingdoms and the ancient kingdom represented by Joy Boy, which is just a more cliched story of betrayal and conspiracy. If he saw this story in other periods, Sumu might not be in the mood to read it. But once this story involves the whole world, representing the end of an era and the beginning of a new era, then this story is full of meaning. Sumu had some feelings, but not much. One reason was that these stories were not his own experiences and he could not empathize with them. The other reason was that the war between ants, no matter how cruel and exciting it was, could not attract his interest. The reason why he came to Raftel at this time was only because he was a pirate during his childhood. After staying in Raftel for a while and looking at this legendary last island, Sumu returned to the Sabaody archipelago. At this time, the Straw Hat Pirates also said goodbye to their relatives and came here, ready to start a new adventure of roaming the multiverse as his men. Before leaving, Sumu left a lot of energy in the pirate world to maintain the contract so that it would not expire for hundreds of years. He said goodbye to Whitebird and others together with the Straw Hat Pirates, opened the portal, and left the pirate world. In the American comic world, the White Devil is back. Chapter 149 Return to the Marvel World. In the void of the Marvel Universe, a portal with the golden sparks constantly splashing opened from the void, and a white-haired figure walked out of the portal and stood in the void. Before teleporting, Sumu concealed his energy fluctuations to avoid being discovered by the Celestials. Compared to being discovered by the Celestials immediately after landing in Marvel and then being besieged by many Celestials, Sumu prefers to understand the situation and then slaughter the so-called Celestials one by one. After landing, Sumu immediately expanded his perception without exposing himself, and perceived his position in the current timeline. When leaving the Marvel Universe and heading to DC, Sumu's strength had just reached the level of the Father of Heaven, and even the Starburst was very difficult. But now, after going through the 3 worlds of DC, Naruto, and One Piece, his strength has been greatly improved, and now it has reached the level of a single universe. And at this time, he is definitely the top powerhouse even in the single universe level. After the perception spread to a very wide area, Sumu obtained a lot of useful information. He saw the spaceship flying to Xander, and Star-Lord inside it, who was driving the spaceship while listening to music and dancing. At this time, he was alone, and the Guardians of the Galaxy were obviously not formed. Seeing the raccoon and the tree man growed on Xander, Sumu was sure that the time point was Guardians of the Galaxy 1. Sumu immediately decided on his next journey. He first traveled to several planets and collected other infinite gems. Even now, the infinite gems have a lot of bonuses to his power. Open the portal and return to the pocket space. Before, because of leaving the Marvel Universe, the infinite gems lost their due power and could no longer release endless energy, so Sumu put them aside. Now returning to the Marvel Universe, the energy of the infinite gems has been restored, and he also wants to reuse the infinite gems. Because he had experience in using infinite gems before, he immediately modified the bottom rune of the pocket universe, and then embedded the infinite gems in the prepared grooves. The energy of the space gem, the reality gem, and the mind gem merged under the action of the rune and superimposed on the pocket universe, making its energy quality even stronger. Moreover, at this time, Sumu has absolute control over the pocket universe. After the pocket universe obtains the power of the infinite gems, he can also use the power of the infinite gems through the pocket universe without limit. After completing the fusion of the Infinity Stones and the pocket universe, Sumu took a step forward and came to Xander, which was several light years away. As the capital of the Nova Empire, Xander has strong military strength and an extremely developed economy. This planet is quite similar to the Earth, but it has better greenery than the Earth and is a more habitable planet than the Earth. Sumu walked on the street, lowered his perception, and looked around curiously. When he was watching Guardians of the Galaxy 1, he felt that this planet was very beautiful. When he really came here, the scenery of this planet made him even more amazed. Different from the dense forests in the Naruto world and the various strange island scenes in the pirate world, this is a combination of technology and nature, with a harmonious beauty. After walking for a while, Sumiu came to a fountain and saw the future member of the Guardians of the Galaxy, a raccoon walking upright. Rocket Raccoon took out an instrument full of futuristic technology and said in surprise, "Business is here. Come on, you unlucky guy, and see who is willing to arrest you." The transparent instrument screen locked onto Star-Lord, who was being intimate with a lady, and the bounty information of Star-Lord appeared on it. Capture target, Peter Quill requirement, capture a live employer, Yondu Udota bounty. 40,000. Seeing such a high bounty, Rocket Raccoon said excitedly, "Wow, Groot, we are going to get rich." At this time, a voice suddenly sounded from the side. "Oh, the bounty is indeed not low." Rocket Raccoon was startled by the sudden voice beside him and smiled, and turned around to see a white-haired man. He and Groot looked at Sumiu warily, grinning and threatening. "Hey, man, I saw him first. Are you trying to snatch the prey from me?" Sumiu looked at Rocket Raccoon in front of him, and couldn't imagine how his small hut could have such great wisdom. You should know that in the official Marvel setting, his IQ is not even inferior to that of Iron Man Tony Stark. Perhaps Sumiu's look offended him. Rocket Raccoon took out a gun and pointed it at Sumiu. "Hey, you damn bastard, I'm not a pet for you to watch casually." Sumiu smiled. "Of course, I know, I have seen many animals like you who can stand upright and talk, but I'm a little surprised that I met one here." Rocket Raccoon was a little shocked. Could it be that the man in front of him encountered other companions who were experimented on? So he immediately asked, where did you see those animals?" Sumiu naturally knew what Rocket Raccoon was thinking, and he explained, "Not in this world, but in other worlds. They were originally humans, and they ate a magical fruit called devil fruit and gained the power to become animals. I thought you were the same at first, but now it seems that it's not the case." "Devil fruit? That's really a magical fruit." Hearing that it was not a partner who had been transformed by the supreme evolution, Rocket Raccoon was a little disappointed, but he quickly adjusted his mood and thought of that magical devil fruit. If this kind of fruit really exists, it can definitely be sold at a high price. At this time, Sumiu thought of something and showed a unique smile of a fun person. "Mr. Raccoon, do you want to eat a devil fruit and have powerful supernatural powers? There are many kinds of devil fruits, among which the animal devil fruit can turn the person who eats it into an animal and gain the power of an animal. In addition to the animal devil fruit, there are various other types of fruits. Eating these fruits can give the user various superpowers." After escaping from the capture of the supreme evolution for several years, Rocket Raccoon is naturally very wary of the surrounding environment and will not easily believe them. He raised the rifle in his hand again, pointed it at Sumiu and said, "What do you want, and what is your purpose?" Being aimed at by the muzzle of the gun, Sumiu's expression remained the same. Unless it was an attack that could destroy a galaxy in one blow, it would be impossible to cause him any harm. He pointed at Star-Lord, who was picking up girls in the distance, and said, "Do you see him, the wretched man who is picking up girls? He has something I want, a metal ball. Let's defeat the wretched man together. He will leave it to you to exchange for the bounty, and the metal ball will belong to me, and I will also give you a devil fruit as a reward. How about it?" The fun-loving Sumiu has already thought of the subsequent plot. Rocket Raccoon, the user of the Thunder Fruit ability, fights against Thor, and after defeating him, he contemptuously said, "You are just a hammer god, and I am the real Thor." My goodness, this picture is definitely very interesting. You can take a picture of it as a collection. Speaking of collections, Sumiu thought of the collector. This universe elder has collected many interesting things over the long years, including various magical creatures and treasures in the universe. Sumiu is also very interested in the collector's collection. Moreover, as a universe elder, isn't the collection folder a precious collection? Sumiu decided to go to the barren land later to get his things back. Hearing Sumiu's words, Rocket Raccoon immediately agreed. He came to Sumiu, patted his legs, and said confidently, "Following Rocket Boss is definitely the best choice you have ever made. I will definitely snatch the metal ball and give it to you." Groot also said, "I am Groot." At this time, Star-Lord in the distance had said goodbye to the red-skinned alien lady and came to the exchange to submit the task. But because he mentioned Star-Lord's name, he was driven out by the exchange that was afraid of Star-Lord. After that, he was attacked by Gamora, and then fought with Gamora, using the sky as a blanket and the ground as a bed. and had a friendly skin communication, laying a solid foundation for their subsequent love. When the two were communicating happily close to each other, Rocket Raccoon and Groot interrupted their date, tied up Gamora and helped Star-Lord break free. Just when Star-Lord wanted to pick up the cosmic spirit ball that slipped to the ground, a palm reached out and picked up the cosmic spirit ball. Sumu picked up the cosmic spirit ball, crushed it directly, and threw it into the pocket universe. The power gem was embedded in the newly opened groove. Among the 6 infinity gems, the power gem represents endless power and energy, and has the ability to strengthen other gems. When the energy of the power gem is synchronized with the other 3 gems, endless power flows out of the power gem, and then acts on the other 3 gems, raising their original power again. Just one power gem doubled the energy output of the pocket universe. At this time, even the energy absorption of level 5 cannot easily absorb the energy produced by the pocket universe. Feeling the swelling in his body, Sumu opened the system panel. Energy absorption level 5, 18,456, 20,000, able to absorb almost all forms of energy within a range of 20 meters around, with extremely high absorption speed and energy storage limit, and can even manipulate almost all forms of energy within a range of 10 meters. Energy absorption is also about to be upgraded, and then he will be able to fully absorb the power of the pocket universe without excessive energy output. Moreover, the energy absorption of level 5 can already achieve mass energy conversion. By then, he will master the power of creation, and even without infinite energy such as infinite gems, he may be able to convert energy through mass energy conversion ability. Seeing that the cosmic spirit ball he had worked so hard to get was snatched away by the white-haired man in front of him, Star-Lord took out the elemental gun from his waist and aimed at Sumu. "Hey, brother, the cosmic spirit ball is mine, please give it back to me." Sumu did not answer Star-Lord, but looked around. The next moment, several small spaceships surrounded them at some point, and shot out golden light with binding properties from the top of the spaceship, surrounding Sumu and others. Rocket Raccoon, Groot and others were bound by the light, floating in space, unable to move. A black man in a spaceship warned Rocket Raccoon, "Experimental Subject 89P13, put down your weapons, I declare you arrested in the name of the Nova Corps." Rocket Raccoon had no choice but to put down his weapons and surrender. Several members of the Nova Corps came down from the spaceship, bound Star-Lord and others, and arrested them. At this moment, Star-Lord suddenly found that these members of the Nova Corps ignored Sumu, and immediately shouted, "This is unfair. He also participated in the battle and robbed my things, why was he not arrested?" His words attracted the attention of the Nova Corps. The black man who was the leader saw that Sumu did not float up like Rocket Raccoon and others, and thought that the binding beam of the spacecraft did not lock him, so he ordered his subordinates, include him in the range of the binding beam and bind him. But after a moment, his subordinates were puzzled. "Report to the commander, we have fired the binding beam at him and adjusted the power to the maximum. But for some reason, the binding beam can't play any role on him." The black commander. Below, seeing that Sumu did not move, several soldiers of the Nova Corps walked towards Sumu, wanting to bind him, but when they were still 5 meters away from him, they suddenly found that they continued to move forward. It was like there was an invisible wall in front of them, isolating them. At this time, everyone finally found something wrong. All the soldiers and the spacecraft abandoned Rocket Raccoon and others, and switched to lethal laser weapons to aim at Sumu. The black leader said nervously, "Criminal, lie on the ground, don't resist, or we will open fire." Facing the tense and alert Nova Corps, Sumu snapped his fingers. The surrounding vectors immediately became disordered. In the shocked eyes of the crowd, whether it was the low-flying spacecraft or the energy guns in the hands of the Nova Corps soldiers, they were blown into dust with a breeze. At this time, Sumu's calm voice sounded, "Sorry, I don't have the idea of being imprisoned, so can you let me go?" Because the spacecraft turned into dust and disappeared, the black leader fell to the ground from a low altitude, but his physical fitness was still excellent. Except for the bleeding nose, he did not receive any other injuries. Hearing Sumu's words, he said with a serious face, "Damn criminal, you dared to attack the Nova Corps, don't be too arrogant, I must arrest you." Before he finished speaking, Sumu raised his hand and made a knife to chop to one side. The vectors entangled around Sumu and condensed into a majestic sword energy. The sword energy raged in the distance, destroying everything in its path. After the huge roar and the dust dissipated, the originally beautiful city was divided in the middle by the majestic sword energy. Seeing this doomsday scene, the black officer could no longer say the following words. He stammered, wanting to say something but stopped. After a few seconds, a strange and twisted smile suddenly bloomed on his dark face. He bowed and came to Sumyu. My lord, how could you be a criminal? We just made a mistake. Welcome to Xander. On behalf of Xander, I welcome you. Chapter 150 Thor Raccoon, the real destroyer. Star-Lord and his companions opened their mouths wide and looked at the ruins beside Sumyu. Just a slight wave of the palm released an attack that penetrated the entire city. And Sumyu had a strong control over this attack. No one died in the range of the attack, and there were no minor injuries. As Thanos' most beloved daughter, Gamora naturally knew her father's strength. What shocked her was that even her father could not launch such a powerful attack. This also means that the mysterious man in front of him is more powerful than the Mad Titan who traverses the universe. After the initial surprise, Rocket Raccoon immediately showed excitement. Because Sumyu promised him that as long as he helped Sumyu get the metal sphere, Sumyu would give him the Thunder Fruit. At first, he was skeptical about the existence of the Thunder Fruit, but at this time, after seeing Sumyu's terrifying strength, he was convinced that the Thunder Fruit really existed. Rocket Raccoon, who had been constantly hunted down by the Supreme Evolution and had to flee constantly, is finally going to turn over and become the master. I heard that in Asgard, a powerful force in the universe, there is a being called Thor. From now on, the name of Thor will belong to Rocket Raccoon. Sumyu casually released an attack, shocking everyone in the Nova Corps, and ordered as a matter of course, I need a brand new spaceship, and I need to fill it with supplies. In addition, I need one person. No one thought there was anything wrong with Sumyu's matter-of-fact command tone. In the universe, the weak are preyed upon by the strong. A powerful titan like Thanos can slaughter many planets at will. Now Sumyu, who is more powerful than Thanos, can do the same. Sumyu forgave their previous offense and did not attack them. This was a gift. The Black Leader immediately asked, we will give you the best spaceship on Xander and fill it with living supplies. I don't know who you want, but our Nova Corps will do our best to satisfy you. Drax the Destroyer is now being held in Klin prison by you. Although he didn't know what the relationship between Sumyu and the Destroyer was, facing Sumyu's request, the Black Leader said without hesitation, of course, we will hand over the Destroyer to you as quickly as possible. Sumyu wanted Drax for only one purpose, and that was to have fun. As the funny man in the Guardians of the Galaxy, Drax's stupid and clear eyes can definitely bring him a lot of fun. Of course, there is another reason. In the comics, Drax the Destroyer is a powerful character who can tear stars apart with his hands, but in the movie, his power is greatly weakened and he is not worthy of the title of Destroyer at all. He plans to transform and strengthen him to become his #1 henchman in the Marvel Universe. Remember that before leaving the Marvel Universe, he killed 3 of the 5 generals of the Black Obsidian and clashed with Thanos. Thanos was once a big threat to him, but now, Thanos, a father-level watchdog, can no longer attract his attention. It is not worth his hands-on. The #1 henchman tearing Thanos apart is the most correct choice. After that, the Black Leader reported Sumyu's existence to his superiors, which made the Supreme Leader of Xander, Nova Supreme, come to meet Sumyu. It must be said that Nova Supreme is very aware of the current situation. After learning about Sumyu's power, he humbled himself and wanted to become Sumyu's younger brother to get his protection. Sumyu naturally knows the crisis of Xander now and in the future. First of all, Ronan, the Kree accuser, is an extreme terrorist who is now slaughtering the people of Xander crazily, even the children are not spared. And Thanos later, he will also attack Xander and destroy it. Among them, Ronan was originally the one that Sumyu prepared for Rocket Raccoon and others to practice with, and he also wanted to find time to crush a small bug like Thanos, so in the spirit of not letting it go in vain, he accepted the proposal of Nova Supreme, and took back the terrifying black hole hundreds of meters in the outside world, and then went back in time to restore the damage he caused to its original appearance. The reason why he released power in the planet was not Sumyu's fault, but Nova Supreme wanted to test Sumyu's power, and Sumyu just met the requirements. In the next few days, Sumyu rarely stopped improving his skills and experience and relaxed. During this time, he sealed his power and visited all the landscapes of Xander with the physical fitness of a mortal. It must be said that the scenery of Xander is very beautiful, and this trip brought Sumu a lot of fun. A few days later, the Nova Corps escorted Drax the Destroyer over, and Sumu easily recovered him and strengthened him with a reversal technique. In addition, out of bad taste, Sumu changed his skin color to the same blue-purple as Thanos. The tattoo on his skin was also modified by him. When Drax activated it actively, it would release a dazzling red light, and his strength would be enhanced several times on the original basis. After Sumu's strengthening, his original physical fitness was comparable to that of Thanos. After the tattoo was activated, he could even slap Thanos' shit out with one slap. After dealing with the Destroyer, under Rocket Raccoon's expectant eyes, Sumu handed him the Thunder Fruit. It was very easy for Sumu to make the Thunder Fruit. An ordinary fruit could be engraved with the Thunder Fruit rune. And the Devil Fruit he made was different from the Devil Fruit in the pirate world, and was not afraid of the pea substance in the seawater in the pirate world. After that, after enjoying Xander for a while, Sumu completely mastered all the technology of Xander, and drove the latest spaceship with the Guardians of the Galaxy and others to the barren land. He wanted to find the Collector and take back the collection he left with the Collector. The spaceship given by Xander was very large, not smaller than the ship Sumu made for the White Bird pirates. This spaceship was originally used for luxury air travel and was owned by Nova Supreme, but in order to please Sumu, she decisively gave this spaceship to Sumu, and gave him dozens of excellent pilots and servants to help him manage the spaceship. In the training room of the spaceship, Rocket Raccoon was sparring with Drax. After being strengthened by Sumu, both of them gained extremely powerful combat power. The lightning flashed continuously. After only a few days of obtaining the Thunder Fruit, Rocket Raccoon developed a variety of ways to use it. Among them are the special skills of Sister Misaka, the super electromagnetic gun, which uses electric current to create magnetic force to control a metal, forming a high-frequency vibrating long sword, etc. Of course, there are also various moves of Anel, but Rocket Raccoon's ability to master the Thunder Fruit is much stronger than Anel. Sumu even speculated that if Rocket Raccoon is given enough physical strength, he can even use electric current to control electromagnetic force, and then apply electromagnetic force to the microscopic world. It has to be said that as long as these smart people gain power, their strength will be extremely terrifying, just like Doctor Doom in the comics. When Drax didn't activate the tattoo on his body, he was obviously no match for the raccoon. After a flash of lightning, he was knocked out. After being defeated, Drax felt that his anger was about to burn out his reason, and he immediately wanted to activate the tattoo regardless of the consequences. But at this time, Sumu's voice sounded, "Drax, this is just a normal exchange. I hope you can wield the butcher knife against Ronan and the enemy, not your companions." After being reminded by Sumu, Drax immediately regained his sanity and whispered, "Yes, I will tear Ronan into pieces and twist off Thanos' head." Seeing the terrifying strength of the two after being strengthened by Sumu, Star-Lord came to Sumu and said to Sumu with a mean expression, "Sumu, you said you are from Earth, and I am also from Earth. In this case, we are still fellow countrymen. See if there is any strengthening suitable for me. I don't want to hold you back in the next battle." Sumu smiled and said, "Don't worry, my friend, I have already prepared the strengthening for you. It is definitely the most suitable strengthening for you, which can make you completely transform from a demigod body into a god." Ego, the living planet while in the distance, felt a biting chill surrounding him for some reason. The spacecraft passed through wormholes one after another, and after several jumps, it came to a planet-sized head. Star-Lord saw such a huge head and couldn't help asking, "Oh my god, what is this?" Gamora explained, "It's the head of a divine creature from ancient times that was chopped off. Be careful when you go in, little raccoon, because there is a lawless world in there." Standing in front of the control room, Sumu admired the scenery in front of him. Different worlds and different beautiful scenery always bring him the ultimate enjoyment. After Gamora explained to Star-Lord, Sumu added, "That's the head of the Celestials." "Celestials?" Drax asked curiously. "That's a terrible group with countless powerful Celestials. Each Celestial has the power to destroy planets and destroy the universe. They are not normal objects, but some kind of abstract entity, the embodiment of some pure concept, almost immortal. WTF. There is such a powerful creature, and it is not a single individual, so what can kill him and chop off his head?" Because of shock, Star-Lord's expression was a little weird at this time. Sumu turned his head to look at Star-Lord, his eyes full of playfulness, which made Star-Lord feel bad. The azure pupils flickered slightly, and the magic guy that could kill everything was ready to move, wanting to hunt down the gods in the universe. Sumu calmed down the huge energy in his body that was rolling endlessly due to his inner restlessness, and then smiled. As long as it is life, it will die, but ordinary people don't know how to kill them. By the way, I forgot to tell you that you have some connection with the Celestials, and this is the power I want to give you later. Star-Lord was a little puzzled. I have some connection with the Celestials. Yes, this is related to your father, and you will know when the time comes. Sumu stopped at the right place and stopped explaining. Looking at Star-Lord's extremely uncomfortable appearance, he felt sour in his heart. The Riddler must die, but when he himself is the Riddler, this feeling is really great. Without dwelling on Star-Lord's life story, Sumu changed direction and said, however, if you become my subordinates, you must face some things. Well, it has something to do with these so-called Celestials. Hearing Sumu's tone towards the Celestials, the Guardians of the Galaxy and others had a bad feeling for some reason. Sumu continued, I have some grievances with the Celestials. I once had a fight because I killed the Eternals they created. Eternals. Gamora felt that the name was familiar for some reason. Looking at the sky full of stars in front of him, Sumu's eyes were calm. Like Thanos, he is an eternal warrior, but unlike ordinary eternal warriors, he is the best among them. Ignoring the shock in everyone's hearts, Sumu continued, I killed all the Eternals on Earth, and then was discovered by the leader of the Celestials, Alizim. He wanted to judge me, but I disagreed, so we fought together. At that time, I was not as strong as I am now. Even if I mastered the 3 Infinity Stones and relied on the corpse of a celestial larva to greatly enhance my strength, I was not his opponent at all. So I failed, but I used some method to escape, and returned not long ago, ready to take revenge on the Celestials. Sumu turned around, squinted his eyes and smiled, I want to kill all the Celestials in this universe, and the Celestials are our enemies. Rocket Raccoon. Star-Lord. Gamora. Drax. Groot. I am Groot. After a moment of silence, they said together, WTF. Asking them to fight against these gods, what a joke. How could they possibly be the opponent of the gods? Exclamation mark. Star-Lord's expression was stiff, and he stammered, Sumu, are you joking? Rocket Raccoon also said, yes, we are weak, how can we possibly fight against the gods? Even Drax, the fool, scratched his head and said, Sumu, you scared us to death, don't joke like that. But then the awkward smiles on their faces all froze, because Sumu's expression had not changed at all, and they knew that what Sumu said was the truth. No. Let us go. I thought it was a luxury car. But if Sumu built it like this, even an interstellar cruise ship would flip over. Seeing the horrified expressions on their faces, Sumu naturally knew what they were thinking, so he smiled and said, don't worry, it's just a god, you'll get used to it after killing a few more. Everyone was silent again, and they found that they were not on the same channel as Sumu. That was a god. Not a pig. How dare a mortal to challenge the gods, not to mention killing several gods? Exclamation mark. Seeing his men so unconfident, Sumu felt helpless. After he killed the gods, these people would not react like this. He didn't want them to do anything, just to cheer him up when he was fighting against many gods, to boost his morale, and to watch him kill the gods as an audience. Sumu had no expectation of letting these people fight the gods. P.S. Thanks to Dufu for the 300 starting coins. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.